Welcome. This is the April 10th meeting of the Monterey County Planning Commission. I'm going to go ahead and call it to order and ask Commissioner Roberts to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Commissioner Getzelman is absent. Commissioner Work?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Here.
And Commissioner Daniels.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you mind running us through the protocols for joining this meeting remotely?
Absolutely, thank you. So we would like to note that in order to participate for public comment on the Zoom platform, you can raise your hand by opening reactions at the bottom of your screen and clicking the raise hand icon. On your mobile or landline, you can raise and lower your hand by pressing star 9. Another way you can participate via Zoom and or remotely for public comment is by sending an email to pchearingcomments at co.monterey.ca.us. And this email is monitored during the meeting and can be found on today's agenda. We will be if your questions, comments, or document, staff will bring it forward to respond as best as we can via that email, but it doesn't guarantee that it'll be done once the meeting has begun. Members of the public should have their video off via Zoom unless you are presenting. This helps with bandwidth and reducing distractions during presentations or comments, and staff will also help monitor this. We do ask that you keep yourself muted unless presenting. To mute yourself on the Zoom platform, there's a mute button at the bottom of your screen, and it looks like a microphone. You press it or to mute and unmute. To mute or unmute yourself on a mobile or landline phone, you can press star 6. And I did want to let individuals who are joining via Zoom as well as joining here in chambers today, there's a bit of a delay with the Zoom. And so after individuals speak on Zoom, we'll be making sure to pause for about 10 seconds so that the audio can pick up properly. So please know it's not an awkward silence. It's just a need to pause for some technological glitches. And with that, I'll hand it back over to the chair.
Might be an awkward pause, you don't know. Thank you. And I hope everyone understands that you can also check online and, with the meeting and see where we are. Because I note that there are people here that I suspect are here for a later item for East Garrison or for the project in Pajaro. And it'll be a while before we get there. And so I don't want people to feel like they have to be glued to their seats. They could check online and see where we were in the meeting if they needed to go out and about while they were waiting for an item in which they were interested. This is the time set aside on our agenda for public comments on items that are not on today's agenda. And if anybody would like to come forward and speak about an item that the Planning Commission is relevant to the Planning Commission and is not on today's agenda, you have 3 minutes at your disposal to do so. Is there anybody in the chambers who would like to do that? I see no one in the chambers. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online or on Zoom waiting to talk?
Yes, we did receive and distributed correspondence for non-agenda item from the Pebble Beach Equestrian Coalition. And I do see Lisa Baca with her hand raised, and that the correspondence we received was actually from her as well.
Thank you. I see several other hands now that I'm on the correct screen. Ms. Baca, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Lisa Baca, Pebble Beach Equestrian Coalition. I am calling to please ask you to agendize this issue at an upcoming meeting. We have not had as a community a chance to speak in a public forum, and the equestrians of Monterey County definitely want to have their voices heard. And then secondly, would very much like to have the Planning Commission review the permit that's been given to the Pebble Beach Corp and deem it as non conforming with what they agreed to do in 2013 when the permit was issued. We do have documents that are being reviewed at the Monterey County Housing and Community Development, and we are asking please for the Planning Commission to do the same and show the same courtesy. The Pebble Beach Equestrian Center was a key component to the Pebble Beach Company being allowed to have the permit issued in the first place. And it is a huge, huge permit with a lot of development. And to negate what was agreed upon, the word shall, which means legally must, was part of all the documents that are on file. And the complete file and history is on the Housing and Community Development website. So please schedule an agenda item so that we can come and address you more than 3 minutes and have our voices heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would just say, having just consulted with staff, I don't know if you were aware, at the last meeting, we had some public comment about this. The Planning Commission requested that staff come back, and tentatively they're prepared to put this on the agenda for the April 23rd meeting to discuss the status of the equestrian center, et cetera. I would also say that concerns around condition compliance or whether something is in conformance with the plan should be formally taken to code enforcement, which is not the Planning Commission. So we don't actually have jurisdiction over that part, but we would strongly encourage that you put your voice to the place where it will do the most good. So unsolicited advice, but as good as you paid for it. So now we have A. Kelly with the hand up on Zoom. A. Kelly, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm also calling to advocate on behalf of everything that Lisa just spoke about on behalf of the Pebble Beach Equestrian Coalition. The Pebble Beach Equestrian Coalition is an informal association of local horse lovers, local horse riders, and local equestrians, and we're dedicated to preserving the 100-year history of the Equestrian Center. We also I'm also calling to ask if you could please investigate and suspend the permit if it's in your jurisdiction of the Pebble Beach Company, given what you just said about, the purview of the commission. We believe that the Pebble Beach Company is not compliant right now based on the history and the documents that were submitted. So the permit that was approved in 2013, and in the letter and the documents that Lisa submitted, we believe that there's a history of non-compliance and sorry, my computer is just freezing up here. Anyway, the documents that were submitted say that the approved uses and conditions hold the Pebble Beach Company responsible for protecting the Equestrian Center in perpetuity. So if you can please put that on the agenda, as you said, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little inarticulate this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Appreciate that. And we just got another note from the secretary saying that we suggest everyone email to the pchearingcomments.com to ask that they be placed on the notification list for anything that comes out on this issue. So we make sure we have your correct email and we can make sure information gets back out to you. Thanks. We also have Carol Miller with a hand up on Zoom. Carol Miller, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Hello, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi. I'm here to echo the same concerns about the Pebble Beach company doing what they are doing with the Equestrian Center. So I won't take any more of the board's time. I've heard what everybody said, but I wanted to make sure that the board knew how many of us are concerned. So I'll take your advice and email, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Margie Kay has her hand up. Ms. Kay, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Deal. And I think I heard you say that it's going to be on the April 23rd Planning Commission agenda, but that on my calendar is a Tuesday, so I think you meant the 24th for the Pebble Beach. What I'm calling about, though, is speaking on is the Active Projects website on the Housing and Community Development website. I've made over the years several comments on how it is totally unorganized. It's supposed to be, applications are supposed to be listed by planning areas, and for the bunch of years it has not. So it's quite onerous to review over 150 pages to see what new applications may be or the status of applications may be, and that there are some applications that are over 20 years old and still incomplete and listed. So I know that the staff is overwhelmed. I just want to keep putting that message out that it's a difficult website to find, but it is one that many of us for many years have been looking at, for me over 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kay, and appreciate you staying involved and keeping us on our toes. I am informed, not looking at a calendar and being date impaired, that Ms. Kay is absolutely correct. The tentative agendized item for report on the Equestrian Center will be on Wednesday, the 24th. And we're not sure, but this is the plan at the moment. Thank you. I see no more hands up on Zoom. Madam Clerk, is there anybody else I'm missing or any comments we need to bring forward from the email address?
There's no new emails and no new hands on Zoom.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to bring it back and ask the clerk about agenda additions, deletions, and corrections for today.
Correspondence was received and distributed for agenda item number 6, PLN 030204-AMD2, UCP East Garrison LLC, as well as for agenda item number 7, PLN 200203, Anthony Nicola Inc., and agenda item number 8, REF 240009, Monterey County General Plan Implementation and Housing Element Annual Progress Report.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on to commissioner comments and requests and referrals. Commissioners, is there anything you'd like to bring forward at this point? Commissioner Gonzalez, are you leaning forward? Yes.
Yes, thank you. This is something, I guess, that I talked with different individuals for some years, but I'm sure we have the experts in the county that might be able to give us a little bit of information. We have all this shortage of housing, and we always talk about housing at the different city councils, commissions, supervisors, et cetera. But one of the things that I continue seeing is that we keep on building thousands and thousands of homes, whether it be in Salinas or whether it be in Gonzales or Soledad or wherever those housing units are coming up. But I don't think I've heard the conversation about can we and how could we, because I don't know the process, be able to, like other states, and I'm not sure if it's even done in California, but in other states where the infrastructure is built and then the property is sold to the individuals so that they would have the ability to then kind of self-help homes. And I know like in Texas, they build the subdivisions and then they sell the property and then people build their homes. Obviously, you're not going to have perfect, beautiful homes where all of them are certain colors and certain shapes and certain things. But I would like a report, I'm not sure whether it's 6 months down the road, a year down the road, or whenever there is time, to see if there's anything that the Board of Supervisors or the Commission may be able to look at. Maybe it's not possible because obviously whoever owns the lands are going to want to sell their property for whoever has a larger bid. But I think that's kind of the gist of it. Is there a way that either the supervisors or the county or whatever that may be entity to be able to look at that and say, no, we can't do it because this factors, or there's a possibility, but these things could be in place, because we can continue 30, 40, 50 years down the road having the same conversation, and as the population grows, then we're going to have less and less affordable units. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Secretary, did you want to respond briefly?
I just wanted a clarification. You mentioned a couple of states and examples. If you're able to point staff in the direction of some of the examples you're thinking of, I think that would help us be able to look into it, but I can follow up after the meeting.
I know Brownsville, Texas is one of those places that did a lot of that. I can truly Google some of that information. I mean, I think it's Googleable. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I kind of just wanted to make a statement. I don't think I have a question per se. During the last meeting, during the approval of the consent agenda, I totally spaced seeing that the Pajaro Community Plan update was on there, so I didn't get a chance to comment or ask questions. And so I just wanted to calmly express my strong displeasure that this is yet again being pushed off to the 24-25 fiscal year. Considering, the catastrophic flooding, the recovery efforts, and the amount of attention and money that has been poured into the community to not have a community plan in place, I think is terrible, is not setting up our success, our community for success. And that should be the goal of the county, is to help our smaller all the communities, but smaller unincorporated communities thrive. And we have this kind of huge opportunity with this $21 million. And to not have a plan that helps facilitate flexible and flood-smart growth, considering the levee's not going to be done anytime soon, and it's not even going to be where the original break happened, is just really disappointing. And I'm hoping that maybe that can be revisited at some point and pushed forward. We have a lot of people who are very motivated and organized. Sister Rose is doing a lot of work and has the business community very organized. And so it's like strike while the iron's hot, while this is fresh on their minds, while we're, ready to work and people are available. So that's it. I'm just pretty unhappy about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've been saying that steadily since 2009, and that's why it was done as it was in the 2010 general plan, prioritizing Pajaro and Chular for community planning area updates, because we wanted to be able to do this responding to the previous flooding situation. So I share your concerns, and I know that staff is trying to bring that forward at this time, but there have been a lot of delays. You want to respond, Madam Secretary?
Yeah, I would just note item number 8 this afternoon, the general plan implementation update and long-range work program would be a very good time for the commission to communicate with staff if there's any kind of formal recommendations that you might wish we carry forward to the Board of Supervisors regarding our prioritization and plan timing for projects.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment or a request or a referral? Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, my one question is just whether there was there a staff report for item number 8? I don't remember seeing it, and I was just looking for it, so maybe it's just a present. There was, okay. I did my best to find it.
It could be in there somewhere.
Yes, there was a lot to look through. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Seeing no one else, I'm going to move on down our agenda. The next item happens to be the approval of the consent agenda. Commissioners, do you have any thoughts about that? Do we have any public comment on that? Is there anybody on Zoom or online about that? By seeing none of those, I'm going to close the public comments, bring it back to the commissioners, the consent agenda.
Happy to move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Commissioner Daniels had moved and Commissioner Gonzalez has seconded approval of the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. It brings us to item 2, which is the appointment of, for a LUAC member, Kevin Cortopassi. I hope I didn't mispronounce that. Betty, is staff going to say anything, or are we just going to move along, or is there any staff comment, public comment? Anybody?
I would like to just point, we have tried to include some additional information materials that the commission can review as a part of that. So that was staff's intention, that you can, based on that material, review, discuss, and consider appropriately.
Just, Chair?
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to bring it to the commission. Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to say that information is very helpful, so we appreciate you putting that information together and bringing it to the board here.
Thank you. I agree. That being the case, is there any public comment on the matter of this appointment? I don't see anybody in the room. There are no hands up that I see on Zoom. Madam Clerk, are there hands I'm missing or any online emails?
There are no new emails and no new hands on Zoom.
Thank you. That being the case, and I close public comment, bring it back to the commissioners.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Commissioner Gomez has moved and Commissioner Mendoza has seconded that we proceed with this appointment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. So that brings us to our regularly scheduled items. And item number 3 is the PLP Pajaro LLC, and this is a public hearing about a withdrawal of an appeal. I'm going to start out by asking staff or council to let us know what action would be necessary for such a withdrawal. You want to start, Madam Secretary?
The project planner, Mary Israel, is joining via Zoom this morning, and so I will let her lead this item off.
Let me just ask council, but before we even start, what action would be requested from the commission for a withdrawal by the applicant?
I guess a motion of approval, if it's on this agenda. I don't know the situation specifically. Ms. Israel could probably comment, but I think the action would be approval of the withdrawal request.
I guess my concern is that if the applicant withdraws something, the commission can't make them go ahead with it. So what action are we being, I mean, we're just going to recognize that that occurred, I think, right?
So staff included it as a just receive that withdrawal of the appeal for that purpose. Because it's withdrawn, you're really just receiving it today and acknowledging that it's been received.
Thank you. That's clarifying for me. Ms. Israel, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, please. Can you hear me? Sorry, my video is disabled, but if you can hear me, I'll go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Great. Mark Blum of Horn Lloyd withdrew his appeal of the parcel legality status determination of assessor's parcel number 117151003, planning file number PLN 210339 on March 5th. Therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission close the hearing on the appeal. That's all.
Thank you. So you're saying that we would receive the withdrawal and close the hearing on the appeal. That's what the staff is recommending. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, technical questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels?
No, I was prepared to receive the withdrawal and close the hearing of the appeal.
First, let's have the hearing in case anybody in the public wants
That's
to
right.
speak.
My apologies.
That would be why we have hearings, right? Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this matter? I don't see anyone in the chambers. I don't see any hands on Zoom. Madam Clerk, am I missing any hands? Are there any emails on this topic?
There's no new hands on Zoom and no new emails.
Thank you. That being the case, I will come back and ask Commissioner Daniels if she's ready now.
I am ready to receive the withdrawal of the appeal and to close the hearing. To receive, the withdrawal of the appeal and to close the hearing on the appeal.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Shaw, did you raise your hand? Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Daniels, seconded by Commissioner Shaw, that we receive and do whatever it is we just said several times, if that's clear to everyone. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And that motion also carries. That brings us down to our item number 4, which is PLN 200251, the MCATA LLC. I don't know how they intend for us to pronounce that. And so I'm going to turn it over to the staff. Take it away.
I'm waiting my 10 seconds. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting staff's report on PLN 200251. I believe it's MCATA. This item was considered at the February 14th, 2024 Planning Commission and continued to a date certain of today. And could you please share my screen, Alex or Quinn? Or not my screen, but the presentation. Thank you. So the project is located at a vacant lot at 3347 17 Mile Drive in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan and consists of construction of a new single-family residence inclusive of an attached garage and basement and associated site improvements, including a permeable paver driveway. The project would include development on slopes in excess of 30%, removal of 22 trees, and development within 750 feet of known archaeological resources. Some of the discussions at the previous hearing included concern regarding the quantity of development on slopes, particularly for the pool and pool deck, why a tribal monitoring condition wasn't included as a recommended condition of approval, that glare-resistant glass would be appropriate considering the quantity of glazing and the visually sensitive nature of the area, and whether a shared driveway condition for the property and the neighboring Riata Road that shares one driveway would be appropriate. And this is aerial image of the site and the proposed site plan, which has been revised since the previous hearing. So the previous proposal included 6,152 square feet of development on slopes, including approximately 1,200 square feet for this pool deck and walkway area here. That has been reduced, and the revised proposal would be 4,907 square feet of development on slopes, which would bring the project into greater conformance with the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan Policy 1, which requires that new development be sited and designed to conform to topography as much as possible. And this is just the revised version of that site plan where it's been squished in. An archaeological report was prepared to assess the potential of the project to impact archaeological resources. The report included archival research and a pedestrian survey of the site. It concluded that there was no evidence of significant resources and that additional testing or monitoring programs would not be warranted for this project. The report did recommend that a qualified archaeologist conduct a construction crew awareness training prior to commencement of work, so that if any previously unknown resources are uncovered, workers would know what to look for, and work would be halted appropriately. The report also recommended that specific language requiring that the coroner and a Native American most likely descendant be contacted if human remains are encountered during work. Staff had previously omitted these specific provisions and are recommending that they be incorporated into conditions number 13 and 3, respectively. And these are the primary elevations and the renderings to kind of give a conceptual idea of the home. Colors and materials include smooth and split-face stone veneers, a mahogany ceiling overhang and frameless glass. Due to the quantity of glazing and the visually sensitive nature of the 17-mile drive corridor, staff are recommending language that the condition number 7, the exterior lighting plan, require the use of glare-resistant glass. The design and materials are consistent with the surrounding neighborhood character and the regulations protecting visual resources in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. Policy 84 of that land use plan requires a 100-foot setback from the center line of 17-mile drive be kind of provided as an adequate natural buffer to prevent views along that corridor. The Planning Commission may allow an exception to this policy, provided that new development is adequately screened from view by existing vegetation or terrain, and that this vegetation be required to be maintained or enhanced in perpetuity. In this case, the residence complies with the requirement, but small portions of the site improvements, including this walkway here and landscaping planter wall, would be within the 100-foot setback. However, in this case, there appears to be sufficient screening to allow them, and staff are recommending conditions number 6 and 13. Condition 13 would require that the area be accepting the existing and approved development be placed in a permanent conservation and scenic easement, and condition number 6 would require that a landscaping plan be prepared and approved, which would require that the landscaping be installed to screen and that landscaping be maintained in perpetuity. One of the comments from the previous hearing was that those conditions didn't include language specifically stating what they were there for, so that has been included in our recommended condition language. This is kind of testing the limit of my PowerPoint graphic design here. So this is south along 17-mile drive, and then this is north on Riata Road. And here's kind of that shared driveway that runs between the two properties. Specific to this case, both properties are held in common ownership, and the county county staff are not recommending that a condition of approval be applied to require that an easement be applied to the property. Primarily, even if the driveway's use was restricted or was removed, it wouldn't impact either property's ability to access the road network. Additionally, if an easement were placed, kind of depending upon the configuration of it, how our front setback regulations work is that you take the front setback off of all public and private rights of way, so it would likely create a non-conforming setback situation for the main residence, which we would try to avoid where possible. The coastal implementation plan regulations, the Del Monte Forest, require a coastal development permit for the removal of sensitive tree species or landmark trees. The previous project would have required the removal of 25 trees, and with the removal of the pool and pool deck, that reduces it to 22 trees, saving these 3 oak trees here. The change in the site plan would remove the development where tree number 25 is. However, the arborist is still recommending that this tree be removed as it would likely die due to construction impacts and due to hazard concerns. Staff are recommending conditions requiring that the applicant protect all of the trees that are not to be removed through construction, and that trees be replaced through 26 tree replacements with 20 coast live oak and 6 Monterey pine. Therefore, staff recommend the Planning Commission find the project qualifies for categorical exemption from CEQA and approve a combined development permit consisting of the coastal administrative permit to allow the development, the coastal development permit for development on slopes in excess of 30% within 750 feet of known archaeological resources and for the removal of the trees. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Very, very concise. Commissioners, do we have any technical questions for staff? Commissioner Roberts.
Would you put up a map that helps me understand where the hardscaping is? It apparently includes the driveway and the walking path and the stairway, I guess.
Yes, so this is the permeable paver driveway here. This is the existing driveway. And this is the little stairway here that leads up to a patio above. And this is the walkway I was referring to, where they would come off of the driveway and then walk around to this patio and then up the stairs.
Through the chair, to follow up, is the finding says that it's 1,391 square feet for the hardscaping. I'm guessing most of that is driveway. Is there a way to quantify, in trying to justify building on slopes over 30%, it's important to me to understand, I guess, what's necessary and what's not. And so I'm trying to figure out for the, is the stairway and the other stuff 1,300 square feet and the driveway's 91, I just am trying to figure out what, if you happen to have that information.
I would not have that specific information. It would be these kind of chunks here, which are relatively small areas. I could provide an estimate if the commission needs it.
And one last question about the driveway. So the driveway is part of that 1,391, what you're showing there, that entire, because that looks huge. And so I'm guessing that's a large part of it.
Let me double check on the site plan.
Not a problem.
While he's checking, Commissioner Shaw, you have a question?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else with questions for staff? Commissioner Gomez, you look like you're leaning forward.
Yeah, just in terms of so there is no required easement on this development based on your recommendation. Would access to this property primarily through 17th Avenue or through the non-required easement?
It would be primarily from 17 Mile Drive. And to answer Commissioner Roberts' question, yes, that hardscape includes both the way and the other site improvements.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Gomez?
It does. Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
Okay, thanks. I do have a question. I'm looking at this here, and I see that there's already that driveway that connects, but then it says driveway to be permeable pavers. So is that whole driveway going to get redone so it's cohesive with the new part of their driveway?
Yes, it would be required to be replaced, and that's primarily to comply with the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan policy, limiting the quantity of impervious surface.
Through the chair, and that would not impact any of the trees, that construction wouldn't impact any of the trees that line that driveway? Because I don't see any mention of that potential impact, if there's any, if that's going to be completely redone.
I don't believe it would impact any of the trees.
Through the chair, was that like firmly from the arborist, or did they not even look at that?
I don't believe that they addressed that in detail in their report.
Okay, anybody else? Perhaps the applicant can address that, Commissioner Shaw. There's no further questions from the commission. Would the applicant or the applicant's representative like to come forward as we open the public hearing? Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Carla Hashimoto from Eric Miller Architects, and I have been on the project for the whole time that we've been developing this, and I've been aware of all the changes that we've done to downsize site coverage, and we've been very careful with that, knowing it's a sensitive site with slope and trees. As far as the paving, with the reduction of the pool and deck, we did keep a pathway around the house, and that's just allowing them to be able to access all parts of the property and to get all the way around the property, around the house after construction. The driveways, the existing and the new, will be permeable pavers, and there will be no additional grading on the existing driveway, so there should not be any impact right along there. There are not trees that are really close to it. There's nothing that's in a distance, close proximity to the driveway that we would expect an impact of the trees because there's no grading going down into the roots. We are keeping the conservation and scenic easement at the front, which is going to help the visual screening of the project. And we have kept the building quite low. It's about 18 feet and we're allowed 30 feet, so we've kept that quite low and also kept our square footage, the floor area, and the site coverage low and below the required or allowed maximums in order to not impact the site too much. And I think that we concur with everything the staff has said and their reports and conditions, and we respectfully request your approval of this project.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant's representative before we move on to the rest of the public? Commissioner Roberts?
Do you happen to have a breakdown of the square footage for driveway versus hardscaping around the house?
Well, all of the hardscape around the house was the 1,300 that was in the report because that's impervious, so that's part of the site coverage. The permeable pavers on the existing driveway and the proposed driveway was about 6,000 square feet, and that's in addition to the 1,300.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, and you'll have an opportunity to respond if there is something you wish to respond to after the rest of the public comments.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none in the chambers, I see no hands on Zoom. Madam Clerk, am I missing anyone? And do we have any emails?
There's no new hands on Zoom on this item and no new emails as well.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm assuming there's nothing to respond to. I'm going to close the public hearing and come back to the commission. Commissioners? Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, through the chair, I just want to say to staff and to the applicant, I'm appreciative of all the work that was done in response to what was a lengthy hearing last time. And I just appreciate the reductions, and both in the staff report and by the applicant, but in particular in the staff report, to addressing the concerns that we had, and in some cases really agreeing with them in terms of identifying locations in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan where it seemed to be in agreement with what we were asking when we had the last hearing. So I just really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have one thing to throw in here, a question for staff. Mr. Angelo, you talked about modifications to the conditions, I think 3 and 13, with respect to specifics about calling the coroner and the most likely descendant in the event human remains are discovered. I'm asking, isn't that legally required already? I really hate for us to add conditions that would always be the case, whether or not they were there. So is this not something people would have to do in any case, wherever that happened?
It is something that people would need to do in either case. In this case, we incorporated it as it was the recommendation of the archaeologist to have that or equivalent language. But you are correct, it would be required that they would contact the coroner.
I continue to be concerned about the addition of any language that's not specifically needed for the purpose of our conditions. I mean, I hate restating laws because if we use a different word, then somebody comes back and says a different thing. So I would oppose those particular additions myself personally. Commissioner Shaw, did you have your hand up? Somebody down there did. Commissioner Roberts.
I wanted to go back to the evidence on page 27 of the packet and just make sure that we're clear on, I guess, what this project looks like. The architect stated that the 1391 is essentially for the hardscaping, and I don't know if the driveway, it sounded like the driveway was an additional 6,000 feet, and because it's impermeable, maybe isn't included in this, but I want to make sure that the language that we're using here is what this project actually is.
Staff, are you looking or are you confused?
No, I'm sorry. I apologize, Commissioner, reviewing our plans, because I think that we may have inadvertently started mixing up square footage numbers. The 1391 is for the development on slopes specific to the portion of the driveway that is kind of coming off of the existing driveway as well as the hardscape. The 6,091 is the total driveway pervious surface for the that 9,000 square foot Del Monte Forest land use plan policy.
Okay, then for me, I guess it would just be helpful to have whatever this project is approving clear in that language right there. If it's, and maybe even stating, I understand that this is for the development on slopes, and so, you know, some other percentage is not on slopes or that needs this finding, essentially. Because in reading this, to me, it looks like 1391 includes all of the driveway, all of the hardscaping.
Commissioner, would you mind giving the page in the resolution or the finding and evidence?
Oh, yes, if you're looking at it differently. So it's page 27 of our packet, and it's page 10 of the findings and evidence, finding 7, evidence A.
And we can make it clear in that evidence regarding the driveway being for the development on slopes and then the total driveway square footage.
That would be helpful to me. Thanks.
So clear, so it would represent what we just discussed, right?
Yes.
Okay. That answer your concern? Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Anybody care to propose an action here? Commissioner Daniels?
Yeah, I would propose that, that the Planning Commission, we're at this point, we don't want the applicant doesn't need to respond. Okay, that the
motion is in order.
That the Monterey County Planning Commission adopt staff's recommendation, but to please address the clarification that was requested in finding number 7, that the driveway portion is on the slopes. So that is clear. And to also please address the recommendation by Commissioner Deal to remove the extra language regarding cultural response to the identification of cultural resources as it's consistent with the law that exists.
That's a motion by Commissioner Daniels. Is there a second? Commissioner Mendoza seconds the motion. All right, is there any further discussion on the dais? Seeing no one, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. And that motion carries. Staff, did you get enough clarity that you know what we moved?
I believe so. It's the clarification for that finding and evidence and then removal of the additional specific language for condition 3.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay. That gets us on to item number 5, PLN 230173, Furman David L. and EMI Trust. Staff, who's the staff member on this? Mr. Angela, is it you again, or?
At this time.
No, okay, we're switching out.
Garcia is coming up.
See?
Marlene Garcia is coming up.
So Ms. Garcia is heading forward, I think, to lead us in this. Welcome, Ms. Garcia, you have the floor.
Alex, would you please share the
Good morning, Chair Deal and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Marlene Garcia, Project Planner for Furman, PLN 230173. The property is located at 3 Wild Turkey Run in Carmel, situated on a 4.29-acre parcel in the Santa Lucia Preserve with the zoning designation of resource conservation, 40 acres per unit, with the design control and site plan review overlays, located in the Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan. This site is approximately 6.5 miles east of Scenic Highway 1 and 4 miles south of Carmel Valley Road. The action today includes approving a combined development permit consisting of an administrative permit and design approval to allow the construction of a new single-story family dwelling, a detached bedroom, a detached two-car garage, and a covered terrace, and a use permit to allow removal of a total of 12 protected trees, 10 coast live oak trees, and 2 valley oak trees, totaling the 12. An errata was distributed to include corrections in the draft resolution and draft conditions of approval and addendum. Staff was under the impression that the project will include development on slopes in excess of 30%. After distribution of the April 10, 2024 Planning Commission staff report, the agent clarified that no development would be sited on slopes in excess of 30%. Staff has reevaluated the proposed project and confirms that the project plans accurately indicate that the limits of disturbance would not impact steeper slopes. This errata memo removes all references and findings pertaining to development on slopes as a use permit is no longer required pursuant to 2010 General Plan and Title 21 of the County Zoning Ordinance. The site identified as Lot 75 of Phase A in Rancho San Carlos and part of the Santa Lucia Preserve. The subject property is inclusive of a dedicated homeland boundary of 1.0 acre area, which indicates the designated area for development. The proposed single-family dwelling is comparable in size and appearance to other dwellings in the vicinity and complies with applicable site development standards, Monterey County Code, and Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan policies. The applicant proposes exterior colors and materials consistent with the residential setting. The structures incorporate vertical siding at exterior walls, building stone, copper gutters, reflective standing seam metal roof, aluminum dual glazed doors and windows, and concrete air retaining walls. All detached accessory structures will match the main structure. And exterior lighting consists of downlit fixtures which comply with the Monterey County design guidelines. No tree removal was assigned to lot 75 in the EIR, therefore a use permit is required in this case. An addendum has been prepared to address tree removal since it was more than the maximum allotted for this particular lot. As part of the EIR of the Santa Lucia Preserve, removal of 1,480 trees was approved for the Phase A to C subdivision. To this date, 712 trees have been approved for removal. If the 12 trees proposed for removal are approved, the updated total will be to 724 trees, which will still be within the approved amount to be removed. The subject application requests the removal of 12 protected trees, which 4 of those are landmark trees. Those are indicated in the red X's. The arborist report confirmed that the proposed trees were necessary for removal to allow for the new development. Prior to concluding on a final scheme for the proposed project, the project underwent multiple revisions, such as downsizing from a detached 3-car garage to a 2-car garage, as well showing that shifting of the home to the west or to the east will potentially result in an impact to additional trees. Based on substantial evidence, the trees proposed for removal are the minimum required and will not involve risk of adverse environmental impacts. The county requires a 3-to-1 ratio replacement for removed protected trees and a 5-to-1 replacement ratio for landmark trees. However, due to the smaller homeland on the property and field management concerns, the arborist recommended the replanting be at a 1.5-to-1 ratio. It has been recommended by the arborist that the owner replants a total of 18 trees. The approximate location of the trees to be replanted are shown here in light blue. An errata is requested to modify condition number 6 to clarify replacement ratio as shown on the slide. Staff recommends the Planning Commission consider an addendum together with the Santa Lucia Preserve Environmental Impact Report and grant a combined development permit consisting of an administrative permit and design approval and a use permit based on the presented evidence, findings and evidence. Staff concludes presentation and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. That was very succinct. Commissioners, technical questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to understand better the zoning for this area and for this lot, because it says RC 40, and then this lot is a much smaller lot. So I'm just curious how that works in the preserve.
Thank you. Through the chair, Anna Kinga with HCD Planning. The lot is smaller than 40 acres. However, through the subdivision, it was found to be consistent with the zoning. The only thing that I guess would occur is that it would prevent further subdivision based on density.
Through the chair, I'm still confused, but it's okay. I wonder if there is something more specific that's needed in the staff report. It just doesn't read consistent to me. If we've said multiple times throughout the staff report, and I'm sure in the resolution as well, what the zoning is, but then there's no reference to why it isn't consistent with what the zoning is. Or in fact, you might be saying it is consistent. I just found it confusing.
Yes, it should be stated in finding number 1 that it's consistent with the zoning. I'm trying to pull up the resolution to verify.
And so I did highlight that. It's Parcel is zoned resource
Microphone.
conservation with a maximum gross density. So maybe maximum is the keyword.
You need to be on your microphone a little better.
So perhaps maximum is the keyword there. It says the parcel is zoned resource conservation with a maximum gross density of 1 unit per 40 acres.
That is correct, and that would allow and support the construction of a single-family dwelling.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner? Commissioner Roberts?
I have a question about trees and the building envelope. And in the past, when we've seen projects in the preserve, we get exceptions to trees because trees have grown since the time that the preserve was dedicated. When we're taking out landmark trees, I'm curious to understand, I guess, where the building envelope was, why no trees at the time were thought to be needed to be removed, and what has changed.
Through the chair, the staff did look at the allotment, and based on the size of the trees, it appears that those would have been the size that should have been protected. We did not go into deep detail as to why this particular lot didn't have a justification for tree removal, such as it's a smaller lot, therefore a smaller home should be required. We did meet with the applicant several times, and based on the topography and the design review through Santa Lucia Preserve, they did go through the exercise of downsizing the structure, as well as kind of like stepping the foundation to avoid tree removal as much as possible. If we could share the site plan, perhaps we could walk through the tree removal as well. Yes, please.
Through the chair, while you're pulling that up, is this development in the building envelope?
Yes, it's contained entirely within the building envelope, towards the front of the building envelope where it avoids the development on 30% slope, as well as removal of larger trees. Alex, could you please share that HDMI? The one with the tree removal. Okay, so the area, the kind of like the light dashed lines, that is the edge of the homeland boundary. So it's entirely within the homeland boundary. To avoid complete tree removal, one would have to construct a smaller home located. Where's my cursor? Where's your cursor? There you go. Located within this driveway area, and there are still a few trees located here, here, and right. So avoidance of all tree removal would be would require the home to be reduced to such a size that I believe would be inconsistent with the CCNRs of the subdivision.
To follow up on that, the X's without yellows are the landmark trees, correct?
I believe it's the reverse.
I thought there were 4 landmark trees that needed to be removed.
That is correct. So the red ones, the red X's indicate the landmark trees, and the other ones are just protected trees, just oak trees.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little confusing because they're all red. Some just have yellow on them too.
So all red are landmark. And the other ones are to be removed as well, but they're still protected trees. So, but this one, this one, this one, and this one are the ones that have the biggest radius, and those are the landmark trees.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner? All right. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and speak to us. Welcome.
Morning, Chair Deal, members of the Commission. My name is Joel Panzer with Maureen Ruck Planning Consultants, representing the applicants today, David and Emmy Furman Trust. Mr. Furman is present in the audience. We've had an opportunity to review the staff report, and Ms. Garcia has done a terrific job in terms of characterizing the project and with the analysis. So we really appreciate working with her. We've read the errata sheet, we've read the conditions of approval, and we are pleased with the recommendation. With respect to some of the comments that came up in 30% slope, I would also suggest that in terms of evidence, when you look at the staff report that was uploaded to the website, PDF pages 56 and 57 show the location of that 30% slope. PDF page 57 shows the development relative to the edge of that slope, and the applicant deliberately worked to avoid slope. So I think that supports the discussion by staff about not needing any 30% slope permit. With respect to density question, this phase of and I was also on the development team working for Rancho San Carlos Partnership, so I go back to like 1990 with this property. The first phase of the development was in the Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan, which is about 16,400 acres of the overall totality of what's now known as the Santa Lucia Preserve. I want to say within that phase, it was 240 or maybe 242 residential lots that were created. So staff is correct when you look at the density, because that's how the subdivision was analyzed by the county previously. It's a density versus an actual acreage, so it conforms. And the majority of the property was set aside in open space in terms of both outright dedications to the Santa Lucia Conservancy, and then as the staff report acknowledges with the Fairman property, there's about an acre of building envelope, and then the balance of the I forget the acreage, but it's placed in open space. With trees, we got too much paper here. The staff report refers to or incorporates by reference the Santa Lucia Preserve EIR as I think it's Exhibit C. In the impacts and mitigation measures section, I'll just read a couple statements which will be responsive to the conversation from the Commission. The EIR says, it was assumed that all natural communities occurring in the settled lands, which are the developable areas, could be lost or degraded due to construction of home sites or other project facility human activities. Private landowners, however, will be limited with the development activities that may occur by a conservation easement, and therefore the worst-case scenario approach will probably not be realized. Where the confusion comes is that the original project report, as many reports come forward from a forester, they took a stab to try to quantify what that tree removal might have been done for environmental purposes. What the environmental document did, it approached it entirely differently. So in the certified EIR, there's a table 11-4 that talks about impacts to various biological communities. So for oak woodlands and savannas, it talks about it in terms of affected acreage, not specific tree numbers. So in this case, it talked about 575 acres of oak woodland that could be disturbed. 5% of the overall ranch. So that, I think, is the difference, but it was never reconciled. So you'll hear when applicants come forward, there was the original tree table that came through the forest report. There's the way the EIR approached it. And then I would also agree that since the project was approved in, I believe it was 1998, 25 plus years now, they've removed cattle. There's a ton of new trees. Trees have grown, I would say, relatively uninhibited. And then as you've heard staff present, the numbers, even in terms of what was estimate versus what's actually been approved, is much lower. So I think the approval for this specific project and within context of the preserve is consistent with the environmental document, setting aside that for whatever reason this project was not approved for tree removal. And I would note that, just to give you an example, the project immediately next door, if I can find my other piece of paper, there was a 2001-ish permit for a home of compatible size, and that involved removal of, I want to say, 18 trees. So that was PLN 000037, and that was for a 3,800 square foot residence with 767 square foot garage. So I don't know why the Board of Supervisors approved it, but you know, the lots and the building envelopes are shown on the final map that was created to the map recordation process as well. So hopefully that answers Commission comments. We're supportive of the staff recommendations. One thing, and I'll just throw it out there for consideration, there is a condition about the tree replacement within 60 days of approval. Ideally, if you're planting trees, you want to do it in the cooler winter months in advance of winter rains. Now, we can get irrigation water so we can meet the 60 days, but I just wanted to plant that seed, no pun intended. So with that, we hope the Commission will support the staff recommendation and approve the project today. And we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panzer. The commissioners, do you have any questions or clarifications from the applicant? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and invite anyone else in the public who would like to comment on this project to come forward. Is there anybody in the chambers who would like to do that? Seeing none, I see no hands on Zoom. Madam Clerk, am I missing anyone, or do we have any emails?
There are no new hands on Zoom and no new emails on the project.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the commission at this point. Staff, did you want to respond to anything that the applicant might have brought forward, seeing that was the only person who spoke?
No, but we'll just be updating the time, right? The time over.
So the applicant did request a modification to the time. Would staff concur with that? And if so, what would they recommend based on that information?
We're pulling up the condition language.
Thank you. While you're doing that, we're going to bring it back to commissioners. Commissioners, any discussion, any comments? Commissioner Roberts.
I'm struggling with landmark tree removal. And so I'm looking at, fortunately, this one isn't numbered, but in the plans provided by Shades of Green, the landscape architecture, I think I can read that. There is an aerial image of the site with a building plan above it. And in looking at the aerial site of the plan of the project, there just seems to be a lot of open space. And so I'm curious if staff can look at that and tell me, and then it points to where the project site is, and the project site shows it deep in the oak woodland. And so I guess I'm looking for some understanding from staff about this image.
Through the chair, was that the arborist report or the fuel management plan?
I'm sorry, I am in, it looks like it's just this project plans, and it's towards the back of the project plans. It's labeled L1.0.
Unfortunately, my computer is.
We typically don't bring the applicant back unless we have a specific request to do that. Thank you. Staff, we're spoiled. We're getting page numbers on most things.
I know.
Now we're relying upon them.
Staff, it's page 77 of the resolution PDF, Exhibit A.
Okay, so the aerial image that shows the open space area.
There's an aerial image, and maybe it's as simple as pulling up an aerial image, except that this one specifically points out where the project site is. And it's definitely nestled in trees. And I don't have any understanding of where, the property line is, or so it, it may not be relevant, but based on this image, it looks like there's certainly alternatives to where this house is been sited. Yes, that.
So if this is Rancho San Carlos Road, let me zoom out a bit. I believe that is outside of the homeland boundary. But let me pull up the site plan as well, see if that shows the roadway.
I don't know whether it's relevant, but I do know that some of the grasslands were also preserved for other reasons. It wasn't like you could just count trees or grass and say grass was the only thing you could build on. I'm not remembering all that clearly, but I remember the discussion.
I think I did read that, yes, the grassland is also protected in.
Concern, yeah.
I guess it comes back to me in the finding and evidence, finding number 6. We have a sentence that says the proposed development location is the most suitable to not impact trees. And I'm having a hard time with that.
Through the chair, I agree. The findings should be modified to notate that the location and the design reduces the amount of tree removal to the greatest extent feasible, and not that it's just simply cited to avoid, since it does involve tree removal. That kind of conflicts with what we're saying. So would that be, let's see.
About the 5th sentence in evidence A, the proposed, well, maybe like
This one here.
Yeah.
I would suggest staff modify modify this evidence and strike out that sentence and replace it with language that we previously identified, that, together with the site location as well as the design of the house, tree removal is reduced.
To the greatest extent possible, I guess.
Right. And then relative to the timing for the tree removal, staff would propose that planting occur prior to final of the construction permit and not within 60 days of approval of this permit. And typically we also would, I believe it's in the conditions of approval, we require that tree removal does not occur until a building permit is issued. So then we would also avoid early tree removal.
Very well. Did that answer your concern, Commissioner? Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, through the chair. So understanding the proposed building site and why it is where it is, I know this has been said before by other commissioners, but in the tree, in Exhibit D, in the tree assessment, we have a picture of one of the trees that's being removed. It's tree number 1040. And it is something that is, I think, frustrating to a lot of us, that on the report, it's identified as a tree that's in fair condition. It's one thing to justify its removal because it's in the center of the building site. That makes sense. But looking at the picture, it's one of the finest looking oaks I've ever seen. So it's just something that is regularly frustrating. It doesn't say anything in the analysis as to what's wrong with it, whereas some others identify beetles and things like that. And so it just sort of adds fuel to the fire. Maybe there's more description in the report, but it's not in the chart, and it's understandable why it's being removed in terms of its location. But it'd be nice to have more faith in the actual report.
I would just concur by saying we just never find a tree that's in good condition that needs to be removed. It's just always ill for some reason, and eventually you start wondering. Commissioner Mendoza, did you have your hand up?
I sure did. I was actually going through the arborist report, and basically what he states on there, that there's not going to be any significant impact when it comes to the tree removals that are proposed. Having said that, I guess the lots were created about 28 years ago. So at that point, some of these trees that are now landmark trees or what have you, wasn't the case when they were created, even though now it doesn't matter. Now we have a lot of new trees that came up, and now they have to be counted for. So having that said, that I'm comfortable with making a motion and accepting staff recommendation of the approval of PLN 230173.
Commissioner, would that include the errata with respect to the slope, the timing with tree replacement, and the modification of the finding as discussed in the hearing?
It sure would.
Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Commissioner Daniels seconds. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no, and the motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and take a few minutes break here, let's say 15 minutes, and we will be back to take up our next item at, I'm looking at various clocks that say various things, at 11:15. For we can reconvene. So we got a lot to get through here. And I will say that it is my intention to break for lunch near noon. So when we get to a good stopping spot there, we will be taking a break. Just for everybody who's here. So I believe we are ready to start with agenda item number 6, which is PLN 030204, the East Garrison project. And looks like Ms. Kenga is going to lead the presentation. I'll hand it over to her. Oh, wait a second. We have a couple things here. I do want to allow Commissioner Monsalve to make a statement that she's requested to make, and then we'll go to Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. While I did work for East Garrison HOA many years ago as the HOA manager, it has been a long time. I don't even remember specific details about management when you manage a portfolio of HOAs. But because it happened at all, I am disclosing it. However, I don't feel I have a conflict of interest, so I will sit for this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we're glad that you are able to do that. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you, Chair Deal. And I was actually going to say something similar. I do not believe it will affect my ability to evaluate this item, but my sister's husband's mother and her spouse live in East Garrison. Thank you.
Council, is it possible for you to speak a little bit about legislative versus judicial types of proceedings, just so everybody understands about these statements?
Sure. Well, a quasi-judicial hearing is typically a development application or some kind of individual applicant that is being evaluated. And in that context, the Planning Commission enforces due process, does their best to give everyone a chance to be heard. They would do that anyway in the context of quasi-legislative, obviously, but it's more critical in an individual quasi-judicial hearing. Quasi-legislative has to do with matters that affect more than just an individual project, such as specific plans, adoption or amendment that are not connected to a particular project, or a general plan adoption or amendment, again, not connected to a project. It's a different power, but yes, anyway.
Thank you. And there's a broader understanding of the ability to participate, I believe, if you have a quasi-legislative topic, since it's not just about one person. So I want to clarify for the public that both of these are good pieces of information to have, but should not in any way affect it. Anything except we'll have more voices to understand what is before us. Now it's time for Ms. Kenga, if you'd like to go ahead and lead us through this.
Thank you, Chair Deal. Alex or Quinn, could you please share my presentation using staff right? Thank you. Commissioners, sorry. Chair Deal, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Anna Kenga, Principal Planner, here to present on the UCP East Garrison LLC project. The file number is PLN 030204 and amendment number 2. To give you some context, this graphic shown here is the entire East Garrison specific planning area. The project before you will include development located within this area here. So the purpose of today's hearing is to allow the Planning Commission and the public to consider the proposed amendments and the vesting tentative map and amendment to the combined development permit, and then make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for their action. At today's hearing, staff will briefly go over past actions of the Board of Supervisors, present the project scope, which includes the amendments, vesting tentative map, and the combined development permit. Staff will also discuss public comment, the CEQA analysis, and recommended actions for the Planning Commission. In October 4th, 2005, the Board of Supervisors adopted resolutions and ordinances for the following approvals. A final subsequent environmental impact report for the East Garrison specific plan and project was certified and adopted. A ordinance was adopted allowing a zoning amendment as well as an amendment to general plan policies. The East Garrison specific plan was adopted and the combined development permit was approved. In addition, the board consented to the disposition and development agreement between the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey and East Garrison Partners 1 LLC. The project includes an amendment to the East Garrison land use map to allow the redistribution and relocation of allowed land uses, which will provide consistency between the proposed final phase development and the East Garrison specific plan. On this slide, to the left is the existing land use map, and to the right is the proposed land use map with modifications. Existing land use plan had affordable artist lofts located in this area flanking the Arts Park. The modification now proposes to move these units over into the town center area here and shown here. In addition, the areas designated as town center shown in red are proposed to be redesignated as live-work units. And then the previous condo site that has a designation of RH2 is not proposed for change. However, the map is being modified to indicate a change in lot configuration. The tables on this slide demonstrate how the number of residential units and maximum commercial square footages are modified amongst the phases and are overall reduced. The first table on the left-hand side shows the number of residential units per phase that were approved in 2005. The table below it has numbers that are indicated in red, and these numbers show the modifications between what was approved and what's proposed. As you can see under the town center or final phase, there's a significant increase in residential units. However, in the overall residential units for the entire plan is reduced by 16 units. That's also demonstrated on the table to the left. Under the non-residential square footage section of this table, it indicates that there will be a decrease of the maximum amount of commercial space by 45,000 square feet, resulting in 30,000 square feet, which includes a community courtyard. The fire station that has since been built has an increase in square footage by 4,200 square feet. Therefore, the overall decrease for non-residential square footage is 40,800 square feet. The East Garrison specific plan amendment also includes a minor modification to the approved height limits. The tables shown on the left are the existing height limits that were approved in 2005, and the table to the right show what is proposed to be modified. This graphic here shows the former condo site as well as the town center. So the modification would swap the total height limits between the two, which would result in this site having a maximum height limit of 45 feet, and the town center area having a maximum of 50 feet. Parking is one of the primary concerns of the East Garrison community. To address these concerns, the applicant held a town hall meeting and prepared a shared parking analysis. The shared parking analysis included 3 different types of data for parking ratios. One was the Urban Land Institute, one was the Institute of Traffic Engineers, and one was the requirements of the East Garrison specific plan. The table shown here compares the proposed parking with the East Garrison specific plan parking requirements as amended, because this is the most conservative amount of parking spaces. As you can see that here that the required spaces is 847, and the total spaces that would be provided is 1,198. That is an overage of approximately 351 of the parking spaces. Staff would also like to note that 260 of them are actual on-street parking spaces. This graphic shown here was described in the parking analysis that showed that for the town center, there are approximately 171 on-street parking spaces, and the analysis noted these streets for those parking locations that are highlighted in yellow. In terms of the community outreach, the goal or the objective was to have so that the developer would understand the community's concerns, identify preferred parking options and strategies, and allow a dialogue between the East Garrison residents and the developer. A few of the community points were wanting to address recreational bike users, the lack of overflow parking, the need for oversized vehicle parking, ensuring adequate commercial parking, and also considering alternatives to parking, such as the use of golf carts, shuttles, bike share, and transit. Many of the issues relative to parking are due to the development and the location as a whole and do not necessarily pertain to the amendment. The shared parking analysis provides potential solutions for parking oversized vehicles and commercial parking. However, the use of successor agency-owned property, such as the battle simulation site, would require additional amendments to the specific plan, as well as agreements with the successor agency, and those are not proposed at this time. In 2005, the Board of Supervisors found the previous project consistent with the 20% affordable housing requirement of the inclusionary housing ordinance. To the left, the text shows that 196 very low and low income units were required, and as of this date, 130 have been constructed. 84 moderate income units were required, and 51 of those units have been constructed. And 140 workforce 2 income units were required, and 70 have been constructed. Therefore, as shown on the right, what would be required for the construction or the development of the final phase, 66 very low and low income units will be required to be constructed. These are proposed at the town center above the commercial space. And then 33 moderate income units and 70 workforce 2 income units would also be required. So due to the relocation and reconfiguration of the approved development, amendments to existing agreements between the successor agency, which was the which formerly was the redevelopment agency, and the applicant are necessary. This slide summarizes the proposed modifications. The disposition and development agreement had a number of attachments and exhibits that were relative to tax increment liabilities, phasing of development, as well as affordable housing. Those are all part of the modification in order to facilitate the redistribution of those units. In addition, there would be a requirement to amend the Phase 3 completion guarantee, the moderate income inclusionary housing agreement, and the Workforce 2 housing agreements. The developer and Chispa, who will be building the 66 affordable units, will also be required to enter into a memorandum of agreement. The project also includes an amendment to the East Garrison pattern book. There are 2 lot types that are proposed, the live work row house as well as the hamlet lots. There's 1 unit type that is proposed, which would be the live work row house. From aesthetically, they appear very similar to how the houses look. Staff would like to know there is 1 new design feature that's included in the pattern book, and that would be for the town center, the mixed-use building. It has more of a modern architectural style. However, it does pull in elements that are similar to what's existing in the pattern book that would match a modern Spanish style look. The project also includes a vesting tentative map. This is required to re-subdivide lots that were created and are filed on the final map for Phase 1. Phase 1 is shown here in blue. Lots in Phase 2, which is shown here in orange, and lots in Phase 3, which are shown here in green. This subdivision would result in creating 2 town center parcels, 140 single-family residential parcels, 119 live-work parcels, and 2.85 acres in open space parcels and 3.35 acres in right-of-way parcels. The project also includes a combined development permit amendment. To the left is the original approval, and to the right is the amendment for the final phase. The amendment would allow the development of a mixed-use town center building with 3,000 square feet of commercial space on the bottom floor and 66 affordable apartment units on the upper floors. It would also allow the development of 61 residential medium units, 79 residential high units, and 119 live-work row houses. Staff and the Planning Commission received numerous public comments from East Garrison residences and the overall public. In terms of Planning Commission hearing participation, staff provided members who commented at that time with the Planning Commission agenda that has the Zoom link and telephone should they be able to, or should they not be able to participate in person. Parking and the height of structures were kind of the main comments that staff has noted. As proposed, the parking that is provided is consistent with the East Garrison specific plan and is in excess of what is required. The height of the structures, although there is a change, the total height isn't exceeding what was approved. It is a swap of where the 50-foot building could be and where the 45-foot building could be. In terms of aesthetics, some commenters had concerns about the modernist architectural design of the mixed-use building. This design is very preliminary, and once the developer is ready for construction, they will be required to do more of a formal design review. Some comments had concerns about reducing the commercial and adding additional housing. The commercial is within the minimum required. The reduction is more of what the maximum would allow. And then in addition to housing, as we all know, housing is, the housing stock is low in the County of Monterey. They are adding more housing within this area. However, the overall housing for the specific plan area is reduced by 16. Some concerns were the use of the town center park and how a 3 to 4 story structure would loom over the park area. And then one comment addressed the reuse of the battle simulation building, but however, as staff presented, that is not part of the project before you today. So in terms of CEQA, the final subsequent environmental impact report was certified and adopted in 2005. And then pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15164, that allows the preparation of an addendum to an FEIR if the change in the project description does not identify any new impacts or any new modifications, and it's for clarifying and amplifying the change. So the addendum that was prepared and before the Planning Commission today identifies the modification to the project scope. It discloses that there is a reduction in the overall residential units as well as the maximum allowed commercial square footage. The addendum also identifies that the potential impacts would be reduced. However, they would not be reduced in such a way that the overall level of significance is reduced. The addendum demonstrates that the project would not increase the severity of identified impacts, and the applicable mitigations and conditions to the modification and development of the final phase have been incorporated and are included as an exhibit for the Planning Commission. All of the information shown in the addendum does show that the change to the FEIR qualifies for an addendum under that section 15164. So with that, the staff is recommending the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following action: that they consider the addendum together with the FEIR, adopt a resolution amending the East Garrison specific plan, including the pattern book, approve the vesting tentative map to re-subdivide the remaining parcels, amend the combined development permit to allow the development of the final phase, adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and consent to the First Amendment to the amended and restated first implementation between the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, amending the disposition and development agreement. So this concludes staff's presentation, and I am here for questions if you have any.
I expect there will be a few. Thank you very much, Ms. Kanga. It's a complicated project. That was a good overview. I'm sure that the questions will illuminate things further. Commissioners, do you have any technical questions for staff? Commissioner Monsalve.
Could we, thank you, through the chair, could we review the parking once more? There was a chart that showed the number of parking spaces and where they would be.
Sure.
Please, thank you.
Alex or Quinn, could you please? Thank you. So again, the numbers under the required spaces here include the requirements as amended or as the amendment is proposed. That also includes an increase to the parking requirement for I believe it was the art space units. It moved from 1.25 per unit to 1.5.
Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. Are there further?
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead. Of course.
You. The garage, driveway, and guest off-street would go with the construction, but the on-street parking, the 260 on-street parking spaces, are those on these highlighted public streets?
Some are. These streets indicate the on-street parking that are relatively close to the town center, and these make up 171 of the overall 260. So the 260 would include other parking areas within the final phase.
But those streets are already there, right?
I believe this street is improved. Here, the street is improved. This street is improved. And I believe further improvement would be required, or no. These streets on this end are also improved. It's just the lanes within this area and the art park and the internal areas here and here.
So one final comment then. Those 260 parking spaces on the public streets are basically already there. So they're already there and they're already in use. They're not coming in to the community with this amendment.
On-street parking, that's correct. That on-street parking was part of the specific plan and
But those specific 260 units are already there.
additional to, correct. Like their new parking lanes or streets are not, they're not part of this amendment. You are correct.
Okay. Because the way I read this, it says plus 351 units, and those 260 is plus those 260, but those 260 are already in existence and already in use by the community that's already there.
It can be in use, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. My question is, and I'm sorry I can't find it in this massive packet. There is a map that shows like the public streets versus the private streets that are funded by the communities, various taxes, right? And I'm wondering, is this an actual public street or is that part of the private street network?
I believe it is part of the public street network and not the private street. However, if I'm incorrect, I believe the applicant and the developer can I can't think of the word.
through the chair. So I guess I would assume that then they could also answer, to get to these public streets, would they have to navigate through the private streets as well to get to this town center and all this?
No, I do not believe so. You would be able to access this town center through East Garrison Drive, which has a stoplight right off of Reservation Road, and there isn't any gates or anything that the public would have to go through.
Through the chair. So that would also mean, though, that anyone entering this kind of public space with shopping center and stuff, would there be any kind of signage that or parking permits so that the on-street parking would be preserved for the residents of the community and their visitors, or is it just kind of a free-for-all on the streets?
I do believe there is a parking permit program that the HOA runs. I am not quite sure how that parking permit program will be used in terms of the residents that will live within the town center parcel.
I think Secretary has a comment as well.
Yeah, if I may, just to help clarify. So the way that the East Garrison development was envisioned, it was intentionally not permitted as a gated community. And so even though a number of the streets within the community are paid and maintained by the HOA, all of the streets are intended to be maintained and open for public access, and that was by design for the development. And there are most of the interior streets actually are owned and maintained by the HOA, and then there is also the East Garrison Community Services District, which funds some of the actual public roads, those that go around the outside, and I can't remember which ones within. So yeah, there and I think one clarification is, again, even though the existing roads are there and are available for parking, what the analysis is showing is portion of what's already been developed is already calculated and assumed those parking spaces, and so they're, for example, the Lincoln Park, which was designed as a regional park, has been open and had very limited designated parking spaces. It was a part of the original analysis, for example, that for Lincoln Park, that public space would also, during those operating hours, utilize some surface parking, and that's similar for the town center and that public space as well.
Commissioner Shaw, did that address your concern? Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. Through the chair, there was a slide, and I'm trying to find the project includes how many townhouses. I know it's a net loss of 77, but this phase is how many townhouses?
Through the chair, the final phase does not include.
You had a slide up that had a number. There was 140 of single family, 119 live work, and we just passed it so fast I didn't get to see how many townhouses.
Oh, that's parking. It wasn't this one.
119, no, it was not, because now it's an amendment of 919. So we have an increase of 139 single family, a decrease of 77 townhouses, and a decrease of 197 live workspace. And then it showed that there was, for this project, there was a slide that said 119 live work, and it said 140 single family, and then I didn't get the number of townhouses.
There are no townhouses. I believe the decrease in the townhouses occurs, I believe, in phase 3.
Okay. And then in the staff report on page 4, it's, so if I'm looking at the project of the 140 single family, it says in the staff report market rate, 140 market rate single family units. What is the market rate of a single family unit in East Garrison?
Market rate would be just driven by the market. There are no income restrictions.
Right no, I'm just thinking numbers. Do we know generally what a market rate house goes for?
I believe the detached single dwellings are on the higher side, close to perhaps $1 million. For the attached units, I'm not quite sure.
Okay, Because my question is that throughout the staff report, it's stated so many times that there is a significant, I think it's, well, they say there's an overall decrease in the number of units. But I just want to make sure I understand the picture. Is there any affordability by design in a townhouse? I mean, was that a less expensive alternative or a more affordable alternative, the ones that are being reduced or taken out?
For the townhouses, yes, those are more affordable by design. Those are being replaced by the row houses, which are very similar to the townhouses, except that they provide for the use of like the bottom floor to be used as a business by the actual homeowner.
That would be my question then through the chair. How many row houses are being added?
119.
Oh, so those are the live workspace.
Right.
But it's an overall decrease of 196 live workspaces from the slide that maybe this is it. No, it's
Was that?
Sorry. No. Okay. So there is, even though the townhouses are removed, they're replaced by the row houses, but overall in this phase, and by these changes, there is a reduction in the row houses as well.
Yes, and so the live work in phase 3, these units were the affordable art space lofts that flank the arts park. So those are now added to the town center residential. So it's not really a loss in the number of unit nor the product type, because those were designed to be apartment buildings as well. It's just moving them to a different location, and then falls under a different land use designation because it's in the town center.
Okay, then I think it would be helpful to me to find that slide, because I'm just trying to understand the decrease total. And it was well into the presentation, but it's not one of the bigger slides. It was, let's just keep going. Okay. Maybe here. Okay, so 140 single, 119 live work, and the two town, maybe that's not it. Well, I want to understand actually, not that there's an overall decrease in housing units, which is mentioned many times, as well as there being a significant increase in residential units. I'm trying to understand what is actually lost by these changes in terms of affordability, and not with specifically affordable housing and that calculation, which is what CHISPA will be working on in terms of the affordable housing. I'm just looking at it from the perspective of, do these changes impact the ability for residents of Monterey County to live at East Garrison based on the market and what we've seen happen with the cost of housing in our community? So thank you very much.
Sure, through the chair. So it's not simply the reduction of 16 units, it's more of what type of units are being changed. So I will go back to this graphic. So the residential medium land use designations would be the detached single-family dwelling type of unit. Those are, in terms of market rate, those are typically the most expensive. And then the residential high one, those are I believe the townhouses could go within a residential high 1 and a residential high 2.
Just a comment here, the headings here are difficult. It would be helpful to have some more clarity about what the recommendation, what the abbreviations mean.
Like spelling out the entire land use designation?
just I mean, if I look at this and I say RM and RM1 and RM2, I don't see a key here that says what that is. So a key would be nice. Sorry. Commissioner Daniels, have you completed your thought? Are you? Okay. Commissioner Gomez.
Just looking at the chart on the right-hand table, there does show a substantial reduction both of live workspace and townhomes. Is that correct?
Yes, the 77 decrease in the townhome and the 78 decrease in the live work row house.
So that would imply then, if we're saying that those are more affordable, that what we're exchanging those for are for more expensive single-family homes. Would that be also correct?
One could say that the Hamlet lot that is also being introduced is also a smaller lot in size, which would also result in a smaller house. The Hamlet lots are 30 by 70 in size, 30 feet by 70 feet, and that's the residential medium. And then the residential high 2, those are also smaller lots. Those are 30 by 55 feet.
I'm totally confused about which ones are which, so I can't do much more than that. Commissioner Monsalve?
I was going to follow that with, but this chart doesn't tell us which ones are hamlets. Are hamlets the single family? So not only are the single family units increasing at the expense of the townhome and live work row houses, but they're also going to be smaller than the other single families. If in fact the hamlets are part of the single family, which this chart doesn't really specify. So thank you.
Sure, to try to help clarify, the Hamlet lots would be the residential medium lots, and those would be 61 lots and units. And then the residential high 2, those would be 79 units that would be provided. And then I can also go to this graphic. So the Hamlet lots would be located in these areas here. And the residential high 2 would be located in this area here. The live work row houses would be located in this area here. That's the 119. And then the 66 affordable units would be located here. So these lots comprise the Hamlet lots. There would be 61 units here and here, and then 79 units located here, 119 here, and then the 66, as well as the commercial located in this area.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Now, can you do all of that but specify affordable, market rate, not hamlets? Because we didn't see hamlets in that chart. So if you can just, everything you just did, but say affordable or moderate income, condo, single family unit, please. Thank you.
I do have a phasing plan that I can bring up. It'll just take me a second.
If you could use this chart that you just went through.
While Ms. Kenga is pulling up a chart that I think will help illustrate it, what I can say for the affordable, the inclusionary units, so the very low rental apartments, the moderate, as well as the workforce identified units. So all of the affordable rental apartments are in the new town center. Those 66, those will be stacked on top of the commercial in the new town center, which on the right is the red. In the circled area, that is kind of a pink purple on the new proposed. That area is where the 33 moderate and the remaining 70 workforce will be built amongst the market rate, also in that area. All of the remaining residential are market rate or above moderate units. The other thing that I would like to add, I don't know if there's a diagram in this, just in general for the East Garrison development, there were a range of product types as well as a kind of minimum and maximum range of within those product types, the size of the units to help provide some of that diversity and some of that affordability by design. So there is a minimum and maximum for the proposed remaining residential units that generally are consistent with the minimum and maximums of the original development. But it does result in a net increase of kind of detached single-family residents from that original vision of town center type condo. And I think the developer would be helpful if when they come up can help talk a little bit more about the market and how things are selling and how that relates from the market as to why they're making those proposals that I don't think staff is able to more fully explain.
Commissioner Monsalve.
Thank you. So minimum and maximum and affordability market rate units. Diversity, minimum, maximum, affordability, market rate. Okay, thank you.
All of that, yes.
And if I could just comment that, as I recall the discussions around the original consideration of this plan, there was a whole lot of conversation about the heavy hand of regulation and how we needed to be affordable by design rather than by deed limiting. And so the whole concept of this particular specific plan was to ensure affordability of units by design in addition to anything that might be required by regulation. And my only comment is I don't think we anticipated $1 million being affordable, so the design characteristics may need to be revisited. Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you. I'm having trouble, through the chair, the 66 affordable and the 119 live work. I heard both are in the town center, so I must have heard wrong, or are they both in that same location? Okay.
Alex or Quinn, could you please share the HDMI? Excellent. So this graphic probably better illustrates the actual lots and where things will be located. So the live work row houses will be located in this area here, and it might be a little bit difficult to see. That makes it a little bit better. So the plus signs are the lots or units that are identified to provide the moderate deed restriction houses within the row houses as well as within the detached single-family dwellings. The 66 apartment units will be located on the upper floors of the building that's located here. That is now the town center.
Okay, Commissioner Roberts.
One more sort of unrelated question. For the affordable housing that has already been built, is that on-site or off-site?
Those are all on-site.
On-site. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and move forward to public comment and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and enlighten us. Welcome, sir. If you'd state your name for the record, please.
Thank you. Anthony Lombardo on behalf of East Garrison. I think there's 3 of us on the team that were actually involved in the first approval back then, and I think maybe only Commissioner Deal was here for the original approval. But 20 years has now gone by, and a lot of things have changed in 20 years. Some good, some not so good. I can assure you that the reason that this project has not been finished is because it's feasible to finish, and we just have decided not to do it. The problem is the design of the last phase is not something that we can build. It's not a project design that in the year 2024 or 5 or 6 or whenever we build it is acceptable and capable of being built because the things have changed drastically in these 2 decades. I mean, who would have thought that the Nordstrom shopping center would close in San Francisco, or that Amazon would now be the shopping center of choice for most Americans? Who would have thought a home would have sold for $1 million in Marina then? But one thing we didn't anticipate in 2005 was that we would have a pandemic and we would have tremendous inflation, and the cost of building a townhome would be more than you could sell it for, because that's what the situation is the design of the project that was approved in 2005. Interestingly enough, it took less time to get the whole project approved from zero than we spent working with the community on the revision to the design. That project can't be built now. So what we've tried to come forward with, or what my clients have tried to come forward with, we retained the services of the original designer, Barry Long, to come up with a product that is capable of being built and retains the 52% affordability, which is what's left to construct on site for this project, and provides a product which is as affordable as we can produce one that is viable to sell or able to be sold or be built so that it can be sold. And homeowners' choices and desires have changed. After the pandemic, not so many people are interested in living in a common wall condominium or a common space condominium project. They want space between themselves and their neighbors if they can get it. In addition, thanks to my profession, it's become extremely expensive to build projects that are condominiums, because it's not a question of if you will be sued within the 10-year statute of limitations on latent defects, it's how many times you'll be sued. So every project that involves common wall development has to buy a very expensive insurance policy at the time the project is built. And that cost goes right to the bottom line of the cost of the unit, because no matter how well you build it, you will be sued. So as to the change itself, we have been working for 2.5 years and Keith will show you in a moment that he's held 12 meetings with the community and the stakeholders out there at East Garrison, and it was somewhat distressing to see in some of those comment emails you received comments like, no professional parking study was ever prepared as was promised. That's not true. That the developer never met with the residents. That's not true either. That the 4-story buildings were being added where only 3-story buildings were approved before. And as Mr. Long will show you, in fact, there were always 4-story buildings approved, and he's reducing the number or the size of the number of 4-story buildings. There is no parking provided for the affordable housing units, also not correct. The chapel needs 100 parking spaces, which are not provided. That's not correct either. The library isn't being built. That's not correct either. There is a parking issue out there in East Garrison. It's not created by the developer. It wasn't created by the residents. It's created by the fact that the Fort Ord National Monument was opened in 2015, which was 12 years after the prior, 10 years after the project was entitled. And whoever operates that, I'm not sure if it's the state or the federal government or whoever, hasn't made provisions for parking for the people that like to go out there and recreate. That's not Century Communities doing. It's not the residents doing, but it's something that needs to be addressed, and it's not on the back of the applicant to solve the parking issue created by the Fort Ord National Monument. I would suggest that if we do anything, we might want to contact our congressman and suggest that the federal government provide parking, or whoever runs it, provide parking for the people, so that people can park there, not use ups on parking in East Garrison, on the weak street parking on East Garrison. And we have Bill Wiseman here from Kimley Horn, who did the parking study, who's going to speak at length about parking and how we provide parking and what parking the project needs to provide, which is different than the parking that the Fort Ord National Monument may need to provide. So with that, I'll like to turn it over to Keith McCoy, and then we'll have presentations from our land planner, Mr. Long, and our traffic engineer, Mr. Weissman. Thank you.
Alex or Quinn, could you please share staff rate?
Thank you, Tony. I'm actually Barry Long. I'm making a presentation on behalf of the developer, not Keith McCoy today. And I believe Anna's going to advance our slides. Good morning, Chair Deal, again. It's nice seeing you again, and commissioners. Hopefully I can provide some clarity. That was an excellent staff presentation. There's a lot of information. We don't see it as so much complicated. There's just a lot of information, and hopefully we can clarify a few of the things that were asked already. But the team that's put forward the application, Century Communities, is the developer. Urban Mix Development is a consulting developer. And then the consultant team, Urban Design Associates, that's our firm. We worked on this original specific plan. In fact, we did the original specific plan and the pattern book in collaboration with the residents 20 years ago. And then other members of the team, our civil engineer, Whitson Engineers, Kimley Horn did our shared parking study, and KTGY was a consulting architect working with Century on this last phase. Century is not the original developer, as you know. They acquired the remaining development rights, I believe sometime after 2015. But the other members of the team that you see on the right-hand side, with the exception of KTGY, they're members of all of our firms that were here from the inception. So Century invited us to come back to help amend the original plan. So as Mr. Lombardo said, we have had a dozen community engagement meetings over the last 2 years, and we've tried to provide a variety of different ways for residents to have input. We had town hall meetings, both virtually and in person. We did meet with residents on site, but we've also had topical meetings. We had a commercial market study done to try to true up the amount of viable commercial space that would work at East Garrison, because the last thing any of us want are vacant storefronts. So we had a study done on that. That presentation was shared with the residents. Questions were asked. There's also been the parking study. After we went to the Board of Supervisors a year ago, January, the shared parking study started, and we had two very important meetings. The first one was just to listen to residents and their concerns about existing parking and how things were working. Then Kimley Horn did the shared parking study, and we had a follow-up meeting, shared the results, and listened to residents. And since that time, last summer, we've been working with staff on a weekly basis, working through all the complexities and the issues, getting to the point we are today. But again, a dozen community engagement sessions for the amendment. The final phase, as Anna said, it's the area of the development that is left. But we have an approved specific plan, approved in 25, so it's almost 20 years old now, and the majority of it is built out. This represents the area that's not built out. But the streets, the original framework, that's all in. What remains in this area is the development parcels that Century owns. Primarily, it's just the last phase of the community to be developed, and there's one exception within the boundary. The county owns the library site Century will be making a large contribution to the construction of the library, but other than that, this is Century's property that's still to be developed. That's what we're here to talk about today. And I would say the county is running a parallel process for what we affectionately call the red tile roof buildings, which are outside of this boundary. It's running in parallel, but it started later, and they're working with residents on the adaptive reuse of those buildings, which the county still has ownership of. So one of the challenges, and Mr. Lombardo touched on this, that brought us to where we are today, was that we proposed live-work units for the final phase of for affordable housing. There were 3 affordable housing neighborhoods. 2 are now built. This is the last one, and it was meant to be live-work. The other 2 were designed as apartments. But what we've learned over the last 20 years and working with the developers, especially Chispa of late, of the second affordable housing neighborhood, is that affordable housing and that typology and that location and getting our tax credits just really don't go together. Live work is not a good typology to apply for tax credits for. So that is a challenge that we need to overcome. And also the high density condominium. Smaller doesn't necessarily mean less expensive when you look at the liability issues and the construction costs. And where that big circle is, that was all proposed as 4-story high density condominiums. 20 years ago, we thought hoped we'd get to where we are today. Sometimes hope is not a plan. And those condominiums never have penciled, and they still don't. So to move forward, those are 2 of the key things that need to be rethought. So the plan, as Anna said, is to take the affordable housing and move it into the town center. The town center always had 3-story mixed-use buildings. It's not a change from that standpoint. We had commercial on the ground floor with apartments above. And from a look and a feel standpoint, it's going to look very similar. It's just really the location and changing from a live-work model for that affordable, the third affordable neighborhood, to an apartment model with commercial on the ground floor. But the look and feel and following the smart growth principles that all of East Garrison have built on, there's no change. Next. And then this is an illustration that we did of what the mixed-use building with the affordable apartments would look like conceptually, standing in the 1-acre town square park, looking across the street, which is already built. Sherman Boulevard, we illustrated a market on the ground floor. I know one comment letter asked about locking in the sizes of the commercial uses on the ground floor. This is a good place just to say that the shell space is made to be flexible so that we can move walls and size the commercial right to the tenants. It's not, everything isn't fixed in. But very pedestrian friendly. There's a mid-block crosswalk, and the building's actually, working with the fire department, pulled back as far as we could so that it has a sidewalk, a landscape buffer, and terraces outside the building. So the building is pulled back from the street. So completing the final phase, just starting with the Arts Park, which is labeled there, the plan is to change that from a 3-story live-work model, which was attached, to units that are similar to what has been built on either side of the Arts Park today. So it would be a very compact, detached single family. In fact, the most compact size that we had at East Garrison. Where it says single family on what was the condominium site, we've actually introduced a new lot type, which we had to because we made an even more compact lot type for single family than we had permitted in the pattern book. So that's what's proposed to go on that site. It's very helpful for that site because it has a little bit of topography. It allows us to step a little bit as where a townhouse or an attached unit gets to be extremely tight. In the blue area, we've infilled with row houses. It's zoned as live work, and they're very similar, but that's like a townhouse if you want to imagine what it looks like. And then in the purple area, we have affordable over commercial and the chapel preserved. This is an illustration of the Town Square Park. It's already been approved by the county. We have an amphitheater band shell at one end, and this is looking at a shot of that conceptually, but this will be constructed. The park will be the approved park with the final phase. So in response to resident comments, we did, those 12 meetings we had, we did make a number of changes. We added more engagement opportunities. we accounted for all 34,000 square feet of the required commercial space around the town square. And the fire station and community room do not count. And one of the reasons we had 70,000 square feet in the original plan, and Commissioner Deal may remember, East Garrison was supposed to be twice as big. There was another phase of equal size. The town square was meant to be the only commercial center for the entire development. Phase 2 will never be built. There isn't water available, and there are environmental issues. It's part of the national monument now. It won't be built. But that was one of the reasons we're building the required amount of commercial, and the market study says it shouldn't be overbuilt. We added public restrooms adjacent to the town square, which the residents asked for. We added storefronts for the work space to the row houses along the side of the park where we have row houses, so we still have commercial storefronts. A resident can have a home occupation use on the ground floor. The units have storefronts and they can act like a live work. However, we don't take credit for that. That's an additional to 34,000. So there's 34,000 square feet plus that. We've added a community courtyard on the south side of the mixed-use building as another gathering place for the community. And then we've increased parking in the final phase, and I'll explain that in a minute. This is an illustration that we shared with residents of the other side of the park that looks at the row house units, a concept for them. They asked that we tie this back to more traditional architecture, which you'll see in a minute we have done in the design guidelines, but you can get a sense of the scale and the feel, very similar to what was originally proposed. So I'll clarify with my last slide the exact numbers, but the number of affordable units which are to be built in the final phase are 66. Nothing has changed from the original plan in terms of that number. The moderate income, we still have to build 33, and 33 will be built. And the workforce, 70 required and 70 will be built. That's 52% of the units to be built in the final phase, or a mix of those affordable categories. And then we've reduced the market rate from 172 to 156. That's a reduction of 16 units, or 1% overall. The commercial, 30,000 is required, 30,000 is to be built, and then the library counts as our other 4,000, and Century's making a significant contribution to that. That's where we get to our 34,000 square foot total. So Century is going to meet their obligations, the 66 affordable units, the 33 moderate, and the 70 workforce, and the 34,000 square feet of commercial. They'll also be building 1 acre town square park, and the remaining infrastructure, which is the alleys, the pocket parks, and so on, will not be paid for by existing East Garrison residents. That's what's within the development parcel still to be developed. So just touching on the parking study, because we know that this has been one of the two things that we've talked about the most. And Bill Weissman from Kimley Horn is going to come up after I do and finish. So
could we just give you a pause here for a minute? I think I'm hearing some questions about your second to last slide, and I'm wondering if you would mind going back there for a second and addressing that.
If I can, sure.
One more before that, that one. Is that the one we're interested in? Commissioner Daniels, did you have a question?
Yes, just if you could address, we've seen in the staff report that there's a negative 16. There's a reduction in 16 units overall.
Correct.
But the staff report, if I read it correctly, and the presentation didn't state that it was a reduction of 16 in market rate.
It is.
So that's something that staff needs to address, because we had a increase in 139, unless you're saying single family homes aren't all market rate.
Not all of them are market rate. Per the phasing plan, there are, I believe it was like 70 and 33 that will be affordable units.
Okay.
If I may, just for a point of clarification, so all of the 139 single-family residences are above moderate or market rate. Of the live-work row house units, of which there's 119, 33 of those will be moderate, 70 will be workforce, and then that remaining balance that I don't remember and don't want to do math will be remaining market rate.
If I may. Okay, so there is an increase in 139 by 100. There's an additional 139 single-family homes. And those are all market rate, because above moderate and market rate essentially mean the same thing, right?
Yes, in terms of affordability and how we count things for RHNA and deed restrictions, above moderate is essentially market rate. The exception is the workforce category, which the county has an obligation but isn't a part of the state's definition of affordable.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And so the row houses is the difference. And if you could just articulate one more time, just for my benefit, Ms. Beretti, what you stated about the affordability in the row houses and this difference in terms of why this would be confusing.
Yes, so one, I just want to reiterate, the overall affordable units, which include the very low, low, moderate, as well as that workforce category, there's no change. The required amount for the overall development is being achieved, so there's no change in that. Of the, so the single family residences, those are all to be sold as market or above moderate units. They're not inclusionary. Of the live-work row houses, the 33 moderate income units will be live-work row houses. Those were the pluses on that one diagram that Ms. Kinga shared. The remaining 70 workforce units will be in those, and so that's a total of 103 total units that are affordable. So that balance of 16 remaining live-work row houses, that balance would be market rate.
And I hope to not get too far down in the weeds and confuse anyone, but if the increase by 139 single-family homes is new, why does that not modify the calculation? Why does the calculation for affordable housing that's required by this project stay the same?
It's a change in product type, not in the sale restriction of the and/or restriction of the type. So yeah, it's a different in the product type, not in the way in which it needs to be restricted or is unrestricted for sale.
So you're referring then to, because I'm referring to the inclusionary housing ordinance. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I can't say I'm clear, but I'm going to leave it there.
Hopefully I can give you a little more clarity as we go, and then you can ask again.
Just Workforce 1 and Workforce 2 are going to be deed restricted through the county, or they're not? They're going to be market rate?
So the workforce for this development, there is Workforce 2 product. That is the 70 remaining Workforce 2. The way in which Workforce 2, it's marketed and sold to Workforce 2 qualified buyers, and then a 1-year deed restriction is placed on those units. I would like to say that throughout the timeline for this development, the workforce product has been challenging because for most of the development time, that pricing, the sales price for workforce units was the same as the market rate unit, so it was actually very difficult to find buyers. The market is a little bit different now, but there are provisions that if the developer is unable to identify Workforce 2 buyers because of that how close the market rate and the workforce sales price is, those units after a due diligence effort can be sold as market. So they're intended for workforce, but that is something that's a little bit awkward and different in the market now than at the time when these approvals. That's also recognized because as Housing Community Development, as we are bringing forward amendments to our inclusionary housing ordinance, we're actually bringing forward a proposal to eliminate that workforce category. So that one's a little bit funky, but the requirements there, it'll be met. And we will achieve the intent, but it's a little bit unusual.
It's not something we have every day, so. Thank you, I'm sorry to.
Thank you.
Proceed, please.
Okay. So as we heard earlier in the staff report, the town center shared parking study used 3 methodologies, which are industry standard, Urban Land Institute, 3rd edition for shared parking, the Institute for Traffic Engineers Parking Generated Manual, affectionately known as the ITE, and then there I am. And then the East Garrison specific plan. And it compared all 3 in the study, and the study recommended going with the most conservative findings from those 3. So there were 3 methods that were used, and we went with the most conservative findings. So the report conclusions, and Bill Weissman from Kimley Horn will follow me with just a few additional comments, and then we'll get to the next portion of the meeting. But residential parking supply exceeds East Garrison specific plan parking requirement by 50%. The town center parking supply exceeded the recommended best practices methodologies by over 25%. And the study also made recommendations for parking to relieve parking pressures related to phase 4, but outside of the final phase. So we modified the specific plan to up the parking requirements for a couple things. The restaurants, we significantly upped the parking requirement in those studies that were done for restaurants from 1, well, it's really 4 per 1,000 to 1 to every 80 cars, so up significantly. And we also increased the resident parking, which in the specific plan was 1 1/4 per unit. That was also increased for the town center parking. I wanted to show an illustration, too, of how within the row houses and the single families, we toothed in additional parking in response to what we heard from residents. So this is that new lot type. We call it a single family, and it is a single family. It's really a detached townhouse, if we're honest about it. It's a very compact lot. But what that allowed us to do is tooth in an adjacent parking pad so we can have 3 per unit for almost all of those units. And it provides more off-street resident parking. And you can see this is a plan of the row house units, very similar size footprint. All those units are 3 stories, so they're very similar. But for many of these, we were able to get a 2-car parking pad behind the units to provide 4 per unit off-street. This is one of the things we heard from residents they wish we had done more of. And I know in our emphasis in creating a pedestrian-friendly community, 20 years ago, we pushed on the pedestrian-friendly community part pretty hard. But we listen, and we're sensitive to the parking issue. So we have added more parking, off-street parking for the residential units to be developed in the final phase. Outside of this footprint, though, there's a couple important things to flag. The parking study identified the opportunity for event parking along Ord Avenue. That 45-degree parking is all built today, but not committed. There's also room in between the red tile roof buildings to add additional parking when those uses are developed for those adaptive reuse areas. There is an opportunity for oversized vehicles on the battle simulation site, but again, these are sites that we don't control, and as the county said, there would have to be an amendment to permit that. And then the Fort Ord National Monument, there are some places where parking would be better instead of having those users who don't live in East Garrison parking in East Garrison. That's exacerbating the parking management problem that the HOA is dealing with, because those are folks that aren't living there that are utilizing our parking to take advantage of the wonderful open space, but we need a better solution. The East Garrison specific plan and pattern book is what you're acting on today, and the specific plan is the zoning for the site. I'm not going to spend a lot of time getting into this. The staff report was very thorough, but we did want to illustrate how this final phase has changed. Really, it just took part of phase 3, which was the purple area, and rolled it into the final phase because it's not developed yet. And that's really what set the boundary. There's nothing more sophisticated than that. However, the streets had already all been built in the yellow area. So we're really just waiting for the development to be done. As far as the land use concept goes, it's very similar. We did flip the top size side, as staff report said, to live, work. We did have a commercial building on both sides, but we do have our 34,000 feet accounted for. And that resulted, and Anna showed a detail of this in more pink on the upper side of the land use plan. One thing I wanted to talk about in this chapel block, just so we're all clear. So this is a zoom in on the 2004 was when the plan was done. 2005 it was approved. That's on the left. So this is focusing on the block with the chapel where the Chispa affordable over commercial will go. The proposed plan is on the right. We always had two 3-story buildings there with apartments over commercial. That's part of the original plan in front of the chapel, which folks have said, please don't block the chapel now. But actually, if you go back and look at East Garrison historically, there was a large warehouse in front of the chapel originally. After that, the military put 3 other buildings in front of it. And we recognize that the way military does planning, they don't necessarily think of institutionalizing formula relationships. And we made a decision 20 years ago that we would respect that and follow the idea that the chapel was something that you discovered as you came around the corner, that it wasn't a part of a terminated vista, because the military did one of these in, I mean, this was a stock chapel plan. It's not historic. It is lovely, though, and we wanted it to be discovered as you came around the corner. So the upper leg of the building was 3 stories, commercial and apartments below. And that's where there's existing townhouses across the street today. The lower leg of the building, as Anna said, we're proposing to increase the permitted height from 45 to 50 feet and just make that one leg 4 stories. The adjacent condominium site, though, that entire site is coming down to 3 stories. That we saw as a trade-off. You can see we put a lot more detail and effort into the parking lot to work with the topography and really stitch the parking lot in to work. The chapel in the lower lot will be shared. The chapel is not, does not get its own dedicated parking. That parking is all for use by the residents and the town center. And just to finish up the East Garrison pattern book, we did make amendments to this, to 2 chapters in particular. As was highlighted, the town center section was in, but we modified it. The way we would characterize it is a simplified version of Spanish Revival. We don't actually look at it as a modern style, but there has been a lot of discussion about this. But what we like you to know is that this is a design guideline, which we painstakingly wrote back in the day. I know, because I wrote a lot of it and illustrated a lot of it. And we're real sensitive to the way that the architectural styles talk to each other at East Garrison. We met with Paul Davis, Chispa's architect, to review this section. And he felt that having done other architecture at East Garrison, that he could work within these guidelines. But as was said before, and it's really important to know, this is not the building. This is a guideline. The building still has to come back for a formal architecture review. It's not the architecture, so this is not, you're not deciding on the final architecture today, and we want to make that point. But we do feel that the way the building is set back and relates to the park, that a 4-story leg on that building works well sitting on a 1-acre large open space. Sometimes taller buildings are better at holding the space. And then these are conceptual elevations that were done. The other piece on the row houses, these are on the other side of the park. There are 119 of them now. We did go in and modify these, so they're a mix of Mediterranean Revival. They have storefronts on the ones that are around the park, and there's also mixed in Craftsman. So there's 2 styles together. They're different lengths of buildings. The idea was to have it feel very much authentic in terms of the mixture by providing a lot of variety. So this is the conceptual architecture for those row houses. And that ended my portion of the presentation, but because there was a question about the unit distribution, if you could go one more slide before Bill Weissman presents. I just want to be clear about what's where so that we're all clear. So the bright red building is the mixed-use building with a chapel behind it. That's where the commercial will be on the ground floor. The pink are the row houses. And most of that area was zoned for live work, and it's a very similar building type, but we have infilled in that north parking lot where we don't have now the 70,000 square feet of commercial. There's green spaces and paseos, there's alleys, but the streets are all in the same location. Storefronts around the town square. In the yellow area, on either side of the Arts Park, we had 66 affordable units there. We've replaced them with 30 detached single-family 30 by 70-foot lots. That was the smallest lot that was permitted at East Garrison before this amendment. And then the bright blue, those are what I would call, they're single-family, but they're really detached townhouses. Those are on the condominium lot. Or former condominium site. And the numbers of each of those, the counts you can see in the first column, 61, 79, and then 119 row houses and the 66 art space units. But you can see, I think, graphically here better how things are distributed, so I would just point that out. So to conclude, really appreciate your time today. Happy to answer any questions when you get to it later. We have worked through a community engagement process with the residents to try to create a balance and a feasible final phase. Century is meeting their obligations. We've worked hard on the parking. We think the shared parking scenario works well, and Bill Weissman's going to talk about that. And we think that the one leg, where there's no existing development around it, of the red building there, the one that's off to the right, where units will be built in the future, having that be 4 stories or permitted to be 5 feet higher than it is today, is a good offset to downscaling the blue area. Thank you very much. Look forward to your questions, and I'm going to introduce Bill Weissman from Kimley Horn.
Thank you. How long do we anticipate Mr. Weissman's remarks to take?
I think he's pretty fast.
All right, so we're just for the planning purposes, we're going to do this and possibly have some preliminary questions, and then we're probably going to take a break for lunch. So, Mr. Weissman.
If it's okay, for another 2 minutes, a representative of CHISPA would just also like to speak to the CHISPA proposal. Is that okay? As part of our presentation.
If we get to 12:30, I'm going to cut y'all off, so it better be before that.
We'll be done before 12:30, we promise.
Hi, Jeff Morgan with CHISPA. Just really quickly, we're honored to continue working with Century Housing. Excited about this new mixed-use community. We actually think it's a pretty logical approach for us. We've just gotten approved for St. George, adjacent to St. George Church, for a similar density affordable housing community. So this works for us. The one thing I will say is, given the fact that we just finished up phase 1, we've 63 of the 66 units we've moved folks in. I think folks know what a great impact that has been. So this will kind of continue that impact. We're definitely willing to work with the Arts Committee. We're kind of excited about the fact, to the extent we can through fair housing laws. We also are excited about the community space and how that can be used, and we're certainly flexible in terms of how we work with the community to approach that space. So that's really all I had to say. But I'm very grateful to work with this partnership, and there's a lot of folks who could sure use this housing. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. And I'll take 5 minutes, so I know we're all getting hungry. If you could go to the next slide. My name is Bill Weissman. I'm with Kimley Horn. And just to give you a little bit of context, I first started working on East Garrison, another veteran member here, in 2002. I was with a firm called RBF Consulting, and I was hired, my firm, and I was a project manager. We were hired working for the county, then the redevelopment agency, basically providing entitlement support for the project all the way through to the approval by the board. So that include commenting and reviewing a specific plan, doing the environmental review of the environmental review by other consultants, all the negotiations that were going on with lawyers and the formations of CFD, et cetera. So I was very, very much involved in that whole initial effort up to 2005 when it got approved. The bottom fell out in 2008, but then we were hired again by the county to work on basically the on and off-site infrastructure improvement plans. So we were reviewing all the work that the civil engineers were doing, and we also were doing the conditions of approval and mitigation review. And as Anna and I know, we spent many meetings up on the 3rd floor going through some 250 plus conditions of approval and mitigation measures, et cetera. So needless to say, I've been in the weeds on this thing and working with Anna for a long, long time. So, so I just wanted to give a little bit of context, so it's just so you can understand a little bit where I'm coming from. So for the project, for the shared use for the shared parking study, the best way to think about this is there's really two components of the parking. There's the commercial and the town center, and you know, what is that whole arrangement? And then there's the residential, which are solely just the residential uses, okay? So the first thing I want to point out is within the specific plan itself, under the parking regulations, into section 354, there are specific words that talk about, in a shall context, about the shared parking. So number 2 says the shared parking standards are used to meet the parking requirements for the mixed-use town center. 3 is that off-street parking need not be on the same parcel, so we're not trying to plan and do a design where it's, for example, a strip mall, if you will, and you're building big giant parking lots, but basically it can be integrated with off-street parking. And then there's other provisions there for the town center residential as far as what the standard is, which we've increased, and that the standards are meet the parking requirements also for the cultural land uses. The reason why that language is in there is very much on purpose because of one thing that has not changed that Mr. Lombardo was talking about, and that is people wanting to have a community in a town center. One of the main reasons that people have moved to East Garrison is to have that promise of the town center. We heard that a lot when I was in the 2 meetings that I participated in context of the parking from the community. And indeed, there's a survey that I've got it written down here, the Preservation and Restoration of East Garrison, so there's a community group, PREG, and they did a survey. They got almost 200 responses. And of those responses, 89% said that they would consider walking, 43 would consider biking, and 45 would drive. So that means less than half people want to drive. They want to be able to walk down to the coffee shop or the restaurant, et cetera. So where I'm going with this is the idea of the shared parking is a strategy to create a vibrant town center, right? And what that means for a mixed use, go down to get coffee, go to the small market, et cetera. What we don't want to do is to create a suburban parking lot type of thing with a strip mall. It's not going to help anyone. So that's why that language is in there, and that's why I digress a little bit as far as what the intent is, and it's matching to what community values are and what people want from a residency. And there's a great opportunity being able to master plan East Garrison to do that. Okay, I will go quickly now. The next few slides are going to get a little technical, and then we'll go, then I'll conclude. So Barry referenced, and it's been talked about, the 2 different technical standards, if you will. There's the Urban Land Institute and the Institute of Traffic Engineers, and then we compared that to the East Garrison specific plan, and then what's being proposed. The important thing on this chart is you'll see that both of these studies, and we looked at both weekday and weekend, so we're considering events and what happens at different types of uses and different times of the day. But shared parking looks to look at a strategy of looking at what the combination of uses are and how they're all going to interact. You have different peaks at different times of the day and different days of the week. And the idea is to try to find that right balance, okay? Rather than just build giant parking lots, as has been done for many years across our country. So what you're seeing here is that the standards that are looked at for both ULI and ITE, those requirements are actually much lower than what's being proposed. What's being proposed within the shared mixed-use component is 333. So in essence, what East Garrison is doing is providing 25% more of the parking than what these standards are showing. The key is to design that additional parking so that it's not in parking lots. And that's why you have the differences in the on-street and the off-street. We're trying to balance that to create a better design. Okay, next slide. So this is a breakdown of that mix between what I was talking about with the residential being the first 3 rows there. And in the green box, you see that 776 spaces and 65. And those are the standards that we have with the increased from 1.25 to 1.5, and Barry was showing how that's going to work. So that's kind of that residential part. And then the other side is what's in the red box there, the outline, with the 361 spaces, which is more what you characterize within the context of the commercial. And then within that is the breakdown of what's on-street versus off-street. And here, the public on-street is that 260 spaces that we were talked about earlier. I think also it's important to note that that parking isn't necessarily what exists today. The roads improvements have been put in, but there's no approvals and there's no designation of parking spaces. It's just more by accommodation because it physically exists in context of someone can come on the weekend and unload their bikes down there and go off on the monument. But there's no formal element of land use and approval for that whole parking arrangement. So I think it's important to think about it in context of what is here before you today for the amendments. Next slide. That's just, so this is just giving it a breakdown for the residential, and you've seen this, so I won't, I'll go on to the next slide. Oh, and maybe that's the last one. Okay, so that's the difference between the commercial. Should have put that one for. So that is it. Sorry if I went a little further. If you have any questions, it's 20 after, so I'm very cognizant of your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I do have a question, which is just to clarify for me. We saw the renderings of the town center. Is there on-street parking throughout that area, or is there not? Because the renderings did not indicate that area would be used as on-street, part of our on-street parking supply.
Maybe we could pull up a graphic. That one about 5 back. Yeah, there we go. And so which area are you talking in specifically?
I was looking at the town center itself.
Yeah. And whether there's, could you clarify your question for me? I didn't quite.
We saw several renderings of what it would look like from which direction, none of which assumed any on-street parking. I'm just wondering if that is because there isn't any or because it wasn't in there.
Okay, I'll let Barry, he's the designer of that.
Yeah, it's throughout. The streets have on-street parking all around the town center, and Kimley Horn worked with the civil engineers to identify and count all the spaces that are built today. But yes, there is on-street parking in the town center, just to simply answer your question. I think you can see it if you zoom in on this exhibit because the spaces are shown.
So the renderings don't indicate that.
Well, they're there. They're,
well, I mean,
and artists.
You're looking at all of the way this is going to be when it's done. If there's parking on street on both sides of the town center roadways, that will change things. So I'm just kind of getting my head wrapped around what it's going to be like.
I think they are there, actually. If we go back to the renderings, I believe we did show elements parked on both sides. Ooh, Anna, it's the, we don't want to run over time, but.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's a great example of what I'm talking about.
Well, like where we have, well, here I'd clarify where that food truck is parked. That's a one-way street, and that side of the park does only have parking on one side, on that side. If you go back to the town center view, I believe it has it on both, that one on the bottom, Anna. We might need to go to the blow-up, but the parking pinches in at the crosswalk. There is not on-street parking where we can cross, and then there's a cut-in for parking on either side on Sherman.
Right, so we should be imagining that covered with cars. So
Yes.
That's all I wanted to get to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And is that
Chair.
Is that the end of the presentation per se? Yes, no, all right. Well done, gentlemen. Let's see if there are any questions for the next few minutes, if anybody. Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, I did notice that Mr. Lombardo had mentioned Christopher Long, that he was, no?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Barry. And he does have his hand raised on Zoom, so.
Okay, we're going to assume, we're not going to go to Zoom unless the applicant has asked us to do so, since this is the applicant's part of the public comment. But I did want to let commissioners just weigh in while it's fresh in your mind if you had a specific question that the applicant could clear up. And I think I saw Commissioner Shaw had a hand up.
Sorry if this is something I missed because I'm starting to fade right now a little bit. The Chispa Apartments, where are those people parking? Because I'm just looking at this Exhibit L at the renderings here. And I just don't see that kind of factored in, and I just wanted clarification on that.
You're okay.
The apartments park in the shared parking lot behind the building on the chapel block. All the shared parking on the chapel block.
Through the chair. So when I'm looking at this rendering and you have that chapel parking lot, that's where the, I believe, 66 units, they're going to park across the street?
No, everything, they all park on the same block with the building behind. There's a split in the center of the building where you would get into the core of the building. The parking lot that's directly behind is shared between the commercial and the residential. And then the upper lot around the chapel is also shared. And there's a vertical, it's not a vertical, a sidewalk that connects the two lots together that comes right down through the center. So,
Thank you, through the chair. So just to clarify, those that would live in these Chispa housing, the lower income housing, would not have dedicated spaces. So like say on the weekend, they would have to find on-street parking somewhere or in that parking lot competing with residential visitors and all of it.
Can you, can we ask that,
Sure.
if you really, we should probably speak to a graphic so we can look at it together.
Alex or Quinn, could you please share staff right?
That one's okay, I guess. But actually, if we can go back, Anna, to the comparison of the way the specific plan was and is.
Table?
There's two blow-ups. Keep going. Let's just pause right there. So the plan is the one on the right. So there's shared parking behind the building and around the chapel. You can see the connection, and you can see that it's actually a bridge that connects the two legs of the building, open bridge, and folks can walk through to the town square there. But the concept for parking is that it's shared on that block, and then there's also on-street parking, as was noted, all around the town center, which also is available. So in the reservoir that we have plenty of parking. But no, the plan was never in 2005 when we got the original approval or today to do dedicated parking. The town center was always to be shared parking. And that's what Mr. Weissman flagged there from the original specific plan, said that what we have done is increase the parking requirement for the residential from the original specific plan and the new specific plan. So the counts are higher for what we're proposing to require ourselves to do.
Okay. Through the chair. So I guess, to summarize that would just be that no, they will be competing with everyone else for parking. And as a letter pointed out, which I think is a very good observation as someone with young children myself, having to unload groceries and make multiple trips, I just wanted to be on the record that it's very clear that the quote unquote poor people are going to have to go through a lot during a busy time, any time that they would be normally commuting after work, before work, on the weekends. If you don't find parking close by, you're just kind of SOL with all the stuff you need to bring to your apartment and walk up or take the elevator. It just seems, I'm not happy with that. I think that's an unfair burden.
We're working on clarity here, not comments, because we have 3 minutes, and I think Commissioner Roberts, did you have your hand up? Commissioner Daniels, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, through the chair, just from that last comment, remind me before the change what was going to be over the town center, just regular apartments?
Apartments.
Okay.
It's not a 3-story building, apartments over retail was always the plan.
Great.
Market rate.
Anything else while we're all still crystal clear in our minds about this presentation? Thank you all. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. And we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:30. Thank you.
Hi, Jeanette. We can hear you.
Oh, I'll turn that on. Hello, this is Mariana Rudy, your Spanish interpreter.
Thank you, Mariana.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, interpreters. So in the beginning of the meeting, we're not going to have the channels open for English and Spanish. We're going to open it in one channel only, and then provide instructions. During the instruction period, our goal is for our secretary, Melanie Beretti, to provide the instructions to the public, and you would provide that instruction in Spanish on the main channel at the same time. She'll pause and she'll pause and allow you time to interpret that for us. And then once that's at the end of that, we'll let the public know that we're going to turn on the interpretation service and ask people to select English and Spanish. And then at that time, then we would ask that you simultaneously interpret on the Spanish channel, which I'm sure you're aware of how to do. And then the only other thing is if we have public commenters that are commenting in Spanish, is that we would need you to interpret their comments after they speak. Which I'm sure you are aware of how to do that as well. I'm just making sure we're all on the same page. And right now in our system, we're having a little bit of a delay with Zoom and in-person communication. So if somebody tries to speak, I'm trying to think of how it works. Elizabeth understands this part more.
Hello, thank you, interpreters. Zoom is having a bit of a glitch here in the chambers. So if we do have somebody on Zoom who wants to speak, they'll go ahead and provide their comment. But then here in person, in the board chambers, in order for somebody to respond to that public speaker's question or comment, we do have to wait at least 10 seconds for audio to pick back up here in the room. So there may be a little bit of a pause. It's just because of that glitch.
Perfect, I noted. Thank you.
Same here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interpreters?
Yes.
Do y'all have a system of who's going to go first and who's going to go second in terms of interpreting?
At first, we are coordinating through text messages, but either way, I can do it, or Mariana can do it. I don't know if you prefer someone else.
Oh, no. I was just asking for when the secretary of the meeting gives the instructions. One of you would be in the English channel and one of you would be in the Spanish channel, I believe.
Okay, I'll be in the English channel then. And I can do the instruction if you prefer that.
And I'll be on the Spanish channel. If will you want me to translate to Spanish the instructions?
I mean, I can do the instruction in Spanish if you want to, Mariana. And I can.
All right, and
I'll
and
do
then
the instruction in Spanish then, and I'll going to keep in a.
Hi, this is Melissa. So what we are going to do is we're going to leave it all in the English channel, which would be the only channel at that moment, until we turn on the interpretation services. So you'll both be in the same room as us, and our secretary has a script, and she'll pause to allow you to interpret what she said. I can send you that script too, so you have it in English, so that it's a little bit easier for you. I'm sorry I didn't send it sooner. Then at the end of those instructions, the secretary will state that we're going to turn on the interpretation service, and everybody can pick their English and Spanish channel at that moment. And then you could pick which room you want to be in and interpret the Spanish into the Spanish channel.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, this item is a runover from the morning, so we can inform you when you would start. It would be a new item after they make a decision, so we can let you know when that item starts, and then we'll do the instructions for interpretation at that point.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
I'm sorry, I just lied to you. We're going to go ahead and go through the interpretation instructions right now, even though we are running behind on the items. So please, we'll do the instructions, and then please feel free to interpret from there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Planning Commission hearing of Wednesday, April 10th. It is now, according to one of my clocks, 1:32. And we're going to move into the continuation of the current item, which is agenda item number 6. But we're going to take a minute here to provide some information about the following item, which we're not hearing yet, in case somebody is waiting for that. And Melissa is going to help us out with that.
Yes, thank you. So for this afternoon session, we will be using the service of a remote interpreter.
Buenas tardes. Para esta sesión vamos a estar usando el servicio a través de línea de nuestros intérpretes.
Once the simultaneous interpretation function is turned on, the only person who will hear the interpretation will be those who wish to use the interpretation services, and that is on Zoom.
La interpretación simultánea va a estar activa para aquellas personas que deseen usar la interpretación simultánea. Podrían escoger la opción interpretación.
To use the interpretation services, you will need to click on the interpretation icon that looks like a globe.
Para usar el servicio de interpretación, tiene que hacerle clic en el icono que parece un globo y escoger su lenguaje de interpretación.
If you're joining on a smartphone, you may find the language interpretation option under More.
Y si usted está en esta reunión a través de su teléfono inteligente, puede usar la opción interpretación.
Everyone must click on the interpretation icon to select your preferred language.
Y una vez que usted escoja el modo de interpretación, solamente puede escoger el lenguaje de su preferencia.
Those wishing to use the interpretation services should click Spanish, which will be on the list of options.
Y aquellos que quisieran escoger el lenguaje español, tenemos en la lista para escoger español.
Once the simultaneous interpretation is turned on, you will hear us speaking English in the background at about 20% volume, and you will hear the interpreter at about 80% volume over that.
Una vez que la opción de interpretación simultánea se activa, usted va a poder escuchar a un 20% del volumen del background aquí en el auditorio. Y una vez que los intérpretes estén en su canal, podrán escuchar el 80% del volumen.
If you prefer to hear only the interpreter, there is an option to mute original audio right under where you select Spanish. Once the simultaneous interpretation is turned on, let the interpreter know if you, if you have any trouble.
Y una vez que la opción de interpretación simultánea esté activa, usted puede escoger también solamente escuchar los intérpretes y le vamos a dejar saber a los intérpretes si tiene algún problema.
Everyone else on Zoom should click English by clicking on the globe at the bottom of the screen.
Y todas las personas que están en Zoom pueden escoger inglés, que es la parte de abajo de su pantalla.
And for those who are joining for agenda item number 7, the Nicola project, that item is running late because we are going to continue hearing item number 6 for the East Garrison project. So we will be doing the active interpretation when item number 7 begins after this item.
A todos los que están por la agenda del artículo número 7 y si está aquí por el proyecto Nicolás, estamos dejándoles saber que estamos tarde porque estamos todavía continuando en el trabajo del artículo número 6. Pero una vez que terminemos, vamos a proceder para darle el tiempo a los intérpretes y la interpretación simultánea.
Thank you very much. I would also add that we will provide the instructions again at the commencement of the next item. So I had neglected to state for the record that all the commissioners that were here this morning have returned from lunch, and we are going to continue now with item number 6, the public comment period, by inviting members of the public who would like to speak on this item to come forward. And each person will have 3 minutes time. And for the understanding of the process, I will start with the people who are in the chambers, and then we will go to those who wish to participate online. So if there's anybody in the chambers that would like to speak about the East Garrison project, now is the time. Come on up, don't be shy. And if you'd like to speak, you can kind of come to the front line here, the front set of chairs. That saves transit time.
I'll lead the way of the homeowners here that are in the chamber.
Welcome, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Kelly. I'm a homeowner in East Garrison, and when my husband and I purchased our home in 2017, we were promised by Benchmark Public Builders that the proposed town center would be built within 4 or 5 years. Presentations were given to homeowners at the HOA meetings by the developer. At that point in time, it was Jim Pletcher, showing architectural renderings and plans for the future town center. Benchmark's architectural plans were in keeping with the general aesthetics of the community and what we had hoped the town center would be, and would attract diverse businesses that would come to the little village that we had. Though over the past couple of years, that vision has dimmed greatly because of market concerns, retail realities, and county requirements. I'm concerned about the current plan that shows by Century that shows a 4-story building, and that this will impact the look of the village atmosphere that many of us had wanted. I understand that Century needs to build single-family homes, and I understand their requested changes to the original plan, but I don't want to see a 4-story building. I don't think that's necessary. In addition, I would like to see the town center park completed. I know we've seen pictures of it, but I like to see it completed before everything's been built out. There's no reason not to get that town center park installed by Century. The prior developer, Benchmark, had Lincoln Park completed before Phase 2 was even done. Century wanting to wait to have everything built out before they can work on the park is not a valid reason to not put in a new park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Ferrari. I live in East Garrison, and I'm representing my neighbors on Morgan Street. I just want to say briefly that we reviewed the plan, and we are 100% behind the plan. We've been waiting a long time, and the issue of parking has come up. You can get to the town center anywhere in East Garrison with a 10-minute walk. So it's not like everybody's going to take their car and park down there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do have some speaker slips, so we're going to go ahead with people who are up here in the front row, and then when I call the speaker slips, if you've already spoken, you're not going to get another chance. So, welcome. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Helen Shamble, and as a 7-year resident of Monterey County in East Garrison, I'm learning a lot about how developers and the county work together on a project like ours. I've come to terms with high-density row houses and a 4-story town center, and you're hearing a lot about parking, but what can a citizen do? Well, in a public forum like this, we can strive to make sure that what we're getting is as livable as possible. Silver linings, Chispa. Great to have Chispa working on our affordable housing. They're local, they have a great track record, and when you're looking at those plans, and somebody was asking whether Chispa was on site, it's right there. It's walkable to the town center. It was nice to hear the developer again promise that the town center that you see in the pattern book is only a concept, and that they will then look and make sure that it really matches the atmosphere of the whole building. So I have a different one to talk about. Let's talk about the town center park. The specific plan had apartments surrounded by open space and affordable housing that was blocks away from a lovely town square with a native garden and a band shell and not much else. Now there's high-density housing right next to the park and 66 units of housing right above the town center. The only thing that hasn't changed is the configuration of the park. When lot sizes are small, play areas are even more important. East Garrison single-family homes have a 4-foot side yard. Not enough space to turn a tricycle. Row houses' lanes are narrow. There's no place to play or even set up a barbecue. The apartments above the town center are going to be even smaller. East Garrison has great parks. Our crown jewel is Lincoln Park with picnic tables and playgrounds for little and medium-sized people. And they're all in daily use. As the plan stands now, this will be the closest park to all this new high-density housing, and Lincoln Park will be overwhelmed. Town Square Park will be lovely with a native garden and lots of trees. Surely we can tuck a playground in there someplace. Century could and should modify the Town Square plan to accommodate our smallest people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Deal and Commissioners, can I ask for an illustration to be brought up so I could show instead of just tell? The one that has the circles in red, the 2 red, and then it becomes pink at the top, that one. Okay, I don't know what to call it.
And if you'd care to give your name, that would...
I'm sorry, I'm Irene Long, and I'm an East Garrison resident for the last 2.5 years.
Alex, would you please share staff's right? Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. If you look at this illustration, you see the 2 red lots, the one with the arrow pointing to it. Those were both what we were promised would be town center. And in that upper circle, that red area was all parking. and the town center lower parcel had 99 parking spaces on it. Fast forward to the new plan, the 99 parking spaces are still there, but the affordable housing where they have designated parking will be moved to on top of the town center building. So we now have, where in the area they're in now, there are 99 parking spaces for those 66 units. When it moves to the town center, no spaces are added. And so the concern is, I happen to live right where those dotted lines between the little, to the left, I live across the street from the chapel and the future town center. And my concern is, having used Title 20 numbers from the specific plan, which we read before we bought, that town center that's left, which is the one parcel, not the two, will be 99 parking spaces shy. And in addition, the chapel, which is on that same one block of land across the street from me, the chapel has currently 40 spaces, and according to Title 20, it needs 100. So between the dropping of the 99 spaces that those 66 units don't have, because they're going to now just all share, and the loss of the missing 60 others, there's 159 vehicles that need to park somewhere. And the only thing is street parking. And worse yet, the amphitheater in the town center, there's no allocation really for where are those people going to park when they come to an amphitheater event, because that's just part of the town center across the street. So the lack of parking for the town center events and amphitheater and park, and then sharing of all 66 families' need for parking is going to be shared with the commercial business, and which one do we want to win? If commercial loses, then the town center is not viable. And if parking wins, I mean, it's just, we're trying to prevent a disaster. We want a functional neighborhood. We don't want people, oh, by the way, the 66 people, because there is no dedicated, the first time I brought that problem up to Century, and I said, where do you expect these 66 households of people to park if that 99 has already been dedicated for what retail needs? And the answer was they could park on Ord Avenue, that blue area. There's a dog park, and the distance between the middle of the town center and the middle of the Ord area they're proposing, which goes all the way to the bluff, is 1/3 of a mile average. So it could be 1/3 of a mile or more. I'm sorry, my time's up, but thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anybody else in the audience that wants to come forward? I have a speaker slip for Deborah Kelly. I think you already spoke. Speaker slip for Ed Agus. He had to leave. And one for Joe Williams. Mr. Williams, come forward.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Joe Williams. I'm a 4-year resident of East Garrison, and I'm addressing the East Garrison Amendment here. You know, it's interesting. You guys have got some tough decisions ahead of you. You've got a parcel of land here that there are community requirements that say you need development. You've heard a proposal, but there's also the requirements to 4,000 other people who are currently residing within East Garrison. I personally am a proponent of, well, you know, why don't we go back to our original plan? Now, obviously, circumstances have changed, and like some of the other folks who've spoken here, there were a lot of promises made, a lot of proposals and presentations and sales pitches and contracts, and said, okay, we promised to do this if you buy this house. Well, you know, I'm still waiting for the library, and I'm still waiting for a community center. And I understand that these things take time. I really do. I understand building and development requirements. I mean, and the tasks that you face, they're not an easy thing to do, and you have to do it every day. Now, if there's a part of the agreement, but that you have to work out with the developer who's still holding the property, well, that's between you and the developer. But the way the residents are kind of looking at it is like, look, we bought this community into this community because we like it. It's quiet. It's peaceful. It's a nice place to be. It really is. And it appears that the rules on this are being significantly changed, and we don't want a highly congested, parking troubled, and it's already troubled, a situation which lowers our property values. So when you make a decision, think about how you would feel if you lived there. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. Anybody in the chambers who hasn't spoken is going to be invited, so get ready.
Hello, I'm Charmaine Jones. I'm the Executive Director of Arts Habitat. Arts Habitat was one of the original organizations who advocated to the county supervisors to build a artist park, artist habitat, artist live work spaces at East Garrison before the plan was approved. And we are still very close to the project, and we feel very strongly that there should be the live work, low-cost housing dedicated to artists at the town center. We believe this plan is viable, the change, being proposed. And it's, 25 years that we've been working on this, and it's time. If it doesn't happen now and in this way, when will it and how will it? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers? Come on down.
Hi, my name's Tom Niedenhofer, and this month, 9 years ago, my wife and I bought a home in East Garrison. And it is a great place to live. Like Joe said, it's quiet, peaceful, not so congested. Some things that happened when we bought our house in April of 2015, we were promised that the town center would be built in 5 years. It's now 4 years past that. And looking at the exhibits that were in the planning meeting letter that came out, it could be as long as March 30th of 2030, March 31st of 2030 before things are completed. So that's 15 years after we bought our property, which is a little bit excessive. And yeah, we understand times have changed. I sort of work in this field, 46 years as a structural engineer and designer and working with developers and contractors. But it seems like things have gotten off skew a little bit. We like the original plan that was for the town center in this packet we got. To put a lot of parking in the area that was designated parking between Sherman and Reservation Road, that's a lot of people. That's going to be a lot of cars. 2 cars per family, maybe 3. We already see that in East Garrison. Some families have 4 or more cars, and those cars have to go on the street. So I think you need to take a realistic look at East Garrison today and get a real good feel for it. And by doing that, you almost have to live there. But some things that we wanted to ask, and some of my comments have already been brought forth, so I don't need to repeat them here. When this is all built out, who pays the Mello-Roos for the additional buildings or homeowners? Is that going to be put back on the East Garrison residents that are here now? Good question. And the other thing I find a little odd, so in 2019, before COVID, we took a walk, and we were down by what was the edge of the east edge of, or west edge of Phase 3. We saw a Century rep, and we asked, why are you removing all the signs? And he said, well, before the new administration comes in, we're going to take a 12 to 15 month pause. And ironically, then and now, we look at Century's website, and they have no evidence they've ever been to East Garrison. It may be a shining star to them, but they don't show it on their website, and that's a little odd. I think they should highlight it. Anyway, thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Come on down.
Yes, my name is Ray Brown, and I live in close proximity to the proposed project. And my feeling is that the approval is being presented of this amended program is a disservice to the community of East Garrison, primarily because it's not what we've signed up for. We signed up for a project that made a lot of sense at the time. I realize that economic times changes for the developers, but that's not our problem. We should not have to carry that burden in perpetuity once they're gone. They made a decision, it didn't go their way, that's not our problem. And after today, the housing aspect for the low income, after hearing all the numbers from you folks today, I'm more confused than I was before, but I understand that you have a mandate from the state to provide housing. I hope this helps you, I guess it does, I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, we're gonna be the residents there are gonna end up with one humongous building, 4 stories high, less commercial space, a parking issue that is going to be a problem. I mean, I understand they did a lot of parking studies, which is great, but being in the area now, living next to the parking, it doesn't work. People don't perform the way they're supposed to based on these studies, and it is going to be a problem. I mean, they don't, when people sign up and move in, they seem to have amnesia about what they signed up to do as far as parking. It is going to be a big issue. And so I think that it's not what the community signed up for. And I do really think that it needs to be revised somehow to maybe move forward in a reasonable way that doesn't put it all out there for perpetuity, because once it's built, there's no going back. So I just don't want to see the community stuck with something that's not working. So thank you.
And thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? I'm not seeing anyone, so I'm going to move to the online people, and I have a hand up from a Christopher Long. Christopher Long, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Madam Chair and honorable commissioners, my name is Christopher Long. I'm the secretary of the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee to the Board of Supervisors, but speaking today in my individual capacity. And I've been an East Garrison resident since February of 2020. I'd respectfully ask that the commission consider significantly advancing the developer's proposed completion date contained in Exhibit J to the agenda packet, which is the First Amendment to the completion guarantee. Under the proposed First Amendment, the developer is asking to extend the completion deadline to March 31st, 2030, which represents an additional 5 years. The completion date was previously continued from June 27th, 2019 to March 31st, 2025. East Garrison residents have been waiting for over a decade for the developer to complete the town center that was promised to them, and to have the dirt lots that have been sitting empty in the community for years now to be filled with homes. As the commission is well aware, the state of California is experiencing a housing crisis, and every effort should be made to increase any opportunity for additional housing, especially affordable housing, as quickly as possible. Accordingly, the commission should consider advancing the developer's requested 6-year extension of the completion date to a much more reasonable deadline, such as March 31st, 2027, or March 31st, 2028 at the most. The East Garrison community has waited far too long for the developer to fulfill its promises when homeowners bought their houses years, and for some homeowners, as we've heard today, almost a decade ago. Increasing the required bond is a great first step, but the commission should hold the developer's feet to the fire and require the developer or its successor to finally complete the East Garrison community and to help bring needed relief to the county's housing stock as soon as reasonably possible. There are also dozens of large historic buildings located in the community, totaling approximately 100,000 square feet, that have been sitting empty without any use for years. These historic buildings were former mess halls, warehouses, the iconic chapel that we've heard about earlier today at the center of the community, and additional historic buildings from when Fort Ord was a military base. The only mention of these in the specific plan is under section 5.4, which simply says these buildings, quote, will be developed into an arts district, providing studio and exhibition space for local artists. And under section 3.1, which says, quote, of the 34 existing buildings, 23 will be renovated for arts-related uses. But there is zero timeline tied to these statements or any other requirements for what is going to happen with these 34 buildings dotted throughout the community. The commission should require the developer to include more specifics. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your comments. I have a hand up from Oscar Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, you have the floor.
Hello, board. My name is Oscar Sanchez. I've been a resident East Garrison for the past 4 years, and I live right on Ord, in the townhouses on Ord, right in front of where the new development is supposed to happen. For the past years, it's been nice living there at East Garrison. I have no complaints until the Cheese Spa apartments have gone up on both sides of where I live, and the apartments were promised. At first, they were promised 2 spaces of parking, and now it's from speaking to a resident there, they only have 1 parking stall per unit, and so now all of their other cars have gone onto the street. So from living there, from seeing what happens every day, that Ord all the way to Sherman is full of cars every day in the evening, and sometimes during the day, for sure on weekends. And so I hope that's taken into consideration and not part of the 260 spaces that I heard earlier in the meeting. Also, so traffic is going to be a mess no matter how they do it. I'm also concerned that I didn't see any speed bumps on the roads. If we are going to get more traffic through there, I didn't see any speed bumps on the plans there, or maybe I missed them. I don't know, but those should also be paid for by the developer and not our community association. Also, let me see, extra traffic, speed bumps, not enough parking. I want to thank Commissioner Monsalve and Commissioner Shaw for asking the right questions. From what I heard you guys earlier, you guys are awesome. You guys asked the exact questions that I was thinking about the spaces that are already there. So I just want to thank you guys for doing that. And like I said, I'm a parent of a child with special needs, and my child elopes all the time. And so he takes off running, and we have to chase after him. And right now it's perfect. Not a lot of traffic happening where we live. So this development is definitely going to put us on higher alert than we already are every day. Probably have to head around back through West Camp and catch Sloat to the park at Bluffs Court. But we'll do what we have to do. I just hope that this parking issue is addressed, that people really take a serious look and spend the time and stay down there and see that it's already a mess. And so just really concerned and worried for my son and for the safety of the community. So I just want to thank you guys. That's it.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. I have a hand up from Matt Jolda. Mr. Jolda, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Hi, Matt Joel, East Garrison resident. Is it possible to bring Exhibit C, page 68, up on the screen? Okay, well, if that's not coming up on the screen, I'll start. The proposal from the applicant hinges heavily on amending the East Garrison specific plan in order to enable them to proceed with a new design. Exhibit C, document page 68, which is page 28, section 3 of the East Garrison specific plan titled Land Use. The blue line table at the bottom of the page indicating the proposed parking requirement amendment uses the wording minimum off-street parking requirement. The key here is off-street. Per this table, the town center's 30,000 square feet of commercial, roughly 4,000 square feet of chapel, and 66 units of art space housing will require a minimum of 234 off-street parking spaces. On the 8th slide of the applicant's presentation, they call out the art space commercial parking spaces provided are 101. You can note they also call them guest off-street. Per Exhibit E, vesting tentative map on page 12, you can count 99 parking spaces in the lot behind the town center and art space building and 44 spaces in the lot adjacent to the chapel. This is a total of 143 off-street parking spaces, which is still 91 off-street parking spaces or 38% short of the applicant's own proposed amended parking requirements. All of the proposals, plans, and comments today have stated that the town center will have 25% more parking than required. The applicant must be utilizing on-street or, quote, shared parking, as they call it, to calculate this amount. If the designed proposal does not even satisfy the proposed requirement changes for the parking spaces, then we clearly cannot accept the entirety of this proposal based solely on the word of the applicant. I am getting the feeling that they are trying to slip a lot of things through the cracks for their own benefit. It is my request that all aspects of this proposal be scrutinized before it can be legitimately approved in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Hillary. Hillary, you have the floor and 3 minutes. They're working on unmuting you, I think.
Through the chair, I'm asking her to unmute.
So we're understanding that it's unmuted here, but we need to, okay, there we go.
Hillary, are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay, I think we're going to seem to default to technical difficulties. And Hillary, I apologize, but if you can, oh, there you go. There you go. That looks better. And try one more time.
Hillary, you are unmuted.
Hillary, can you hear us? I think we're having trouble with the audio, and unfortunately, we're going to have to move along. Go ahead and we'll ask Shannon R., who has their hand up, to join us, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I am glad to see that the matters come before the Planning Commission, and as many others have said, I'm a resident in East Garrison, by the way, for about 5 years, and so we've all been waiting a long time for the town center, and glad to see it progressing. I did just have a couple comments and questions. I noticed that there's been conversation, and in Exhibit C, it talks about how the town square is conceived as the primary gathering area, which is the outdoor park area. And I understand there'll be a courtyard, but what we're really missing out here is a community room or clubhouse of some kind that's indoor with tables and chairs and a little kitchenette and things like that, like is at the fire station, but that you're not able to use unless you're a eligible organization with insurance and that sort of thing. I think the community room might be planned for the new library, but I think you might also have to have those same restrictions. I think that the same restrictions are planned for that, with needing to be an entity of some kind with insurance and such. So I hope that a community room or clubhouse will be worked into this plan. I've been listening to all the comments about the parking, and do see that now more clearly, actually, after this conversation, that there probably is going to be some parking issues, which also brings to my mind that leaves parking enforcement in the hands of the HOA, I guess, which seems problematic, that it's sort of normally a public function, like a traffic police or would normally be doing that. So that seems problematic. And then my last few comments are just that I'm noticing some discrepancies, I think, and errors between the Exhibit C and Exhibit D, where they mention that there is in section 4.3 bicycle systems plan, it talks about that there's going to be restrooms in the park. I don't know if, that's the old version that was made many years ago. So I don't know if, not correcting it now obligates Century to execute those, but it does say there's restrooms in the park. I don't know if that's intended to be done in the new plan. Also, there's sort of a discrepancy between land use section 3.1 and section 4.11, where in one section it says the private roads will be maintained and governed by the HOA, but in the other it says that they can be owned and maintained by the CSD. Also, in your Exhibit D, it says that CSD could do ongoing enforcement of landscape requirements in front yards, which I think is incorrect. My last question is, the plan allows for ADUs, but where would they be allowed to be built, for zoning? Where would zoning allow those to be built, even if they could be?
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. I'm going to try one more time with Hillary. Hillary, would you like to try again? Apparently not. Hillary's hand has gone down. I don't see any other hands up on Zoom. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else or any emails on this matter?
We do have Hillary with her hand up, but I don't think she has audio connected because the option to allow her to talk is not showing up.
All right, we'll give you one more try, Hillary. If you want to make sure your audio is turned on, we are not blocking you at this end.
Madam Chair?
Yeah?
Could we also offer her the phone number to call in case that helps?
If someone has it handy, yes. We'd also invite Hillary to use the email, if the clerk would just run that through again.
The phone number to call in is 1-669-900-6833, and the meeting ID number is 989-2782-2741, and the email address to submit comments would be pchearingcomments, plural, at co.monterey.ca.us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Through the chair?
Yes.
The option to ask her to ask Hillary to unmute is showing up now, so I'm gonna
All right,
See if
give it
your
one
audio
more
will
try.
work.
We're trying as hard as we can here. Hillary, we're going to try one more time. Can you hear us? Can you speak? You need to unmute your end, I think.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Welcome. And
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. So I would like to talk about, I heard a lot of questions about market rate value and different types of homes that are coming in. So my husband and I bought at the very end of the phase, we bought one of the smallest lots, and that's probably going for $800,000 to $850,000 right now. There's currently a single family home that's 1,700 square feet, and that's going for $850,000. Larger lots are going closer to $1 million. There is also a townhouse available right now that's $795,000. I did a quick Google. The average annual household income in Monterey County is $115,000. So about a monthly rate of $9,583. You should be spending about 30% of that on your mortgage or household. And that would be about $2,875 a month. The bulk of the houses are going to be that are proposed are either single family or townhomes, which means that they'd be $700,000 or more. So the average person or household in Monterey would not be able to afford the new housing units as proposed. I think a large part of being able to develop the Fort Ord military base was to provide housing to Monterey County residents who also work there. I'd also like to speak about parking. My husband and I, when we moved in, we have a 2-car garage. He has a Chevy Silverado and I have a Ford Fiesta. We cannot park both of our cars in our garage. His truck barely fits as a standalone in our car, so he has to park on the street parking lot. There are a lot of people with trucks and SUVs, so they cannot both fit their cars in the garage. So a lot of people are resorting to the on-street parking. We live right on Ord Street, and so instead of having a parking lot dedicated to the commercial space, we are now going to be competing for parking with the live-work residents. I do think that studies are great, but in reality, life is a lot different. And then they are switching up. So now the affordable homes, instead of by the art park, is going to be in a dense on top of commercial, which I don't think is ideal for people who are in that situation. Not all I have for today.
thank you. Thank you for your comments, and I'm glad we finally figured out technically how to hear them. I have a hand up from Casey Ortiz. Casey Ortiz, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm sorry. It's actually Tamron Clegg. I'm using my husband's computer because he has the better monitor. So that's Tamron, TamRynnClegg. I'm a homeowner here in East Garrison. We've lived here for about 7 years now. We were sold on the idea of the town center. That was a large reason of why we picked this location, along with the closeness to Fort Ord. We love the natural aspect. I'm excited to see that Century is working and pushing to move these projects forward. I do understand the concern of the parking in terms of Chispa not having dedicated parking spaces for their apartments, separate from dedicated town square parking. I am happy to see that Century is actively changing their recommendations and their plans, amending their plans to meet our feedback. I think that's a really great start. And again, I just wanted to say I'm hopeful with this moving forward. And I do appreciate that what the homeowners are saying is starting to be incorporated into the amendments. I think that's wonderful to see. I do think that there are a couple tweaks that could be made, but in terms of moving forward, I'm hopeful that we can get going on this project. And that's all that I wanted to say.
Thank you for your comments. A hand up from Robert Fassel. Robert Fassel, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Robert, can you please unmute yourself?
We're not having any luck with that. Mr. Fassel, are you unmuting yourself as best you can and having your audio on and all that kind of thing? We're not able to hear. We're going to try one more time. And no luck. Sorry, Mr. Fassel, again, as we say, if you want to send in an email, we will check that at the conclusion of this.
Robert, if you are calling in through a mobile line or a landline, can you press *6?
No, it looks not. I apologize again. We are making diligent efforts, but we are not successful. So that being the case, I have no more hands up. Madam Clerk, am I missing anyone and/or emails?
There are no new emails on this item and no other hands up on Zoom.
Very well. That being the case, I'm going to invite the applicant or the applicant's representative forward to respond to anything you may have heard in public comment briefly.
Good afternoon. We thought we'd see how many of us. I'm the only one that hadn't had a chance to talk, and I'm actually with Century Dean Mills, the actual applicant. I just want to address a couple things, and then I want to turn it over to Bill, because I think parking has been the majority of it, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on the other things. Not that they're not important, I just want to give more time to Bill, because I know you guys need to keep rolling here. I did want to note that in the revised plan, in each neighborhood that we are proposing to finish constructing, we did include a play area, tot lot, pocket park. So in the small lot market rate, there is one in there, if you probably have to look closely, but it is in the vesting tentative map, or it should be. And in the Rowtown section, we put a pocket park in there. And then CHISPA's requirement is that there would be a tot lot behind the building for their residents. So all that would be in addition to the park that is in front of the building. But we are providing those. We are providing a restroom to service the park through the commercial area. We put it in the commercial area versus the park, one to serve both, sized for serve both, and that way it also became the financial responsibility of the commercial area, not the residents, as restrooms are a maintenance cost. So we shifted that cost to the commercial buildings. Couple other things. Let's see, we covered the restrooms. Oh, and on the phasing, speaking of the park, staying in the park, if you can look later, but if you go back to the phasing plan, the park is actually in the first phase. And the first phase of construction consists of the retail or commercial, the building, CHISPA's building, the parking lot at the chapel, and the park. So all of that is in the first phase prior to getting to the other phases. So we did put that in the first phase as a response to hearing the community wanting the park sooner than later. So it is in the first phase. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I also want to say thank you to Anna, because that was a lot of work to do, to take 20 years and some changes and put it out and actually, I don't know how, so thank you. That was impressive. So I wanted to acknowledge that as well. And Melanie, you did okay too. Let me turn it over to Bill to try to respond to some of the parking items, and then obviously we're here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
I'm going to keep it brief because I think when you get into specific comments, it can be a little bit more articulate, but I just want to hit on a few things based on comments that were heard. One is on what would happen with events. So there is along Ord Avenue, there's 151 spaces that's available. So anytime that there's a public event, in addition to the shared parking that's within the study area that we identified in the town center, there's also those 151 spaces on Ord as well as elsewhere. So, and usually for an event, someone can walk a little bit further than if they're just going in and out of the market. So we thought that that was a reasonable overage, and it's not included in the parking study per se, so it's within the town center. Second, there's kind of some math related to perceptions, if I may say, about looking at things in isolation, particularly at the town center, the chapel, and the land uses, seeing it as if it was a block and that all the parking needs to go within that space, kind of a conventional perspective. That's why I brought up the table that talks about the shared use and the concept behind doing shared parking, and that's why then the numbers of the 260 on the street comes into play. So it's all in totality. It's not looking at parking requirements in basically an older standard, if you will, of what's within a parcel specifically, okay? So it's the town center as a whole, and that's why the shared use regulations are included. Within that context, someone made a comment about the 25% over that I noted in my presentation, over and above the ULI and the ITE. And I just want to note that what we had, that was with the bar charts. So that overage numbers is basically what's being provided on a very conservative basis. One thing I think it's important here that I was trying to articulate a little bit earlier is the number of walkers and bikers that are going to come in. When we looked at the analysis, we just used the standard baseline. We didn't even increase those values, if you will. So we're very conservative in that approach, and we're still providing over what would be an industry standard or accepted practice for looking at parking. So I just want to make it clear that we're not trying to cut it or make it short. We're actually going way and above than what would normally be required. And that's manifested in both what Barry was talking about with adding a standard for the restaurants and then increasing the residential from 1.25 to 1.5 spaces. There was someone noting that there wasn't enough spaces. If you look at the mix of those residential, they're either 3 or 4 spaces per unit, depending on the unit type. So it's substantially more. There was another comment about the size of parking in oversized vehicles. When we had our community meetings, that was one of the biggest concerns, and it is a fact of life. So let's say you're an electrical contractor, whatnot, you have a large pickup truck for your equipment, et cetera, and there's people parking on the streets. So that is an accepted fact that that's what's going on, and it's understood because people are then using their garages for other purposes, et cetera. So one of the recommendations in the report is to actually provide an oversized vehicle space, maybe at the battle simulation building, not part of the project, but there needs to be some creative ways to address that if that's going to be accommodated. But you can't do it through a parking standard as far as a size of vehicle, et cetera. You can only do it by the number of spaces. And those are the main things that I want to hit on, and I'm happy to answer any questions as we go forward.
I do have a question. When you performed these studies and did this analysis, what did you assume as the existing conditions based on what's on the ground today?
We used the land plan as provided by Barry. So we looked at it both in context of the baseline of the existing specific plan, and then we analyzed all the assumptions were made based on either the standards that were in the existing specific plan or the 2 studies. So you
didn't go and actually look at what was on the ground in response to some of the things we've heard today about the existing conditions.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
I understood some of the comments we've just heard to reflect that much of the parking that you're discussing is already in use for existing residents today. So as we can look at plans and we look at theories, I just want to make sure that we understand how you incorporate the observed conditions as of this moment into the planning process, if that makes any sense.
The parking within the town center, there's no designation of parking within those spaces yet because it hasn't been approved.
Understood, but are people parking there now? There's nobody parking in the town center or on any of the streets that we've designated here as on-street parking. As of today, those are currently not in use by anybody who's there now?
Typically not. I can't say that there isn't at some point in time. I mean, that would require 24-hour monitoring, but the majority of the roads around the town center are empty anytime you go out there. It doesn't mean on occasion there couldn't be someone parked there randomly, but as a rule, as in theory, around the park, there is no, you don't see cars parked around there. Around the town center, up by the chapel, there's not parking. So
I guess I'm talking about all the places where on the drawing we had yellow for on-street parking or where on-street parking is being counted. Now, none of those places are currently in use by anything that's going on today.
Not to our knowledge.
Thank you.
That does not mean that they don't,
I do ask that we don't make comments from the floor. People need to feel comfortable saying what they want to say.
That does not mean that it has not been used on occasion, on a regular basis. If you look at where we drew the lines, there are no existing homes really there. So
again, I'm just trying to bring together comments and testimony
I
that we've
can't
had.
guarantee that there has never been anyone parking there, but as a majority of the time, it's fairly empty. Similar to the 150 spaces that we referred to, there's very rarely anyone parking there, and we did not include those, again, in our parking study.
Thank you.
The one other thing I wanted to note on parking is what we did get from the homeowners about some of the existing neighborhoods in the parking in there and not having driveways is a lot of the market rate, not every one of them, but a majority of the market rate homes that the detached product, I would say, we actually reduced the size of the house and are including a driveway, which is a significant difference than the existing neighborhoods. And that is a direct relation of something that came out of the community meetings. So to try to avoid that additional on-street need.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we understand the difference between theory and practice and how we bring those two together, because the observation always trumps,
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. Wiseman, do you have more to say? Are you completed? Anybody else from the applicant want to respond to anything that has been heard in public comment? I'm not seeing a rush to the front. You're good, huh? All right. Well, of course. That being the case, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period of the hearing and come back to staff. Staff, would you like to respond to anything we've heard in public comment?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The only thing I would like to add that has not already been addressed is one member of the public brought up the ADUs. When in 2005, when the specific plan was adopted, they included 70 carriage units. I believe one of those may have gone to a manager unit in one of the affordable apartments, but the carriage units were anticipated to be built on top of the garage as a second story, should one wish to construct that.
Thank you. And that's anything else you want to add from what we've heard?
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beretti, was there anything you wanted to address? No? Yeah.
No, I mean, if the commission wishes, I can distinguish a little bit about the library and the Historic Arts District, just to distinguish those and clarify if that's helpful.
I think it would be very helpful.
Yeah, so just for an update, so so as a part of this final phase, the library parcel is a part of this, and that is a Monterey County Free Library project that is funded through DDA obligations by the developer and the successor agency through tax increment. That design is underway. I know they conducted at least one outreach to the community, and they're going to continue doing the design and permitting into the next year and could be ready to start construction as early as spring of 2025. In terms of the remaining area, all of those historic buildings, the Historic Arts District, you're correct, the community members who indicated you are correct, there were no timing triggers for that portion of the development, unlike, for example, there were specific timing triggers for, say, the affordable housing or the town center as it relates to the rest of the development. We have, so in fall of last year, ArtSpace, which is the nonprofit developer who's looking to partner to do the renovation of that historic district. They did community outreach here locally. They developed I don't want to misname it, but they took that community input and developed a kind of an updated feasibility plan. They are in the process of now revising their financing and business plans for the Historic Arts District. And we expect this spring that we should have this information. Once we are able to get to a point where we know what can be supported, what the vision is through ArtSpace, is that all of the buildings? Is it a portion? Is it a phased development? Once we know that, then we anticipate having a broader conversation with the community, with the policymakers of what, if that, what that looks like. What other needs could there be? So that would be in that conversation. For example, the battle simulation has a large concrete foundation that's left. The specific plan identifies that it would be reconstructed in site. If that's not the need, if there are other needs and there's other disposition, that we would look for that kind of planning with the community as sort of successor agency and in collaboration with the arts space individuals and local partners. And that would be a subsequent change, or if changes are needed, would be subsequent approvals that would come forward to the policymakers.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. I think that is helpful. Can I ask commissioners, comments, questions? Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. So I've been going through this, so forgive me, this packet, if I didn't see it. I was looking for a traffic study that would have at all referenced any kind of examination of the Chispa housing, of those 66 units, and what we can, how many cars we can expect them to have. Because usually I see kind of an estimate. We're expecting 2 cars per unit for a total of this. And I didn't see that anywhere. Was that even factored into any of the studies? Those 66 units and how many cars they might have?
Through the chair. A traffic report or a traffic study was not required for that specific portion of the project, as those numbers of affordable housing units were already included and analyzed in the entirety of the East Garrison specific plan. So it's just a change of moving them from adjacent to the art park to the town center.
With my discretion, I might invite the representative from Chispa to come forward if you have a comment about how that parking coincides with your experience of the folks who might be using this facility. Would that be okay, Ms. Shaw?
Yeah, and through the chair, while he's up there, if I could just ask another question, if there are any other Chispa housing developments that are similarly situated in that they don't have specific parking for them if they have to utilize on-street and mixed parking.
Yeah, so typically now legislation has allowed us to reduce the amount of parking. For example, I've heard discussions about, do you do structured parking as an alternative? The trouble is that funding is limited. If it was substructured parking, it could cost $100,000 a space. If it's podium parking, in other words, it's just you drive in and it's a concrete podium, that's up to 70. And that's not really feasible for the kind of work we do. So we're really looking at trying to park surface parking with just framed building. Typically, what I've seen with multifamily planning, with new projects, is one space per multifamily unit. With the senior housing, it's a lot less. That's typically what I've seen. It turns out we have actually parked more on the most recent phase. We actually did park it generously. I just heard from Paul Tran that we were up to 2 spaces. I'd be surprised, frankly, if there was any overage that was going in on the other pieces. So the question becomes, what kind of intensity of use do we have? But I would plan for something like this at about 1 space per unit for a multifamily, typically. And so if we're, I don't know how intense the commercial uses are. I don't think we've planned that yet.
Commissioner Shaw, did that address your concerns?
It did, thank you. I guess it is going by the handbook and not necessarily based in reality of, that most families, especially in that demographic, are going to be 2 working persons and they're not going to share a vehicle. So,
yeah. We have folks that are farm workers, a large majority of the folks that we serve. That's not all that we serve. Some of the folks will share transportation. We've come up with different programs to give transit passes, and there's things called Cal Vans that we're trying to get to bring folks out so that they don't have that, because cars cost a lot of money. It's typically $5,000 to $10,000 a year if you think about gas, insurance, repairs, et cetera, and that could be money that could be spent on education and a lot of other things. So we typically look for kinds of transit alternatives. This is a little bit more of a suburban space. But like I said, what I would typically plan for is about 1 space per unit for a multifamily.
And the location of that space is important as well. I think Commissioner Shaw spoke about that earlier, about when you come home from work with your groceries and you need to go home. Mm-hmm. So the idea of having shared parking supply that opportunity at a time when we might anticipate other people are shopping, how has that worked out in your experience with similar development?
A lot of times we've done something where they have some, not assigned parking like striped with a number on it, but we may give a pass and something that has a boundary that's set. I'd had some discussions with it. We haven't frankly had time to discuss it. But I think there's plenty of parking at the space. And frankly, I don't know how intense in reality the retail or whatever commercial uses are going to be for that town center. A lot has changed.
I think we're all hoping it's going to be very intense. There are going to be a lot of people there.
Maybe.
So let's plan for success here.
We will. So I'm concerned mostly about the fact that I had 1,700 families that didn't get housed from the 66 that did. And so it's much more important to me to think about having an inconvenience, if that's what it winds up being, and actually having them have a roof over their heads. We had 2 families that literally were coming out of spaces that were condemned. So there's a bigger, that's my main priority. Obviously, I want to make sure, I know that there are promises that are made in terms of the commercial, and I can't speak to that directly. But I do think with 1 space per unit, that's typical, what we would normally plan for a multifamily, for our kind of community.
And in your experience, it might be possible to set aside some area of that parking for the use of residents or something like that?
I have to get agreement from the, but we were actually talking about that just after we heard some of the comments.
I do appreciate that, because I think that, again, it's just the practicalities of how living works.
Right.
Any more questions for the representative of Chispa while he is here? Commissioner Daniels.
Yes, thank you. I'm curious in terms of the square footage of the apartments that are being proposed for above the town center. What kind of, how many people do you expect will be living in each of these units? Do you expect mostly families? And if you can't answer this, it might be somebody else, but the original apartments that were proposed for that location, is this a change in terms of the number of people we expect will be living in the units?
I'm not anticipating a change. It's a great question. It's really a question of the density. We're trying to focus on this one area. I don't think it's a bad thing in terms of the parking. We would, because of our financing, when we go for state funding, we would go under a large family allocation. And what that means is when we're applying for state credits, we would have 50% of the units be 2 and 3 bedroom units or greater. So the others would be studios or 1s. So it's sort of a mix. And in the units, the HUD standard is that you have 2 persons per bedroom plus 1. That's the that's the occupancy standard that we keep. So we really manage that in terms of making sure we don't have overcrowding. In a lot of non-regulated spaces, frankly, all over the county, you've got multiple families living in one space. And I can say with ours, you will really have one household, and we're pretty strict on the occupancy standards.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more, Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you. My question for Chispa regarding the parks and usage of the parks, do the apartment residents have access to all the parks in the community?
Yes, I think they do. The answer is yes, right? Yes. Yes. And frankly, we've had the same access where kids have come to our parks. And we've let folks know they can come and play. Kids are kids, right? So we have a lot of play structures within our communities, and that's a great way for people to get to know each other.
So whatever parks the developer puts in for East Garrison, they're all accessible to the low-income housing residents?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else while we've got him up here? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I'm going to close that again, but reserve the right to open it if it proves to be useful. Commissioners. Commissioner Gonzalez, are you leaning forward? I'm trying to read the tea leaves about who wants to talk here. All right, let's start with Commissioner Gomez.
Just, there's nothing in there. In terms of one of the speakers raised a concern about the completion date. Is that something that could be sped up if the project were to be approved?
Ms. Beretti, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so as a part of the disposition development agreement, there is an ability for the developer to offer a completion guarantee in order to continue to issue, for the affordable housing in particular, in order to continue to issue market rate residential units. It's actually the action for the completion guarantee is not before the commission today. We included it as a part of this, but that is something that is provided to the successor agency. And so it's really at the discretion of the successor agency about the timing for that. As staff, when we discussed it with the developer, when we did the original completion guarantees, it was both for phase 2 and phase 3, largely because financing had not been available. There's both tax increment funding takes longer to collect now, so there wasn't agency tax increment for both projects to move simultaneously, and then also to avoid competition between those two. It was clear that we were going to let the Chispa Phase 2 project get completed first before the Phase 3 project started. And so that project just got completed now. And so with the original completion guarantee timeline, there's not sufficient time for this Phase 3 unit. In terms of 5 years, so we did limit it at 5 years because that was about the timeline that the original guarantee term was. It will take time. You need to get designs. There will need to be fund seeking, and that can take a couple of years in order for Chispa to get that financing package put together. And then you have the actual construction timeline. So from staff's perspective, 5 years was as far as we were comfortable going out and seemed reasonable to give enough buffer. And then we do also have a bond guarantee associated with that. So if the agency board, which is the Board of Supervisors, is not comfortable with 5 years, they could propose a shorter timeline, in which case we may have to come back if construction isn't fully complete.
Commissioner Daniels, did you have a question?
I did. There were, through the chair, some other questions that I don't remember hearing the answer to, and so there were just a couple I wanted to ask. One was about parking enforcement, and if that's just something we have an answer to, I'll just run through them really quickly. So parking enforcement, there was a question about the Mello-Roos and who pays for the new buildings. And then we had the questions about the parking spaces for the current apartments. Someone asked a question about speed bumps. And then there was a question about a discrepancy between Exhibit C and D. And I think we answered the question about the community room, or did we not? Was that part of the package that you were talking about? Okay, thank you so much. I just was curious.
Okay, staff?
Let me start with the ones that I can answer, and then I'll hand it over to Ms. Kenga for the rest. So what I did want to clarify for the Mello-Roos, so that is a special tax that all of the properties at East Garrison are assessed that Mello-Roos. It is split between the Community Facilities District, which is servicing the bond that is paying back for the infrastructure, and for the Community Services District, which pays for the maintenance of certain roads, certain parks within the community, and sheriff services and other services. All of none of the affordable rental units are subject to Mello-Roos. All of the other market rate housing is subject to, and they will pay their fair share. They will be assessed on that. My recollection is that there was an analysis that looked at to ensure that the revenue stream from those houses will not impact that revenue stream for the CSD and CFD with this change. In terms of, so that will be equal, their share will be paid by those new homes that come in, as the share has been for the rest. One thing I can say, I don't want to speak too specifically about it, but in terms of so again, this East Garrison development was envisioned to pay for itself, essentially, which is why you have this Mello-Roos and why you have not a lot of public roadways out there, and during those original approvals, it was very clear from the board that the intention was for it to be, net zero impact to the general fund of the county. So with the roadways, and therefore with parking on the roadways, the majority of the internal roadways and circulation are maintained by the HOA, but again, as I indicated earlier, they are held open for the public. It's not a gated community. And that translates as well to the parking, and the parking being available for those who come to the community and visit the community. So by nature, enforcement on those private roads is the HOA, and there's no change to how that works now than what was originally envisioned. That's as deep as I can go into that one. And I do know with regards to speed bumps or concerns about kind of traffic calming, I know there have been discussions in the past, and for some of the exterior roads, Watkins Gate, and that where those are not appropriate to put in speed control devices or otherwise, but I cannot speak internally to what would be the mechanism or how that would work for the internal roadways that are not the public maintained roads.
Community room? Community room?
Thank you. Yeah, it is my understanding there's a community room that will be, that is intended to be incorporated as a part of the library. I'd also say the one thing I did want to note about the town center, there's a lot of conversation about the commercial and retail uses. It's very clear in the original approvals and the underlying agreements that the town center, yes, there are to be commercial uses, but also recognizing that it is, that it wasn't likely and it wasn't intended to necessarily be a moneymaker for the developer. It was intended to be neighborhood community serving, not just commercial or retail, but also civic space. And so depending on how things evolve with the town center, there could potentially be community space incorporated in there as well as needed, and that would come later. I did want to flag that we did add a condition. I forget the condition of approval number. I don't have it in front of me. We did add a condition requiring that prior to issuing the certificate of occupancy for the town center, that the developer and their team would provide basically a retail leasing operation and management plan for the town center, which would really have the details of and with the goal. We were very clear that it is with the goal of maximizing the commercial viability of that town center, and that is really where more of the detail of what types of businesses might be coming in and how that plan would work to bring those in.
And through the chair, there was just one other comment that was about a discrepancy between Exhibit C and D, and I'm not sure if that's...
You're not on the microphone.
And I'm not sure if that's something that can be addressed.
Perhaps Ms. Kenga has notes on that.
I apologize. My computer is freezing.
Well, perhaps we can come back to it when you get a chance. I want to revisit just so I understand, to say that the parking is available to anybody, but it's maintained by the HOA and enforced by the HOA? So it doesn't matter who's there, they're supposed to go around and enforce the parking? How does that work?
Sorry. Through the chair. So the CCNR, there are a certain set of rules for East Garrison residents. There are the CCNRs, and then there's also a East Garrison community rules from 2021. So with those two together, it identifies the HOA as having the authority to enforce the parking rules. There is also a parking pass program that allows the HOA to enforce rules. And
Yes,
then
I'm not making it clear. I'm not concerned about the people who are part of the community and live there. I'm saying that we've required that the roads be open to anybody who wishes to go there, which by comments we've received, particularly from the applicant's representative, include people who are using other areas besides that, who will not have signed into the HOA and who will not be part of a permit program. And somebody needs to help enforce that. That's seems to me to be somewhat beyond the scope of a homeowners association. If you're inviting in members of the general public, who deals with that?
So there is, so CHP does have, and the sheriff do have the ability to do certain traffic and other enforcement. Unfortunately, this is an area where I know just enough to not know enough to be clear, and I don't believe we have anyone representing from those entities. So it's not that there is no law enforcement, but there's some. Yeah, I'm just going to stop there.
Thank you. If you're not able to say more, that tells me a great deal. I see Commissioner Monsalve, you might have something to say about this?
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair. The HOA has authority over its own HOA members, but it doesn't have authority over the public. It doesn't have authority over the guests that will come and park everywhere in the community because there isn't enough parking anywhere. And it doesn't have authority over the residents of the apartments either. CHISPA. So everyone, they get one parking space per unit. So where's that second car going to go? In the HOA streets. There will be no way for the HOA to enforce its parking rules over the people that are not members of its organization, the HOA.
Thank you. That's very clear. Commissioner Shaw?
Speaking from experience, as far as calling the CHP to deal with parking issues, unsafe driving, speeding, there is one officer for all of Monterey County to handle that. And he will not come out, and they have to witness something happening. They will not accept a video, no matter how thorough. So it is very hard to have anything meaningful done in that regard.
Thank you for that experience. Ms. Beretti, did you want to say something? You looked like you were leaning forward.
Yeah, just one other. So again, we don't have anyone here from the sheriff or law enforcement who can speak to that. I do know there have been a good deal of conversations about law enforcement and coverage in the community, which I have not been privy to recently. I did just want to note that there is also, as a part of the library, incorporated a field office for the sheriff as well. How that will be staffed and how that might serve to better support for enforcement in the community is yet to be determined, and the sheriff's office would need to speak to that. But I did just want to point that out, that it is also, that is something that is incorporated as a part of the library that will be going in.
Thank you. That's very encouraging. I didn't mean this to be a discussion of a critique so much as to say that because we know that the enforcement is going to be challenged, we need to make sure that the plan will work most of the time. And so when we're looking at the plan where we have questions, we can't be reliant on enforcement to solve them. So whatever it is we're doing, we need to make sure there's a design way to do it or a way to do it that doesn't require the enforcement in order to be comfortable with it. And so whatever that turns out to be, I'm looking for anyone who has a creative solution, because I continue to be mindful of the people who have no place to live, and parking would be less of a concern than not. However, we have to be mindful of the people who live there now and the other people who are going to live there who are going to have 4 cars. Commissioner Roberts, did you have something you wanted to?
I wanted to go back to the timing sequence, similar to what Commissioner Gomez had asked. And I think that maybe we saw a summary of the timing, but I've lost track of what to expect in this next phase, and which, if the affordable housing comes first or the development comes first, the parks, how that all plays out. If there's a simple summary somewhere.
And also if that could include the difference between the phasing of East Garrison and the phasing of this project.
Ms. King, are you pulling up the attachment
plan?
Yeah. And I can speak to that while Ms. King is trying to pull up a visual. So, so the way that it is proposed, speaking from, the phasing plan for this final phase. So when I say 1 and 2, I'm talking about for this final phase. There's 2 main phases. The first phase would be kind of a concurrent phase that would be the town center with the affordable apartments, plus the first approximately 70 market rate units. And then the park would move forward, I don't want to misspeak, either concurrently or subsequent with that. I can double check the language. The phase 2 of the final phase, so final phase 2 would include the balance, the remaining portion of the market rate, plus all of the moderate and workforce units. There are some triggers. So this is and it's in some of the timing triggers that we put in. I want to pull up the draft of the first amendment, the development disposition agreement amendment, because that has where there are some specific timing triggers that we've carried forward. If you can bear with me so I can get that pulled up. So in that, we've also added, so the goal is to not let the remaining market rate units get too far ahead of the remaining public facilities and affordable housing. And so we carried forward and just updated some triggers from the DDA. And then we also added some additional language to help ensure concurrence for this remaining final phase. So so in that final phase, 1A, and this is in exhibit, why can't I read what? It's exhibit I, the draft first amendment to the first implementation agreement, which is how we are amending the DDA. And it is a revised attachment number 5, the second to last page of that agreement. So in there, the 30,000 commercial zone space and the landscaping, parking, and the affordable rental all in the town center, that would be constructed and finalized not later than that term for extension of the completion guarantee, which right now would be all certificates of occupancy issued not later than March 31st, 2030. The town square, which is the town center park, would then commence upon completion of that first phase of that town center and the above. The 77 single family units that would be built would be subsequent to the start of construction of the town center and the affordable housing, but concurrent to that. We then have the final 2 pieces intended to the balance of the remainder of those final units happening concurrently. So that's the phasing plan as we have it. And this is still in draft, so this is where we're at, but these are all still subject to change and will go to the successor agency board. So there are probably some refinements that we still need to make in these agreements.
Did I address your concerns, Commissioner?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much. If I could just add one more thing, I hadn't noticed this the first time, is the block that's not part of this project at all that says Chispa Apartments. Is that what currently exists today?
Yes, that's the Phase 2 apartments that were built by Chispa. And Chispa, the original plan was for ArtSpace, who's the Historic Arts District partner, to be the Phase 3 affordable housing developer. The ArtSpace and developer, with concurrence from the agency staff, have agreed that they're not going to do the affordable housing component, and that's why the developer is now working with Chispa to step in and do that affordable housing component. And that is all kind of pre-authorized and able to be done within the underlying DDA.
Okay, I'm going to propose that we take a 10-minute break right here and come back ready to decide what we want to do moving forward. So we'll reconvene at about 12 after 3. find a seat, that would be very helpful. Don't make me go all Girl Scouts on you. All right, thank you. So we're continuing with our conversation around agenda item number 6 right now. We've had some questions from the commission, and we're ready for the commission to either continue with questions or propose an action. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just either have a comment or a question is if there is a possibility of doing anything else with, seems like the biggest or one of the biggest issues is parking. And so I am not sure that as a plan is presented or could be modified to somehow address some of the issues that specifically more with parking. I know we didn't talk a lot about issue of fire and all of that, but to me, it seems like parking is a big issue. I wasn't sure if somehow a plan could be modified or somehow some of those could be added. From what I understood, that this is not the final plan, but would be brought back. Thank you. And it's not a question, it's more a comment. Well, unless.
No, that's fine. Need anything else? No? So I took that myself to understand that you would like to know what the options are for action at this time, in particular with things like potential changes to the parking. Is that what you're asking about?
Well, yes, and it doesn't necessarily, I'm not sure if, let's say, we move this forward, do we have to ask for those changes at this point, or would they be just based on the information from what the developers here, would they be able to bring back something that's a little modified, or would we have to actually state it in whoever makes the motion?
We are being asked to provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors at this time. So that's our task according to the agenda. So our recommendation, I think, can be whatever we want our recommendation to be, either to ask staff to propose some changes to address a concern you might have, or to suggest that that be done at another stage. That would be up to the commission. So anyway, I'm just looking around to see if council has or staff has any different understanding of that. I think that sounds right. And Commissioner Shaw wants to weigh in.
Thank you. I just wanted to make some comments because first, I'm very familiar with this area. I've spent a lot of time in East Garrison prior to this development, mountain biking. Since it's been developed, I think they've done a beautiful job. I do think this plan has a lot of stuff that I really like and can get behind. I love the mixed use. I love the open space and inclusion of parks. But someone had said it in a letter that they sent in, and that really resonated with me, and I feel like it's been confirmed listening to the phasing questions, that in order for the town center to be built, that CHISPA has to have the funding, and if that's not secured, someone said that it's just kind of holding it hostage. And I think the phasing is so far out, the parking is such an issue. I haven't read any kind of traffic calming measures in place in the private road system. There are just too many unknowns for me to say, hey, yeah, I can get behind something that otherwise I love. I love this, and I would want to spend time there with my friends who live in this community. So those are the unfortunate truths that I think it doesn't have to be either or, that we're going to get housing or they don't get anything. I feel like there's a middle ground we need to find for this CHISPA housing to get people into homes that also function for them and are, healthy, where they don't have to hunt for parking and walk a bunch. It just has to work for everybody in the community. I feel like development needs to be, it needs to work for everyone, not just the developer and not just the single family homes. It also needs to work for the people in the low income housing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to kind of follow up on the question that Commissioner Gonzalez asked, and also say that as Commissioner Shaw indicated, there's a lot of great things about this project. And also, obviously, there's a lot of community members that want the town center to be built and the park to be built. And that's kind of the balancing act that we have to do here as commissioners in terms of our recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. But specifically, what I wanted to ask is what I want to do is make a recommendation that the developer work with Chispa in identifying specific parking spaces in the town center parking lot, that they be identified for folks that are going to reside at the town center for the Chispa project. I think that's some recommendation we can make, and I'm willing to go forward with this project if that's done today.
Interesting. All right. Everybody got that? And others? Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes. Actually, I like the project. I think it's a very nice project in reference to what they're doing. There's less homes. Just like anything else, when it comes to parking, regardless of where we're at, it's always going to be an issue. One of the things that they could possibly do to separate the parking between, maybe have a section that is just for the Chispa apartments where they might possibly have like a card reader. They can put in their card, go in, park, and away they go. And it should not be too complicated to do. But I think it's a great project. Everything that they're doing, they're going out of the way to try to balance it and to accommodate the community that's currently out there. So I'm 100% behind the project. I think it's a very well-designed project, and they had 12 meetings with the community to get their input, and they've addressed a lot of the changes, which I think is really, really good. And thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roberts?
I guess the thing that's most important to me in this project is the phasing of it, if and when it happens, that the benefits to the community are prioritized. And so as currently proposed, it sounds like the affordable housing, the Chispa housing, and the town center and some of the parks are in that first part. And that will be super important to me in our recommendation, that remain a priority, and that we don't hear 7-10 years from now, oh, well, we ran out of money for this, and we built all these houses, and now we don't have this opportunity to, So I don't know how to memorialize that, but that will be very important to me.
To follow up on that, I thought I heard Ms. Beretti say that within that first phase, there were other dependencies, and that the town center park was subsequent to the Chispa apartment building, and it wasn't clear to me about the additional market rate homes that were in that part of this development's phase one. Ms. Beretti, could you clarify that for me?
Yeah, if you can just give me 1 minute, because I want to make sure I'm referring to the draft agreement as we have it that calls out those specifics.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Monsalve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had two thoughts, very maybe unorthodox ways to address the parking concerns. But one, do all streets have parking on both sides of the streets? And two, is it possible for the developer to offer buyers of homes that haven't yet been built the option to build garages that would fit their oversized vehicles? Just like you can buy a home with other options to be put in at construction, maybe an oversized garage to fit your oversized vehicle would be an option. And aside from that, my next biggest concern is that ultimately, from my understanding of all the information presented, the number of affordable units for purchase is going to be less than it was in the current project. Affordable for purchase.
No, that's not correct. All the affordable units are staying at the original approved project counts. Can you elaborate, please? Yes. So there was Actually, and it might help if you can bring up the slide that talks about how many have been built so far and how many remaining. So as a part of the original approval for the project, there were requirements for very low income affordable rental units. There were the for sale moderate units, and then there were also workforce units that were identified. So the total number of the very low and low affordables, those are rentals.
I mean for purchase.
For purchase, the only for purchase are the moderate units, and the remaining 33 is how many remains of the total, and all 33 will be constructed and sold in this final phase. The workforce units, those are for sale product. They're not affordable according to our RENA numbers. They're above moderate. Those units will be offered for sale at workforce levels, but for those units, the challenge is in the market because there's not a big difference between the market rate and the sale rate at a workforce 2 level. And the last phases when they were constructing, they were actually having to pay people to be willing to give their documentation and put a 1-year deed restriction. So those are simply challenging. So those will be offered, but we actually are going to try to work creatively with the developer, given the market conditions, if there's not a lot of difference between workforce and the market sales prices to achieve that. So that might have been what you were thinking.
Would it be possible, Ms. Beretti, for us to get some numbers and stop waving our arms? So we could actually hear from perhaps the Housing Authority folks about what those numbers would look like for workforce housing units compared to what things are selling for now? Because I'm not seeing how those pieces are as close as it sounds like you are. So maybe the numbers themselves would.
Can I ask if Darby Marshall, can we see if he is on Zoom? He was planning to join, but I don't know if it has joined for this item. And I will also Teams message. He is. So yeah, what I would like to do, if I could, Mr. Marshall is our housing program manager. He can speak much more specifically to the challenges with the workforce and where that workforce product compared to market rate, kind of the dynamics of that. And it does change somewhat depending on where the market is. So, Mr. Marshall?
I'd appreciate it very much, particularly if you can provide specific examples, because the climate is one thing, but examples really help bring it forward for me. Mr. Marshall?
Darby, you can unmute yourself.
Doesn't seem like we're having a lot of luck here. I don't see him on my screen at all, so. Ah, there we go.
It shows your mic is unmuted, but we can't hear you.
It's been a technical day here.
Yeah, he just messaged me that he is working to see if something's going on with his system audio, so he is working to troubleshoot that, if we can just give him a moment.
Sure. It's always worth a little time to understand something.
And perhaps, Mr. Marshall, if your computer system audio is not working, you could dial in for audio from your office line. That might work as well.
This is not working out.
Mr. Marshall just indicated he's dialing in right now. If there are any other questions in the meantime that we can address and then come back to the workforce question, we're happy to do that. Or is that the showstopper?
Commissioner Daniels has something over here.
Just will express sort of the one concern I have about that has come up, which is that the town center really needs to be built. It's an issue, I think, for traffic as well, that folks need somewhere to go to get some basic necessities. And so I am interested in the comments that my colleagues have made about the phasing and what the relationship is between the Chispa apartments and that phase moving forward. Both the town center retail commercial space and how intimately connected I realize they're all the same buildings, and whether or not that means that they're completely held up by the affordable housing project moving forward. And then I also like what I heard by I think a couple colleagues about the possibility of the developer identifying some parking spaces for those Chispa apartments, and that hopefully that could solve some of the problems that folks are predicting, in particular for those residents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Marshall, have you been able to get back yet?
If I may, while he's still working on that, if I can clarify, I was able to find the question that had come up previously of how are we helping to ensure that those market rate don't get too far ahead of the public benefit, and a little bit of on the question there. So it is my understanding that the intention is that the entire town center parcel would be transferred to Chispa, and Chispa would be the developer who would do the construction of, because it is one building, of the commercial and the apartments, but it would be with financing for the affordable component with developer financing for the commercial component. So that would be kind of fleshed out, I think, more in a purchase agreement as it would come through, but they are tied together. You know, you can't build the bottom floors without being designed and structurally able to then move the top floors on. And I do know that that this is a high priority. We will have tax increment that should be available, but it will be dependent on tax increment availability and then just pulling all of the financing together for that affordable. So I think as quickly as that financing can come together, it can move forward. What I did want to do is speak to more specific in the draft of the amendment to the disposition development agreement. We did identify triggers, timing triggers that would basically tie the town center to issuance of market rate units. So the market rate units couldn't take off. So there's still that incentive to ensure that the town center is moving forward. And the way that we have it drafted right now is that East Garrison shall complete construction of at least 20,000 square feet of the town center prior to issuance of the building permit for the 35th market rate residential unit, and that the final 14,000 square feet, of which 4 of that is the library, would come prior to the building permit for the 71st market unit. That is the trigger that we put in place to ensure that that phase one of this final phase happens all together, and the town center doesn't get left behind. That's, again, still in draft and subject to change, but so we did incorporate that.
Where does the park fit into that discussion?
So the park doesn't have a specific timing trigger, and that is something I've heard. The way that it is structured right now in the draft agreement, let me just read straight from it. The current draft reads that the town square, which is the town center park, would the timing of that would be upon completion of the town center and the affordable project. So we could perhaps add greater specificity on the timing for the town center park if that's something we could work in those negotiations moving forward to the successor agency that the county does consent to. So if that were something that is of interest, we can work with the developer to identify better clarity of timing for that town center park. Okay.
I'm hearing mutterings that this would be a good idea, and not having the park until after everything else is finished is troubling, at least to some of us. And it looks like Mr. Marshall says he's called in on another number. Madam Clerk, can we get him up yet?
Darby, can you please press *6 if you've called in?
Very hard to do this. Everybody should know that. Aha, this looks helpful.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can. And you were able to hear the question?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Deal. So to your question about the workforce units and affordability levels and sale prices, I don't have specific examples for that affordability level right now for this particular project. I do know what our sale price would be, and I can give that to you in just a second. But we would need to actually sit down and look at what the units are selling for and compare them to our sale prices right now. And so right now, a two-bedroom workforce one unit is priced at $542,100, and a three-bedroom unit will be $602,300. Now, I'm not exact, and that number will go up or down as we do an individual analysis that takes into account HOA fees, supplemental property tax assessments, things like that. That will bring that price down some, so that we don't have our purchasers exceeding 35% of their income going to housing costs. But I would need to go do more work on where East Garrison Partners is proposing to price these at versus what we're calculating the affordable levels at.
Thank you. I think the question had to do with the calculation of what workforce affordability levels would allow in that price. But Commissioner Monsalve?
That was very helpful because, in fact, what I was thinking of was reports that Mr. Marshall has presented in the past on this very topic. And so I wanted to see that information for this project. I also would love to see the parking situation addressed a little better. I realize you have the parking study, and that was great, but if we could come back with some kind of joint effort between CHISPA and the developer regarding some designated parking for those specific units, I think that would also help the parking concern. So if we could get a report from Mr. Marshall, like he's done in the past for other projects, and get some more numbers on the parking spaces, I think that would be very helpful for me personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Others? Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I guess hearing those numbers from Mr. Marshall has me a little bit confused because those are significantly different than market rate houses. To get a 3-bedroom for roughly $600,000 in a nice community that seems pretty good. I don't understand. Maybe someone can explain to me how they would have to pay somebody to purchase that. Why that would be a hard thing to sell. I don't understand.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Daniels, did you have something to add?
Along those lines, was the 3-bedroom the workforce 2? Because we heard the workforce 1 numbers, but we've been talking about workforce 2.
Excuse me, the workforce 2 3-bedroom is $722,900.
And the 2-bedroom?
Is $650,500.
Thank you. I think that helps a lot. Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you. My thoughts keep coming back to me, but the whole reason I feel like this is something to really hone in on is because I think Ms. Beretti told us that when the workforce to housing isn't sold because it's too close in price to market rate, and people don't want to have to come up with all the documents and comply with all the restrictions, and they'll just either not do workforce two or do market rate, the workforce to housing will automatically move into market rate housing, which means that if originally we intended for there to be 140 single-family units at market rate, now they got an additional however many are allotted to workforce two housing. Another 70 units for single-family units at market rate.
If I may just clarify, they don't automatically roll into. All I was simply trying to point out is that that product has been a challenge in the past. And that's part of why we have the 70, about half of them still remaining. The intent is to do fair marketing to identify workforce two buyers that qualify, that can purchase these homes and benefit from it and meet that criteria. All I was trying to point out is that some of it depends on what's happening in the market at the time that those homes are available for sale, for where that difference is, and that there is the ability, and that existed since before my time with this development, the ability that if the developer's truly done their due diligence to identify those workforce two buyers and get them into the homes, and we as an agency or housing unit verifies that that effort was completed, they don't have to sit unsold in forever if they can't find those buyers eligible, as long as there's been a really due diligence. Then at that point in time, there is the option after evidence that we really tried and failed. We've not gotten there yet. So really, I just wanted to point out that it's just this one particular piece that has been a challenge, and we're mindful of. The intent is to get workforce two buyers in every one of those. And the intent is, I would love it if the market was at the workforce two rate, because that would mean all of the housing is more affordable for buyers locally. So I apologize if that confused a little, but it does not automatically in any way roll to market rate. It just has that option if after all due diligence we really cannot identify qualified workforce two buyers to go into those units. And the deed restriction on those are just 1 year. So there's not, for moderate, those are much longer deed restrictions. So the deed restrictions are very short for that workforce two product.
Mr. Marshall, did you want to weigh in on any of that?
No, I think Ms. Peretti had it correct. This is, it really depends on where we are in the market cycle. And the units are probably becoming more affordable because of the way that we where we peg the interest rate at. So that could be part of it, why we're getting closer right now. But it has historically been a challenging product to move, and we will be working with these Garrison partners to try to understand what incentives they've had to offer to sell the ones that they've already managed to sell. But like Ms. Brody also said, these only have a 1-year term of affordability. So it is somewhat challenging in that aspect. The other challenge that may be out there is if these folks are right there and can afford that market rate unit, they're not subject to the restrictions on being able to buy, fancy upgrades. So with the traditional product that we would consider, you can't get the granite countertop upgrade or anything like that. And so that may have been a factor in some decisions before when the pricing was closer.
That's really interesting to me, because I always had a little bit of concern around the whole workforce concept, given the difficulty in administering it. It seems to me like good news if what you're telling me is that Workforce 1 and Workforce 2 are close enough to market rate that people are being able to make that decision based on what they can afford, and that there's plenty of product available there for them. The idea that we have homes that are having trouble being sold is a little troubling, because I am pretty clear there's folks who don't have houses. So those two things are a little bit at tension for me. It's like, yeah, I understand that it's good that people with workforce 2 incomes can afford to choose. But the idea that that ends up with empty homes that are already built is very troubling. So I'm having trouble readjusting my mind around that difficulty. Other commissioners? Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to make sure this project is compliant with the workforce requirements and the affordable requirements, right? It complies.
Yes, it fully complies, and there were no changes from the original approvals and that compliance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think it's time to fish or cut bait. Commissioner Roberts?
Knowing that we aren't the decision-making body today, that we are only the recommending body, and that the Board of Supervisors will get to consider this themselves, I'd like to recommend, I guess, this project to the Board of Supervisors with the ideas that we talked about today, including designating or identifying parking for the Chispa housing, and creating a phasing plan that, without question includes the public benefit, residential benefit parts of this project, the town center and the Chispa housing. And if there was anything else I missed. Parks in the initial phases as well.
Okay, so am I hearing a motion?
I believe so, if we need one as a record.
Okay, so the motion is that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt that recommending this project to the Board of Supervisors with the changes you've discussed, which include specific parking for the residents of the Chispa housing and phasing clarity around the parks and public benefit areas being equivalent or ahead of anything else, right?
Correct, yes.
It's not the very formal words, but that's what I heard. Is that correct? Is there a second? It's been moved by Commissioner Robertson and seconded by Commissioner Mendoza, what I just said. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. Could we add in, and I don't know if the rest of the commission agrees on this, but just because of my experience in my neighborhood, and I've heard it expressed from some of the community, the traffic calming measures like speed humps or what have you, with the increase in traffic in that community in the future, that be considered with community input where it's needed.
Maker of the motion have anything to say about that?
As the maker, I would say the only reason I didn't consider that was because I think that's a HOA thing and not necessarily a county thing, but I don't know that for sure.
Thank you.
So is that a yes, you want it in there, or no, you don't want it in there?
I mean, I don't think we can make the HOA do anything, can we?
Well, I think we could say we recommend that they consider traffic calming measures where appropriate. We could say that.
That's fine with me.
If that were okay with you, is that okay with the second? Commissioner Daniels, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to add that the comment that I had heard, I think, was a request that the developers look into that so the HOA did not have to, if I remember correctly. But I'm fine with your motion.
Okay. Are we clear on what the motion is? Is there further discussion of the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. Thank you all very much.
Martha, can I ask before we start the next one?
Yes, and Commissioner Daniels has something before we move on to the next item.
Before we move on to the next one, I am supposed to be at a meeting at 4:30 back on the Monterey Peninsula, and I just want to make sure we will still have a quorum because I think I heard one other commissioner say they had to go somewhere.
That's down two here shortly. Commissioner Shaw?
I can't be part of the next item. I have to recuse myself.
So we're down 3. What's that count?
I think you'll have 6.
I think we'll still have 6 present at that point, and we can see how far we get. Before we proceed further, I'm going to announce that I'm going to actually ask the commission to concur that we need to continue the item number 8 because the staff report was not in the packet. And so we're talking about the general plan phasing. Not only is it at the end of a long day and it deserves our best attention, we also didn't have the material in front of us. So I'd like to ask the commission to concur that we would go ahead and ask that it be continued to the next meeting where we would like to have it first on the agenda. Is there any objection to that? No objection on the dais. Seeing no objection, I'm going to recommend that to staff. Thank you. So if anybody's waiting here for the general plan, online or here, that will be the next meeting and not this one. And if there's a change of circumstance here, I think those of you who need to leave, but we are going to go ahead and commence item number 7 if staff is ready, and that is PLN 200203, the Anthony Nicola Incorporated project. And I think Ms. Israel, are you leading the staff on this charge?
Madam Chair or County Council, I don't know, does Commissioner Shaw need to state why she's not participating?
She has in the past, but if she would like to do so again, please feel free to do so.
Thank you. I have to recuse myself because apparently I live within 1,000 feet of the proposed development. So I'm unable to act as a commissioner or sit in as a member of the public.
1,000 feet, is that? Okay. We're sorry to lose your expertise as always. Okay, those of you who are remaining, pay attention. Those of you who are leaving, pack up quietly. And let's turn it over to Ms. Israel for a briefing on this continued item.
Alex, the mouse is not working on this computer, so I can't open. Would you please open the PowerPoint presentation for staff for PLN 200203? Sorry. Thank you, Alex. I'm going to ask you to click through when I say click, okay? Good afternoon, Chair Deal and Planning Commissioners. Whoa, that was way too fast. Okay, I've got control. I'm presenting the Anthony Nicola project, PLN 200203, which was continued from a hearing on February 14th to today. As a quick reminder, the project is located at 124 Gonda Street in the community of Pájaro, and the site is zoned high-density residential with a maximum of 20 units per acre. That's HDR 20. The site is 1.3 acres in size and is located adjacent to the levee on the southern side of the Pájaro River. The project is located within Pájaro Community Plan area indicated by a fuchsia dashed line on this map, and adjacent land uses are residential and agricultural, employee housing, and there's also the Pájaro levee. This project brings much needed agricultural employee housing to the area. The location is within a community area that is discussed in the 2010 general plan as a priority growth area, and as mentioned, it's HDR residential. Also, by applying the density bonus code, the project allows for more units of housing and 3 units of very low income housing. During advisory committee hearings, there was opposition from neighbors due to concentration of similar developments, concerns about flooding, emergency response, crime, etc. A 360-bed project was entitled for the adjacent lot in 2021, which is indicated by what I just popped up. As part of the motion to continue, the Planning Commission requested several additional pieces of information, which will be presented by staff throughout this presentation. The project does involve demolition of a small single-family dwelling, shed, and a septic system, and construction of 2 3-story buildings for 34 2-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit with office totaling 36,200 square feet. H2A housing is proposed on 31 of the 2-bedroom units and the 1-bedroom office with office. The project does qualify for the density bonus with 2 incentives. The application also includes a request for variance for less than 200-foot agricultural buffer. The buildings are proposed to reach 43 feet from average natural grade, and the construction in full will require movement of 1,000 cubic yards of soil approximately. At the bottom of this slide, the east elevation is shown. As you can see, all units will have access from balcony walkways, and the floors are connected by outdoor staircases. Shown here is the south elevation with the materials and colors as realistic, warm neutrals as shown. Exterior lighting will be downlit and unobtrusive.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop because I have failed utterly to start the interpretation services that we arranged so carefully. I very much apologize. Who is going to be in charge of that? I think that the secretary is going to read the instructions once again, and we may have to ask you to begin again. I'm so sorry.
What's that? They're interpreting, but is everybody who should be in a room? Let's go back through for anyone who joined. Okay. Yeah, so I think since we at 1:30 we're not ready to hear this item, in case anyone joined late and didn't get the Spanish interpretation instructions, we'd just like to repeat them to be sure everybody who's joining us by Zoom has the ability to fully participate. So we will be using the services of a remote interpreter.
Interpreters, could one of you join the English channel?
Why don't you go ahead and give the instructions? If the interpretation has started, we will depend on that since we've given them once.
Okay, I will just go ahead through them for good measure. So we're using interpretation. So now that the simultaneous interpretation function is on, the only person who will hear the interpretation will be those who wish to use interpretation services. And in order to utilize the interpretation services, via Zoom, you will need to click on the interpretation icon that looks like a globe. If you're joining on a smartphone, you may find the language interpretation option under More. Everyone must click on the interpretation icon to select your preferred language. Those wishing to use the interpretation services should click Spanish, which will be on the list of options. And once the interpretation, now that it's turned on, you will hear the English speaking in the background at about 20% volume and Spanish speaking at 80% volume. If you prefer to hear only the interpreter, there is an option to mute original audio right under where you select Spanish. Now that the simultaneous interpretation is turned on, let the interpreter know if you have any trouble. Everyone else can click English by clicking the globe at the bottom of the screen. Si alguien está en la Zoom que todavía no tiene interpretación, por favor, oprima el globo in the bottom of your screen. Yes, please. Ellie will do it. Thank you.
Si alguien está en la junta de Zoom y quiere entrar a la junta de Zoom, pero en español, para oírlo en español, por favor oprima el globo que está abajo de su pantalla y va a seleccionar español o Spanish. Y ahí puede entrar a ese cuarto y van a traducir la junta que está ahorita.
Thank you. Thank you both. Okay? Now, apologize to Ms. Israel, but let's just restart.
Hola, me llamo Maria Israel. I'm presenting PLN 200203 Anthony Nicola Incorporated. This is a continuance from a previous hearing on February 14th. I'm going to quickly introduce. The location is 124 Ganda Street, Pájaro. It is in the North County Area Plan. It is zoned high-density residential with a 20 unit per acre maximum. A quick overview. The project does bring agricultural employee housing to the area. It's located in a community area that is discussed in the 2010 general plan as a priority growth area. and the zoning does incorporate expectation of greater growth. By applying the density bonus code, the project allows for more units of housing and 3 units of very low income housing. Advisory committee hearings brought out some neighbors with concerns about concentration of similar developments, concerns about flooding, emergency response, crime, and other things. There is a 360-bed project entitled for the adjacent lot, and it's actually under construction, maybe even functioning. As part of the motion to continue, the Planning Commission requested several additional pieces of information which will be presented by staff and responded to throughout this presentation. This is the project description. It does involve demolition of an existing single-family dwelling and construction of 2 3-story buildings for 34 2-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit with an office with a total of 36,200 square feet. The 31-bedroom 2-bedroom units and the 1 1-bedroom are part of an H2A housing facility. And the density bonus with 2 incentives brings about 3 very low income deed restricted units in the project. And the 2 incentives include a height relief from the maximum height, as well as a relief from the minimum parking. Project also includes a request for variance for less than 200-foot agricultural buffer. We're now looking at the facility design with the building reaching 43 feet from average natural grade, and it also requires movement of 1,000 cubic yards of soil. This is the east elevation shown. All units will have access from balcony walkways, and the floors are connected by outdoor staircases. Now we're looking at the south elevation, and now we're looking at a 3D rendering of the height as would be viewed from Gonda Street in front of the project. All appropriate amenities are included in the facility design, such as areas to exercise, socialize, new sidewalks on the frontage of Gonda Street, trash enclosure areas, adequate fencing, and this is all shown on the plans. This is a site plan that shows all of those items, and it also shows some of the emergency routes and directions for pickup and drop-off. We're now looking at floor plans. These are typical floor plans, as well as the laundry room and recreation room. The H2A housing is designed to have 4 beds per bedroom, shared kitchen and dining room, and private storage for all individuals. A density bonus allows the project to increase density allowed in the underlying zoning district. So 20 units per acre could go up by 9 units. And that's because the base unit is 26, and it can go up by 9 units. That is an 11% increase, and that can be granted if 3 very low income units or another assembly of affordable housing is proposed. In the February hearing, the Planning Commission requested information be provided by staff on whether the applicant would add more levels of income-restricted housing to the development. Staff did ask the applicant as to whether they would add other income levels, and they do not wish to do so. Also in the hearing in February, the Planning Commission requested information on whether other agricultural employee housing projects had previously utilized the density bonus provisions of the county. And yes, PLN 160769, Ausonio Apartments Incorporated, was agricultural employee housing that used the density bonus. I can give you more information about that if you want. Special conditions of approval were applied to the project to monitor the use as employer-sponsored housing in the 34 units. Stormwater controls are proposed, and a draft stormwater control plan has been accepted by HCD staff. Conditions of approval 15 through 20 will ensure that the stormwater controls are installed and maintained for the maximum required on-site stormwater retention, and that long-term safety of the residents is expected for the area. Improvements to County Stormwater Pond in the 2 lots to the east are underway, and the adjacent lot is also installed bioswales for stormwater control. As part of the motion for continuance in February, the chair requested the applicant prepare a draft emergency action plan for the site. They did so. It is attached to the staff report as Exhibit J. With the EAP and other requirements of the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Plan, the project meets general plan policies and related zoning codes for development siting. Many technical reports by outside consultants found no physical or environmental constraints that would indicate the site is not suitable for the proposed use as mitigated. A variance is formally required because Title 21 requires a 200-foot buffer in the form of an easement from farmland zoned parcels, and the lot that is now serving as agricultural employee housing to the immediate east is still zoned farmland. The Planning Commission reviewed the agricultural buffer variance in February 14th hearing. Staff answered most questions, and the findings and evidence remain unchanged in the draft resolution. However, one question did come up as to what is the distance to the nearest agricultural operation that is existing after the immediate adjacent lot to the east. And the distance is shown on this slide at 265 feet from edge of property. A traffic study was prepared for the project, and the proposed increase in daily trips would not significantly impact the capacity of Gonda Street or nearby intersections to carry the traffic. Even modeled at maximum standard occupancy, the vehicle miles traveled analysis would not be significant because Pajaro's local VMT is below the county average. And these arrows indicate the flow of traffic from the collecting of the neighborhood around Gonda Street onto San Juan. The project increases water use at the site by 11.5 acre-feet per year. That is estimated in the initial study, which evaluated the potential for this impact on the groundwater in the regulatory environment of the state-recognized Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, or I'll call it PV Water. That's what they like to call themselves. They manage the overdraft of the broader basin with their practical solutions underway. Also, in the light of the wastewater recycling of 50% of the project's effluent during the months that the project would be fully occupied, and with adherence with the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board environmental laws as administered by County HCD, and discussed in an earlier slide, a large collection of conditions hold them, and the project's by design stormwater controls retain up to 95% of storm surface water runoff. The initial study also took into account that the project is within the Pajaro community area. Pajaro is served by Pajaro Sunny Mesa CSD, a regulated public utility that develops its urban water management plans, in which they have the need to analyze their infrastructure to ensure they can meet their service needs. They have provided the project a can and will serve letter. Therefore, the initial study found the impact to groundwater management to be less than significant. The initial study looked at cumulative uses in the scope of similar projects, and with the Rio Vista project next door, found the impacts to be less than significant. But note that where Pajaro Sunny Mesa drills its wells to source the water for this service area, it is in the Pajaro Valley groundwater basin, which is in critical overdraft at this time. In the larger sense of the Pajaro Valley groundwater basin, which crosses county lines, these cumulative effects are more related to agricultural uses than housing projects, and we will go into that in another slide. County General Plan Policy PS 3.1 requires long-term water supply quantity and quality to serve development. The Nicola project does not conflict with the implementation of the GSP, the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And as mentioned, 50% of the project wastewater is going to be recycled. Mitigation by design with the on-site recharge. Low flow fixtures will be installed and landscaping will be drought tolerant, and that's all per county code. And as mentioned, there is a can and will serve letter and a GSP underway. Specific findings are required for policy PS 3.2. The findings are water quality, authorized production capacity, technical and managerial capability, rights of water source, control of off-site peak flows, implementation of best management practices, no water hauling. All of these criteria are met by the proposed project. So the one criteria for long-term sustainable water supply finding that has raised some concerns is the cumulative effect of existing and projected future demands for water from the source and the ability to reverse trends contributing to overdraft condition and otherwise affecting supply. Staff has prepared a few additional slides to look at how Pajaro Valley Water is the groundwater sustainability agency and is implementing its plan to bring the basin into alignment to achieve its mandate of sustainable groundwater management. What you will see is that, one, by far, agricultural water use is the biggest driver of overdraft from direct human activities. Two, real projects and programs are reducing overdraft of the basin. And three, the Nicola project does not impede sustainable groundwater management of the basin. Much of the content of these slides was provided by PV Water staff on their groundwater sustainability update for 2022, which they call the GSU 22. Brian Lockwood, General Manager, and Casey Musil, hydrologist of Pajaro Valley Water, are in this meeting via Zoom and can answer any questions and present more information. PV Water is charged with providing sustainable groundwater management. So this slide does introduce that and their history. PV Water has collected data on the types and intensities of water use and precipitation effects on the groundwater in the basin for many decades. PV Water has built forecasting models using that data. Municipal demand is fed into the model based on AMBAG's regional growth forecasts. PV Water has a set of sustainable management criteria. Oh, there we are. They have a set of sustainable management criteria that define sustainability. They have established thresholds and have developed plans and programs that are geared to avoiding creating undesirable results. If undesirable results occur after 2040, the state will intervene in the management of the basin. So, PV Water has been measuring their objectives against their goals and working toward interim milestones to achieve them. This slide now shows the PV Water area of 120 square miles and the land uses within the area. The two biggest drivers, as you can see, in the water use in the valley are land use and climate. Urban water use in this valley is only 17% of use. Agriculture is the majority of use. PV Water modeling shows a trend toward 12,100 acre-feet of overdraft, which they are gearing their programs and projects to balance for by developing new water supplies. Conservation, optimization such as recycled water for irrigation. These are large-scale projects, such as a $7.6 million grant-funded project for the College Lake Integrated Resource Management Project, which would produce an average of 1,800 to 2,300 acre-feet per year, an $8.8 million grant fund for multi-benefit land repurposing, Watsonville's Slough System Project, and many more. PV Water does not have an offset program per se for developers to pay into. However, for the Nicola project, funding goes from the developer to PV Water via Pajaro Sunny Mesa as augmentation charges for water pumped out of the basin, and also a portion of the funding comes from a management fee that is assessed by county as a flat rate to the property owners and is sent on to PV Water. Draft mitigated negative declaration for PLN 200203 was prepared in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act. The documents reflect the independent judgment of the county. All pertinent issues were analyzed in the MND. Potentially significant impacts were identified and 10 mitigation measures were recommended. The MND described conditions of approval that ensure less than significant impacts through application of county and state regulations as well. A mitigation measure for safe evacuation through project-specific EAP. Another ensures adequate peak wastewater delivery through the sewer system assessment. 2 mitigation measures ensure that cultural and tribal cultural resources are not mishandled or destroyed during excavation. 6 mitigation measures ensure avoidance of biological resources which were not identified on the project site but have the possibility of being in the area. The MND demonstrates that the mitigation measures and conditions of approval effectively address all project issues and will mitigate all potentially significant impacts to less than significant. The initial study and mitigated neg deck were circulated for 30 days in late 2023. There were 3 comment letters. Staff found some of the comments would be best handled with responsive errata edits in the text of the initial study. Staff also worked with County Public Works staff since our last hearing in February to better hone the sewer system assessment mitigation measures so that it's attenuated to evaluate what is still needed for evaluation on the system. This and other responsive edits are in the red line version of the ISMND, which is Exhibit F. It is this version which staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt. The proposed project was reviewed by the Agricultural Advisory Committee on May 27, 2021. The committee recommended approval of the project and adopted a recommendation of support 7-0 vote with 5 absent and none abstaining. The project was also reviewed by the North County Land Use Advisory Committee. Several members of the public attended and 3 spoke out against the project. There was Spanish and county contracted translator present, and their concerns in both languages were public safety, the condition of the neighborhood services, concern for private views, and general dislike of the idea of multi-story agricultural housing facilities in the area. So we can go into that more, but we did discuss that in the previous hearing. Staff did respond in the previous hearing to some of this, and some of this is identified through the initial study and the application of Public One, the mitigation measure that provides the emergency action plan for which you have a draft. Still, the LUAC voted not to support the project as proposed 4-1 with 1 member absent. On the dais is an errata memo for a new condition of approval, adding, this would be the 35th condition of approval, adding an indemnification agreement standard condition of approval. It was a staff oversight. We were lining up 2 other agreements and thought that there was coverage, but it's a good idea to add this legal coverage as well. This just is so that the applicant would defend, indemnify, and hold harmless the County of Monterey or its agents, officers, and employees from any claim, action, or proceeding against county. So therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a mitigated negative declaration, approve the project including demolition of the single-family dwelling, and grant the use permit for construction of this agricultural employee housing facility. Also bringing in 3 very low-income inclusionary housing units, granting the variance to allow less than 200-foot agricultural buffer. And staff recommends the Commission adopt the conditions of approval mitigative monitoring and reporting plan with 25 conditions and 10 mitigation measures, including the indemnification agreement. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you. Whoops, we jumped to if you wanted more information.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. I appreciate it. We're going to take just half a second here. We've been having some technical difficulties, and we just want to see where we're at before we proceed. Just take a breath, and we'll come back in just a second. Okay, what has happened is that the translation has stopped, and we are concerned about what it is we're supposed to do in a case like that. And it appears that we had no record of anybody being currently making use of those services, and we have not had a formal request for interpretation as outlined in our agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and go forward, hold my breath, and hope that that's the right decision. And if anyone is having anyone would like to speak and can't understand, we're going to ask them shortly when public comment begins to raise their hand, and we will make appropriate accommodations at that time, best that we can do. So we apologize that the translation services apparently ceased. I hope that won't be an inconvenience to anyone who wants to participate in this meeting. And we will take every opportunity we can to try to make sure that we are open to all. Technology is helpful, but we rely upon it, and sometimes it doesn't come through. That being the case, thank you, Ms. Israel, and I'm going to ask the commissioners if you have any technical questions for staff. Okay, we're going to have the clerk announce in Spanish what happened before we do that.
Thank you. Si hay alguien en la junta de Zoom que habla español y necesita servicios de intérprete, por favor, manténganse en la junta. Cuando comience la parte de comentario público, vamos a hacer el esfuerzo para traducir sus comentarios.
Okay. Ready? Commissioners, any technical questions of staff? Clarifications, anything like that? Commissioner Mendoza.
Yeah, the only question I have, so we have 34 two-bedroom units, a one-bedroom for the manager, and then 3 exclusionary houses. Is that what we're, so there's 3 additional homes to the 34? Is that what we're doing?
We, through the chair? Yes. This is a 35-bedroom set of buildings, and 3 of the units will be set aside as inclusionary housing units. So the rest of it is part of the H2A housing employee, agricultural employee program.
So it's a total of 34 units, correct?
One of the units is the manager's suite. And then 31 units are going to be 2-bedroom units occupied by 8 individuals with their own, each of those has its own kitchen, storage, dining area.
All right, thank you.
And to follow up on that, can you describe what the inclusionary units are going to look like? Are they the same, or are they different, or are they for individuals, or are they for families? What are they?
They would be required to meet our very low income restricted, deed restricted levels. So it would be 2-bedroom units with probably families. And so it would, the floor plan, typical floor plan C is what it would look like.
Okay, and can you bring that up, or is it not convenient?
There we go.
So these would, the floor plan C would be the same for the inclusionary units as it would be for the H2A units, except that we wouldn't have 8 people in them?
Right, they would do their own interior decor, so it wouldn't have the beds and the dining room put in, but it would be 2-bedroom units.
With individual baths?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions from staff? That being the case, I'm going to open the public hearing and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and speak as they might like to do.
So on behalf of Mr. Nicola, I think staff did a great job of answering the questions from last time. We submitted a letter to you with also with our answers to those questions. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, but I can spare the commission that unless you have any specific questions. I do have 2 things I'd like to discuss. One is, and staff did mention this, that the county has granted density bonuses to H2A housing projects before, and specifically the one on the Tanimur and Anil property. And secondly, I think there was some discussion last time about the effect of this project or it's on regional housing supplies and whether this project could be built as a non-H2A affordable housing project. The answer is, of course, we're seeking a variance for parking because H2A projects have effectively no parking demand or extremely low parking demand. And so in order to do other than H2A housing, we'd have to seek a variance for parking, for even greater variance because there's a much greater parking demand calculated for non-H2A than for H2A. In addition, and the city of Salinas did a study recently on farm worker housing and concluded that H2A housing actually does benefit all housing types. And this is page 123 from their farm worker housing study says, the surge of H2A workers into the region has exacerbated the shortage of affordable housing in cities like Salinas, Watsonville, and elsewhere. Workers are crowding into motels, mobile home parks, apartment complexes, and single-family homes. And then it has in parentheses, and worse. I'm not sure what that, I assume, means like garages or sheds or whatever. And in so doing, displacing other low-income workers who live year-round in the region and reducing their housing options. So building this H2A housing has the effect of lessening the burden on non-H2A housing, which has, of course, a positive effect of opening more housing opportunities to full-time residences. So H2A housing does have a positive impact, according to the city of Salinas, and common sense, I think, on all housing stock availability. So we agree with all the conditions of approval, including the additional one that was just added. And as I said, I'll spare you from my PowerPoint unless there's a specific question you have about a specific issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. If no one else has anything else, my abiding concern has been placing people, particularly people without individual transportation options, in an area that we know has been evacuated for floods in the immediate past. So if you just walk me through the actual emergency process that would happen should the levee fail in that area, we have an emergency and we need to evacuate people who don't have individual vehicles who need to get further than just down the block because it's going to be a distance that they're going to have to go.
Right, so the structures themselves are built, or the structure itself is built above the 100-year flood elevation. So and there is not, I mean, I guess if we have a 1,000-year flood, it'll be what it is. But as to the 100-year flood, we're above the 100-year flood. And as we know, we had a catastrophic failure of the levee last year, and this property was not flooded. So that what happens after that is the persons responsible for the H2A employees, meaning the agricultural employers who provide the transportation, as part of our emergency response plan, should it appear that evacuation is necessary, they evacuate the people. They have their vehicles come and take the people away, presumably to the shelters, wherever everybody goes when there's a flood in a community. They go into some type of shelter housing. So this is the emergency action plan that we submitted was the one that the county approved for the project next door. So effectively, we just used the approved template of the project on Gonda. I mean, excuse me, on the other street.
Susan Street.
Susan, and that's the Reader's Digest version of what happens.
Yeah, and it's generic, and it bothers me. I'm sorry to harp on this. It bothers me because it doesn't recognize the realities, which are that floods are not a level, floods are an event, and there's a dynamic component to a flood, and where the flood occurs is different in different failures. So we need to think about what happens if we put people in a place that might be unreachable. I mean, we might not be able, should something like this happen, we might not be able to get in there and to evacuate people, and so I'm concerned about putting people in that area. And I wasn't comfortable in Susan Street, and I remain uncomfortable with putting people in the way of danger in an area where we know that danger exists during the time between now and whenever we solve this problem, which I don't think is going to be tomorrow. So, yeah, we got a plan. The plan is that this didn't flood last time, and we're going to pick people up when we get round to it. Still leaves me with some concerns. And so,
I wouldn't necessarily categorize it as when we get around to it. I think that clearly the county has a template that we used. There's nothing unique about this danger to this piece of property in the Pajaro Valley. Clearly, it's widespread in the Pajaro Valley. There's no legal reason why this property can't be developed as H2A housing, and there's no basis to deny the project based on the fact that there might be future floods because the property is not in the floodplain. The development's not in the floodplain, and there is access. There's a plan to access it and get people out just as if I lived there and I had to drive myself out. It's the same program. In addition, keep in mind, this is H2A housing. So in the wintertime, there's nobody there. You know, people aren't living, well, there will be 3 families living there, or 4, I guess, including the manager. But the H2A housing, who presumably have their own cars, so the H2A housing is vacant for the, end of October through 3 or 4 months of the year, which I think coincides with the high rainfall period. So yeah, is there a potential problem? Yes. Is there a plan to deal with it? Yes. In light of the fact that this is not occupied year-round, it's H2A, I'd say the likelihood of exposure is very de minimis. So, thank you.
Yes, and I understand your point, and I would also respond that we're not approving something that's only going to be limited to being used part of the year. We're improving something that may be used throughout the year. It's allowed, from our side, we aren't making that discrimination and saying we are not letting you be there during the wet time. So we have to assume that this is a possibility going forward. And secondly, it's not a question of whether it's widespread to the existing people. We're adding people to the mix. This is new development. So these are the reasons why I just want to be really clear about my concern. It's not, yeah, everybody has the right to do this. Yeah, we can. It's people for whom we have taken on a burden of care. We're putting them into a place where we know there's a problem, and we're saying that that's okay. And I just have to be super comfortable that it really is, and not that, oh, well, it might not happen, or, oh, they might not be there. Those are not part of the permit. Those are things that we hope will be the case. And you know, permits don't live on hope. So I hope you understand that I don't mean this in any way except it worries me. And it worries me from immediate experience. So.
And I don't, pardon me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I don't know whether this will provide you any additional comfort, but this permit, we can't turn this project from an H2A to a full-time residence apartment building without coming back and getting a new use permit. You're not approving an apartment building here. You're approving an H2A housing. So if if someday or for some reason H2A goes away and we don't have H2A tenants, we can't turn this into a full-time apartment project, except there are the 3 people, the 3 units and the manager who are full-time. The H2A tenants are the only tenants we can have in this. That's our permit, is for H2A. So if we came back and said we want to do 35 apartments, full-time residences, we have to come back here.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. We have no limitation in this permit that H2A workers cannot be housed there all year round should that need arise.
Pardon me.
We are not limiting occupancy of this building for H2A workers to part of the year, as far as I know.
Well, other than the program doesn't allow full-time occupancy, they come for the period. They're only allowed to stay 9 months, I believe it is.
Individual ones do, but we have the opportunity to use more than one. I mean, it's not limited in the permit. You could. It's not limited to the ability of the worker to be in the area. It's the ability of people to need housing. And if you had a different crop that happened in the wintertime, for example, some things that happen under glass, or indoors, it may be that there is a need for such workers at times that you might not expect it. That may not be envisioned now, but it is allowed under this permit. So it could be occupied all year round And actually, from my point of view, that's a good thing. I would be happier with building housing that was occupied all the time than housing that was occupied part of the time. I just want to make sure it's safe, and that's all I've been saying all along. And this area troubles me for that respect, so that's why I dwell on what's the plan, why are we doing it the way we're doing it. I was pleased to hear that we had increased the elevation to better reflect the latest information that we have from the flood authorities. That was helpful. I wish the rest of the community was able to benefit from such things as well. But I just want to be really, really clear that I wasn't talking about the transition to another kind of use. I was talking about the limitations within this permit.
You know, sorry, now I understand. But in the actual world we live in today, there is no demand. You know, that doesn't exist for H2A. They're here 9 months and then they're gone because the crops we grow are seasonal and not year-round crops, and they go to Yuma or wherever they go work next. So.
Well, we had testimony to the effect that that was no longer the case in a previous hearing, so that's why I'm referring to it. But that's okay. What do I know? Are there any questions for the applicant's representative, Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes. Just a month ago, we got tornado warnings in North Monterey County. So, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen with the weather. More than anything, I think a 3-story building in Pajaro, depending on how, thinking outside the box, might actually be a benefit where all the rest of the houses around that area are single-story homes. So consequently, if there is a flood or what have you, you could go up to the 3rd level where you could actually be safe. Another thing, if you need to walk from where the project's at, the Pajaro bridge is probably 5 minutes away. So you could literally go to the other side. You don't need to wait for buses or anything like that. I think it's relatively easy to get out of there. If the levee was to break, there is a way to get out of there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I think it can actually benefit some of the local residents, assuming that if there is a breach in the levee or what have you, you open up those front entry gates and let the people come in, and that might be a way for them to kind of save themselves. So that's.
Thank you for the comment. I appreciate that. Are there any further questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes, and I think it might have been answered last time, but is there any other exit from that building other than that particular street that was pursued? And there is absolutely no way that there would be another different access to either enter or exit the facility?
There isn't, because the only other theoretical way to get out would be on the other street, which is the one that the other project is on, which is the one that had the most opposition because of the traffic issues on that street. Our street is striped as red curb, so there's no on-street parking on our street. The other street is one that has, I won't say perceived traffic issues, but their residents have greater concern about traffic issues. So those are the only two ways out, either onto the street on which the other project is located, or the street that we're on, which the traffic levels of service are greatly below any kind of congestion or anything. The access we have is better than the one the project next door has.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Anybody else? That being the case, thank you, Mr. Lombardo, and we'll have an opportunity to respond to comments and any may arise during public testimony, should there be any. With that being said, I'm going to open to the public. Anybody who wants to speak on this matter? There's no one in the chambers that I see that doesn't appear to be attached to the project. So I'm assuming that there's nobody to speak from the chambers, so we're going to open on Zoom. I see currently no hands up on Zoom. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? And do we have any emails?
That is correct. There's no new hands up on Zoom. And si hay alguien en la junta de Zoom que quiere comentar, que quiere dar su comentario en este caso, en este proyecto, Por favor, oprima las reacciones que están abajo de su pantalla. Va a ser una foto de una mano y puede levantar la mano para dar su comentario. Si está llamando por un teléfono, oprima la estrella 6.
And no one appears to be doing that at this time, correct?
Correct. And we do not have any new emails on the email, but I did distribute a public correspondence right before this item started for agenda item number 6. Oh, sorry, for agenda item number 7.
Thank you, I was confused. Okay. That being the case, I'm going to close public comment because I don't think that the applicant has anything to respond to, and bring it back to our staff. Staff, do you want to respond to anything that you have heard during the public comment period?
No, Chair, we do not.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, I have maybe 2, possibly 3 questions, but I guess one of the questions has been answered, I guess, more than several times, but just for the record is that if the commission approves this project and the building is there, the H-2A workers, how far are they going to be taken to work in agriculture or the fields? Is it beyond Soledad, King City?
Madam Chair, was that a question?
Yes, but
That was a question for staff, but I guess staff didn't have the answer to it. I'm happy to bring the applicant back to address it, but I think we do want staff's take on it.
Staff's impression is that it would be for the greater area of like southern Santa Cruz and county.
Pajaro Valley.
thank you. The other question, I was looking at this particular picture, and I believe that's a picture of that street that's on this package. So how wide is the street in that area? About 16, 20, 24 feet wide, more or less.
It's a 26-foot wide street through the chair.
So, well, because I was looking at the picture, I guess it maybe doesn't do justice in terms of measurement or width, because I see cars parked on the sidewalks, and if I looked at it, it would seem like there might not be enough space for, and I haven't gone to the street. I went to Susan Street when that project happened, but I really didn't have a chance to go look at this. And based on that particular picture, it seems like there might not be space for buses, and at least maybe just going one way, but I see the cars parked on the sidewalks, and maybe the visual is not that great in terms of the street. But there should be enough. Basically, I guess the question would be, is there enough space for buses or trucks to go through there? Let's say if the cars decided we're going to park on the street like we normally would, instead of parking on the sidewalks, let's say they park on the streets like they're supposed to, would there still be enough space in terms of safety and just going through there, I guess?
Staff, please.
Yes, through the chair. Page 10 of the resolution for this project has a full paragraph on this subject. So just glancing at it, I discussed that it's 26 feet wide from curb to curb. Parking is prohibited on either side of the street. Gonda Street can accommodate 2 school buses, which is the largest shuttle size that would be used for H2A housing, worker transport. That has an exterior width of approximately 9.5 feet, including exterior side mirrors, so they could pass without issue. Staff does note that there's illegal parking on Gonda Street, and that's pretty common. They're parking on the sidewalks and on the red lines. So where parked cars are on both sides, they could take up to 14 feet of the street width. It might be possible for only one bus to pass at a time within the remaining 12-foot width of the road, and that would accommodate the buses to pass. One would pull over if they were crossing at the same time, and one would pass at a time. So there is adequate space for even the maximum size transport vehicle.
But for one bus at a time, not necessarily two, is that what you said? I mean, if you said they take 14 feet, it's 26, there's 12 feet left, so I'm not sure how wide a bus would be. So like you said, maybe one would have to stop and then, but not both at the same time. No, that's fine. Thank you. And the last statement is that I'm sure that it would be good for the overall community in terms of businesses, et cetera. You know, but one of the big pieces that I guess that sometimes we go beyond is that the impact to the immediate people in those particular areas. A lot of times people may say, well, it's a NIMBYs or not in my backyard. However, you know, we keep on, a lot of times not necessarily listening. Well, not a lot of times, but sometimes we tend to not listen to what the community has to say in that particular area. And if there are not a lot of people that are coming forward to speak for or against these properties, because what I have heard a lot is that, well, we're not listened to anyway, so we did a lot of work last time in the Susan Street project. And, you know, people didn't really listen to us. So anyways, I'm gonna, if there would be a motion to support it, I'm gonna support it, even though I know it goes against part of my grain that we really have to listen to some of these individuals, because I've been there for years and years and years growing up, that we would go before boards and city councils, et cetera, and no matter what you did or picketed or walked out, that just weren't able to make changes. Anyways, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roberts?
I think I want to add to that and say that, generally speaking, I'm 100% in favor of H2A housing. And I think I did not vote in favor of the Susan Street housing at that time because of what we had heard from the Ag Commissioner and buffer zones. And I think that the Board of Supervisors was the one that eventually approved it with changes to the project. This project, I kind of feel the same. I feel like we have worn this community out in a way that they can't be here to represent themselves because they don't feel like they're being heard. And when I look at a picture like this, if this were a picture in another area of our county, would we approve a large project at the end of it? And I can't help but question whether we would or not. And because we would have people here telling us we can't do that. And I'm very conflicted about this project.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes, basically, I can't speak for all the residents of the area. And just following up on your comment, when that other project went in, I had my reservations. I thought that it was a terrible idea, that it wasn't a good spot for it or what have you. But after they started building it, they started putting the infrastructure for it, how they cleaned up that specific area and everything they did there, it kind of made sense, you know? And I think that might be the case, not speaking on anybody that's not here because I'm not authorized to do that. But I think that looking at this project going in and the way that it's changed that area or what have you, I think it's very, very beneficial to the area, and especially the type of housing that is needed for the H2A employees. I think it totally makes sense. It's a very selective piece of property. The other project is right next to it. the road is actually wider than the other project we looked at. And so not having any comments, it's not that it's people have given up. I think that they might have given the opportunity to look at the other projects and say, well, you know what, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. Having have said that, I would like to make a motion to approve PLN 200203, Anthony Cola Inc.
Thank you. And that includes any errata and corrections here in the meeting? So there's
That is correct.
been a motion by Commissioner Mendoza. Is there a second? Commissioner Work seconds the motion. So is there further discussion? A little bit of discussion here. I share as I'm sure everyone can tell, I share the sense of conflict. And in part, I'm looking at the things we've heard about the overall area for so long. One of the reasons that the levee hasn't gotten the attention that it should have when this repeat flooding problem has been narrowed down to the formula used by the Army Corps of Engineers for addressing flooding problems. And one of the reasons that this area, which was heavily impacted, didn't rise to the top of the heap is because they don't have enough high value property in there and enough people with enough money to raise it up into the level of concern that we have, for example, on the Carmel River at the mouth of that unit. I have to question how these projects would be considered in that equation as we begin to concentrate persons from the H2A. I don't know, perhaps because they are new, because they are improvements, it would help. But I don't know. And I'm concerned about further concentrating in areas that are already disadvantaged areas under that formula. Are we helping or hurting? So there are things like that in the larger picture that add to my conflict around this, in addition to feeling the same way that Commissioner Roberts articulated very clearly, which is in other areas of the county, we would have a great deal of concern. I mean, just imagine if something like this were happening at the end of a street in Las Palmas, for example, where we have a very active and engaged community. I think we would hear a lot from them. And we did hear a remarkable amount in Susan Street. And so perhaps the reason we didn't hear this time is everybody thinks it's okay, and perhaps it is because they've given up. I don't know. But my concerns still persist, and my unease persists with this particular project in this particular area, and I completely endorse what Commissioner Roberts has said because I am a strong supporter of this idea, have been in every other place except the community of Pajaro at the end of one-way streets next to a levee that hasn't been fixed. So I remain conflicted about this, and I'm sitting here saying, I don't know if I can support it. I wish I could. I wish I felt comfortable with it, but I don't know if I can. And so I always have to decide when it comes down to the vote, but that's just part of my discussion of the motion here before us. Other commissioners, do you have any comments? Commissioner Roberts?
I'll just add that we did hear from the community in the sense that the LUAC voted against this project. And I don't know when that was, but I mean.
Thank you. No one else? All right, if there's no further discussion, I'd like to bring the motion to a vote. There was a second. Commissioner Work seconded the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those no?
No.
No. I think we're going to have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Absent.
oh, sorry, Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Deal,
No.
Commissioner Roberts,
No.
and Commissioner Monsalve.
No.
We have 3 yeses and 3 nos.
So the motion does not pass as it stands. So what would we like to do subsequently? Anybody? Is there anything we can think of that would break that deadlock? I would remind everyone that an action taken today is appealable, I believe, to the Board of Supervisors should anybody wish to do it either direction. Nope. All right, council, what are our options if we got a tie here on the table?
Well, I mean, the bylaws state that a majority vote is required for passage, so I think it's effectively a denial. As far as options go, I suppose there could be a new motion to either approve or deny, or if it's an approval to modify some parts of the project so members would be comfortable voting for it. Just like, I suppose that would be one way to go.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
And I'm not sure it could be brought back, but I think we would be wasting our time, because I think that if it does go before the Board of Supervisors of an appeal, I believe that, that's just my gut feeling, that the Board of Supervisors would approve it. So I don't know if it's just better to, maybe they can appeal it to the Board of Supervisors. I'm not sure. Anyways.
Yeah, I support the notion that we should take a final action today to allow the applicant to do whatever it is they choose to do, whatever that is. Commissioner Roberts?
That was all I was going to add, is it would be my, on that notion, it would be my intent to make a decision one way or another so that the applicant can move forward in whatever way they choose.
And I would just look around the dais and say, is there anything that, if it were changed, would change anyone's view? Anything we could do to this project that would make a difference? Because I'm not seeing that myself. So that being the case, I don't see any answer except that the motion does not pass, and that is our final action, and we move on from there. I don't believe that, thank you, Mr. Lombardo suggested that a continuance for more members of the Planning Commission to be present would be appropriate, and I don't think that it is. I think you're either in session or you're not in session, and waiting for different people seems to me to be inappropriate. As long as we have a quorum, right? Yeah. So I think that's not going to happen. Commissioner Monsalve?
I'm wondering if, in summary, we could state what the challenges of the project are for each of us. And for me, it's the unsafe level of traffic on that very congested street. And if it were possible to limit the number of cars brought onto the project by the H2A workers, might that alleviate that traffic safety issue?
Staff, do you want to comment on that?
Sure, through the chair, not being an H2A expert, but I did read the federal regulations. I don't think many of them would be expected to have cars. They come in with a traveling visa for a work visa. There might be a limited number of cars, but I don't think they'd even use the whole parking lot.
Commissioner Roberts?
I'll add that just anecdotally for the Davis Road H2A that I drive by all the time, they're not driving, they're walking. And for me, it isn't about traffic coming up and down the street. It's about that we have a problem on this street already, and we're approving a project that adds to this problem instead of helping this problem, and in an area that we know is a risk for levee breaking.
Thank you. Commissioner Work?
I just had a anecdotal, whatever you call it. Could buses use the other facilities, pickup places, so they didn't have to have the bus If that other street is a little bit wider, where the other one is being put in, is there access where they
I
could?
think it's the other way around,
Is it
Commissioner.
back the other way around? Okay.
Yeah. I believe staff, is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so technically speaking, staff, if we deny on a hung jury, as it were, what does that mean? What action do we take?
So I will want to defer also to county council, but my understanding, if you are required to have a majority in order to pass an action, the absence of a majority would be determined a denial. And I believe that would make this project appealable to the board. And I'm not hearing, I did hear some possibility, maybe not from one commissioner, that there could be something to change, but I'm seeing a shake. So I believe that would be where we're at today. And if the desire is not to continue it until you have an odd number of a quorum that would not be tied, then I believe it would effectively be a denial due to lack of majority and appealable to the board, unless county council has a different opinion.
No, I think that's my conclusion as well.
Okay, and I just want to clarify for anybody that might be interested that my concern is more of a regional and area concern, and putting things at the ends of dead-end roads, the same as we had with the Paraiso Springs project. I worry about that. I always worry about that, whoever they are. And in this particular case, there just seems like an awful lot of this going on in a very small vicinity that we have heard has some troubles. I think we know that. So that being the case, we effectively deny it, and we're on to the next step.
Through the chair, point of clarification. I'm looking at the Planning Commission's bylaws, and it states that if there is an unbreakable tie vote, the chair shall solicit findings for both sides and direct staff to prepare a resolution with said findings for the record and for the purpose of rendering a final determination by the commission.
Huh?
Would it be easier if I share my screen? It's basically the chair shall solicit findings for both of the sides if there's an unbreakable tie. And those findings would be put into a resolution prepared by staff and for the record.
I think the issue, I'm sorry, through the chair, I believe the issue is there needs to be some kind of documentation, I guess a decision to appeal, at least some kind of resolution. I believe this happened with the Susan Street project as well, I was told. So there, I think that's the reason for the rule, that there's a decision. Essentially, based on the reasons stated during the hearing, the commission could ask staff to draft a resolution setting forth that reasoning and stating that there is an unbreakable tie. That would be something that could be done. Under the rule, it does appear that you need to solicit the findings for both sides.
But then what happens to it? I mean, are we supposed to vote on that? Because what would we say? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm assuming that should this go forward to the Board of Supervisors, the staff would have to to summarize the discussions as presented in the hearing, and they have the hearing record to do that with.
Right.
I wish this were not happening at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't make sense that this would come back as a resolution of both sides for another vote, because there'd be a different set of people for that vote, and potentially it's almost like it would just be a memorandum from the group now.
Well, I would, whatever my decision is supposed to be, I'd like to put it in favor of moving this along. I don't intend to draw this out. So I'm looking for staff recommendations on how best to expedite the processing of this.
Shouldn't we go with county council's guidance on this? And if county council suggests that we come up with findings for both sides and let a resolution be drafted and let it go?
I think that is, through the chair, I think that is the rule. And the idea is that there's a final some document that of a final determination on the matter. So essentially what a resolution would say, would include would be the reasoning for denial, the reasoning for approval from each side, and the conclusion that an unbreakable tie vote was an effective denial occurred.
But does that memorandum have to come back for another hearing?
It doesn't read that way.
So it just goes, that resolution implies action.
That's correct. I'm just basing it on the rule.
And I was just communicating with Director Spencer just to clarify, because he had been a part of a past when it happened, and his understanding likewise is that we prepare the resolution stating the reasons for approval and for denial, and that that it's not for approval or denial, it's just the findings for the split vote, which is effectively a denial because it's not a majority. So it wasn't anything to come back. It was just to prepare the resolution that properly memorializes what the action was today by the commission. So
Right.
that was his experience.
That resolution simply was staff summary that would then be forwarded to, or put on the record for whatever happened next, correct?
Correct, yeah. It's not a resolution for findings of approval, denial. It's a resolution memorializing the decision today with the split vote and the reasons why the differences. And then I believe that would be a part of the record, which then goes forward as a part of, I would expect, appeal to the board.
So it's not a resolution, really. We should put that on the list of things to look at. It's some kind of record, but it's not a resolution implies that we would adopt it.
We can find the documentation from the past project where it happened and mirror that. We can reconsult with county council if for any reason that was a resolution and it's possible that by resolution is not the correct vehicle, and then we can modify, so we can do that. But I believe that the action is clear and is determined today by the commission, and this would be an administrative for the record step that staff will implement in consultation with county council to make sure it's in the correct form.
Okay, does anybody want to state any reasoning that they want to make sure that goes on into that memorandum that they have not already stated? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you. And that information that is supposed to go forward to the Board of Supervisors, does the Planning Commission have to approve or disapprove of it? No? And is, okay, because I was just wondering whether if the commission would have to take action, my thinking was, what about if the rest of the commissioners decide to say, no, we don't want to do that? And so that's why I was asking that. Would it be easier if there were 4 commissioners today that would say no to the project and would go easier to the Board of Supervisors, since that seems to be the intent?
Okay, so let's just be really clear that it goes to the Board of Supervisors if it's appealed. So it's not automatic. So the applicant would have to take that step. If we were to vote to deny, then it has to have a resolution of intent to deny, which would then have to come back. That would have to come back to the commission for approval with whoever was here at that time. In this particular situation, I think we're comfortable moving forward saying we were unable to get a majority. It was therefore denied on a tech. Staff's going to summarize the discussion, and should the Board of Supervisors hear it, that would be on the record and provided to them for their consideration. And I think everything said, that is the fastest thing, because it doesn't have to come back here.
They wouldn't have to appeal or not necessarily appeal, but have, in terms of their process, do anything other than whatever has to happen at the Board of Supervisors. Okay.
Well, it would mean it not having to bring it back to the Planning Commission for further action.
Okay.
It would just appropriately memorialize what the Planning Commission's action was, we don't, let's not call it a resolution. It's just, I think of it as, the board has a board order, so it would be a similar type of memorializing what the action was, the tie, just general reasons for those in support, those against, that just memorializes for the record the decision, but it stands the project is not approved.
Okay. And staff has got enough material that they feel comfortable doing that after all of our discussions?
So I captured notes for each in terms of your thoughts on the project. I think it would be helpful if each commissioner could specifically state your main reasons in support that led your vote, just so that we have it crystal clear, as well as what we've heard for a couple for the specific reasons why they could not support it.
Okay, let's start with Commissioner Work. What has influenced your vote in favor?
I'm going to go with the Ag Advisory recommendation, and that would probably be the number one thing for me.
Okay, Commissioner Mendoza?
Actually, there's several things. For one, it's very much needed housing that we need. Second of all, I've heard a few times that it's a dead-end road. It is a dead-end road, but at the end, it actually has a gate. So it can be opened up, and it's an emergency exit just in case it was to be needed. So I feel comfortable with that, just the vicinity. As far as people need to evacuate, there's plenty of routes in directions they can go in. Furthermore, it's just very much needed housing that we need in the area. And furthermore, I think that if the project was to be approved in reference to the illegal parking and stuff of the vehicles on the sides, once you get more traffic, once you get more buses or what have you going through there, at that point, people will start treating it like a regular road. That's more an enforcement thing than anything else. I don't think that's the responsibility of the property owner to enforce the traffic on that road. So that was my whole thing, If now we're having developers enforce traffic in that sense, that was kind of my thing.
Could you say a little more about the gate? I'm not clear on what you're saying there.
At the end of Gonda, there's actually a gate that has a lock on it. So if they need to evacuate, it's an emergency gate. So if it is needed, they could go in that direction if need be.
The gate that will be to the project or on the other side of the project?
You go into Gonda, you keep on going straight. The project is on the right-hand side. Keep on driving past. There's a yellow gate at the end of Gonda Road, which is an emergency gate. I don't know if it was shown or illustrated, but I know it's there. I'm very familiar with the property. And it goes to the levee, and then there's actually a road at the end of the levee
gate.
you can get through. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you for articulating that. Commissioner Roberts?
I don't know if I have anything more to add, other than despite being in favor of almost in all situations HUA housing and understanding the need for it, I don't think this is the right location because of the street leading up to it, because of the concerns of the levee, and because I just don't think we'd put it in another community.
Thank you. Commissioner Monsalve?
In addition to my concern regarding the traffic safety, I would say that the quality of life of the current Gonda Street residents would be very negatively impacted.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have a lot of pros and cons, but I guess at the end of the day, when we talk about farm worker housing, it is farm worker housing, but not necessarily farm worker housing for those individuals who are here year-round. And so a lot of times that's why I kind of think, well, yeah, it is farm worker housing, but it's seasonal. And so I think it was a great presentation and project, well done. And I do think that we do need housing for farm workers that are being brought from different countries in order to help with the agricultural need, which a lot of times it's very difficult and hard work. I know because I picked cotton since I was about 7 years old, working oranges and strawberries and potatoes, and so I know it's very difficult work. So it's important. So I think just the issue of farm worker housing is one of the biggest ones. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I think I've said already what my reservations are. I haven't said how much I do understand the need for something safe for the people we're inviting to be here. And I think that is really important to me. We are inviting people from elsewhere to come to our community to work. And we have a responsibility to provide safe places for them to be while they're working. Absolutely. And that's been something I feel strongly about H2A housing from the get-go. In the best of all possible worlds, that would be a wash for housing. You invite people in, you house them, there you are. We are, however, dealing with a deficit because we haven't done that in the past, and farm workers who have been invited here have not been provided with a safe place to live. So that is why the addition of H2A housing is beneficial to the housing stock, is because we haven't done what we were supposed to do from the get-go. Understand that. Definitely something like this is better than living in unsanitary and unacceptable conditions. However, this is an area where we have essentially concentrated all the persons who are of this particular level of income and employment. And the region has already just taken another unit full of H2A housing on what we have had a great deal of testimony in the past as questionable infrastructure. And so concentrating folks who are working people in areas with questionable infrastructure has always been a problem for me. And I think that the community of Pajaro deserves a better planning process than the piece-by-piece opportunistic addition of projects on land people have. That they deserve, and they have deserved for many, many years, a comprehensive planned approach to the growth and development of that community. And lacking that, approving things just because we have something and it's better than nothing takes away the choices for that kind of intentional planning. And I've been saying it since, gosh, only knows how long. Everybody's bored of it. It's not planned overall for the supporting infrastructure. We don't have a sense of what that community is going to be. And so I hate cutting off options for the community before the plan has had an opportunity to exist. So it sounds super geekish, but that's really where I'm at. Is that better?
Yes, I believe that gives staff what we need to be able to memorialize. Thank you all.
That's good, because I'm all tapped out. All right. This item having been dealt with in some muddy fashion, I believe completely, we're going to move on to the next item, which, given that we have continued the discussion of the general plan to our next meeting as the first item on the agenda, would be the department report, I think.
Yes, thank you. What I most wanted to highlight for you all and anyone who might have still hung in with us through today is that Housing Community Development, we are planning a community meeting to be held regarding the updates for, or the development of a new environmental justice element and an update to our safety element as a part of our general plan. That community plan is, or excuse me, that community meeting is planned for April 23rd from 6 to 7:30 p.m. and will be held via Zoom. So anyone who's on the screen, you can scan the QR code and get more information. You can also find it on the HCD website. Also, just wanting to let this commission know that we are on track and anticipating the draft housing element to be made available for public review. It should be available starting May into early June for that minimum 30-day public review period. And we do plan to present a workshop here at the Planning Commission and other committees, as well as do direct outreach in certain communities throughout the county. I think beyond that, we can save any other updates that are not timely for our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further business we need to attend to? Seeing none, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 5:19. Thank you all for hanging in there.